You are standing on a bridge over Owl Creek, a noose around your neck. You have but a few seconds left to live, a few seconds left to plan your escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the war between the states and a muddy stream in Alabama, as we recall one of the great short stories in American literature, An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce.
A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama, looking down through the ties at the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrist bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. He watched a piece of dancing driftwood racing down the current beneath his feet. He thought,
if I could just free my hands, I might throw off this noose and dive into the creek. If I swam underwater, I'd be safe from their bullets. If my wind held out, I could make the southern bank, take to the woods, and get away home.
Peyton Farquhar, Alabama planter, stood at the end of a plank. A captain of the Union Army and a sergeant stood at the other end. When they stepped aside, the plank would tip upward, and Peyton Farquhar, Confederate spy, would slip between the ties to hang above the muddy water of Owl Creek until dead. Even in this far outpost of Sherman's march to the sea, the formalities of death are observed by these men who are most familiar with him. The captain's company is drawn stiffly at attention along the tracks on the northern side of the bridge. The lieutenant stands erect on the bank of the stream, the point of his bared saber scraping the gravel on the roadbed. Peyton Farquhar is being ushered into the Confederate beyond with every Union amenity. The captain stands aside. Now only the weight of the bulky sergeant counterbalances Peyton Farquhar at the end of his thin board.
They say that this is the moment when all the past events of your life tumble into your memory. But how could anyone know? Who has come back from the dead to tell what dying is like? I don't recall any childhood memories now. The past does not engulf me in this naked moment. I'm only aware of what's here, now. Those Yankees lined up on the bank. His captain's tired eyes. That turkey buzzard circling up there, waiting for me. And that noise. That beating, driving sound like a distant engine. A pump. The roll of thunder on a summer evening. Coming closer. Getting louder. Choking me.
It's your heart, of course, that you hear, stepping up its cadence, pounding under the forced draft of fear. Now you see nothing, remember nothing, sense nothing, but this strangling, suffocating beat of your own heart, throbbing its final protest. You stand there, erect.
The work is nearly at an end now. The captain draws his sword, flourishes it to a carry, sings out a command.
Company! Parade! Rest!
The men on the bank smartly spread their legs, thrust hands forward over the rifle barrels. The sergeant on the end of the plank takes one step to the left. The plank tips forward. And Peyton Farquhar drops between the timbers of Owl Creek Bridge.
It takes longer to tell it. As you drop downward, you lose consciousness. You are as one already dead. Then you awaken sharply in pain to feel, not to think, just to feel. The cutting pressure on your throat, the agonies of pulsating fire shooting from your neck downward. To feel the fullness, the congestion, the head bursting with suffocation. Distantly, beyond, outside of yourself, you hear a splash. Remotely you sense cool, wet, green darkness. The rope has broken. You have fallen into the stream. Now thinking returns slowly. You know for the moment you are safe from drowning because the rope around your neck tightly keeps the water from your lungs.
Then I shall die hanging at the bottom of a river. And that's absurd. If I could get my hands free. I must get my hands free. Come, Peyton. They can't lick you. Try again. Once more. Good boy, the rope's given. Again. Try once more. That does it, my boy. Now, the rope around your neck. You must breathe when you come to the surface. You must breathe quickly. For if they haven't hanged you and they fail to drown you, you can't let them shoot you. Loosen that rope around your neck. You must get it loose. Now.
It takes so much longer to tell. You are now in the fullest possession of your senses, and again time stops. You feel the ripples of the water upon your face, and hear their separate sounds as they strike. You see the trees on the bank, and the leaves, and the veining of each leaf, and the very insects on them. The locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the gray spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig, the prismatic colors of the dewdrops upon a million blades of grass. You hear the humming of the gnats, the beating of the dragonfly's wings, the strokes of the water spider's legs. A fish slides beneath your eyes, and you hear the rush of its body parting the water. All this you see and hear in an incalculably infinite instant of time. Then you hear something else.
There he is! Down there, West! Company! Let's come! Shout a hunt! Steady! Hey!
You dive deeply, but above the ringing in your ears, you hear the volley of the rifles. And as you rise toward the surface, you meet shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, the distorted and spent bullets, oscillating slowly downward past you. One catches in your collar, and it feels uncomfortably warm. You snatch it out. And this gray piece of Yankee lead reminds you of the gray uniform of the soldier who is responsible for you being here. You recall that it was only night before last when the soldier had ridden up the driveway as you and your wife sat under the magnolia trees in the cool twilight.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Corporal.
Wonder if I might trouble you for a glass of water, sir.
Why, of course,
Don't disturb yourself, Peyton. I'll go fetch it.
You're most kind, ma'am. If you'll just indicate the well...
Nonsense. You just sit a spell with my husband. You look as if you could do with some rest.
Yes, ma'am. Reckon I could.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Whose command are you with, Corporal?
Colonel Tolliver, sir. 13th, North Carolina.
We get so little news down here. How are things going at the front?
Not good, sir. The Yankees are getting ready for another advance. They're repairing the railroad. Got it in shape almost to Owl Creek Bridge. And they got an outpost there. Once they can run the trains beyond the bridge, there's nothing to stop them between here and Atlanta.
Then why hasn't the bridge been destroyed?
The military couldn't get near it. A civilian might.
Owl Creek Bridge. That's not far from here, is it?
Less than 20 miles.
You say they have an outpost there. On which side?
T'other side. Nothing on this side but a couple of pickets, half-mile out on the railroad. And a single sentinel at this end of the bridge.
And that bridge is important?
Sure is.
What if it were destroyed?
Hold up the Yankees for several weeks.
Suppose a man, a civilian like myself, should elude the picket post and get the better of the sentinel. What could he accomplish?
Well, I was there a week ago, just before we had to pull out. There's a heap of driftwood come down in last winter's flood and caught on the trestle at this end. Looked mighty dry and tendery to me.
I see.
A fellow with enough gumption might get through and set fire to it. It ought to burn like tow.
Yes, it should.
Of course, a fellow'd have to have plenty of gumption. The Union commanders promised to hang any civilian caught fooling around the railroad.
Here's your water, Corporal. Right out of the spring house.
Thank you kindly, ma'am. My, it's cool and nice.
And here's a smidgen of cornbread. I thought you might be hungry.
I'm mighty grateful, ma'am. It's ladies like you that keeps the South together and fighting these days.
My, what a nice
It
compliment.
certainly is. Well, I reckon I better hit the leather. I got a lot of riding ahead of me tonight.
Good luck to you, Corporal, and thank you for the information.
You'd be taking a chance, sir, but you couldn't do a greater service for your country.
I'll remember that, Corporal.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye, Corporal.
Goodbye, sir. Many thanks.
Goodbye.
Peyton, what was he talking about?
What, my dear?
The corporal. What did he mean by service to your country and taking a chance?
Oh, nothing.
Peyton, tell me.
It was nothing, really, my dear.
Peyton Farquhar, if you're fixing to take any chances for our country, I want to know about it. Now, you just speak your piece.
There's nothing to say except I'll be going away for a day or two on a little trip.
Is it dangerous, Peyton?
Not very.
You'll be back.
Yes, my dear. I promise you, I'll be back.
You break the surface of Owl Creek for a second time. And now you're much further downstream, further away from the Union soldiers on the bridge reloading their guns, the ramrods flashing in the morning sun.
That captain won't make the same mistake again. He'll order them to fire at will. Heaven help me, I cannot dodge him.
Another more terrible sound, cannon. They've trained a cannon on you.
And close. Next time I'll use a charge of grape. Rifles and grape covering the water from bank to bank. I'm done for then.
Then something seemed to grab you, and you're whirled round and round, spinning like a waterlogged top. You're caught in a vortex, a whirlpool. The water, the banks, the distant bridge, the soldiers become indistinct blurs. And again, you're helpless. You feel dizzy and sick to your stomach. Just as you felt last night when you crept up the bank toward the lone sentinel on the south end of the bridge and discovered that the sentinel was not alone.
There he is, boys. Grab him.
Got him, Sergeant.
Ah, well, Mr. Peyton Farquhar, we've been expecting you.
How did you know my
we
name
got
was...
ways.
But look here, I'm a civilian. I
Save
was
your
just...
breath and thank your maker we didn't shoot you in the back. Well, we don't do things that way up north. You'll get a trial. Everything fair and square. Bring him along, man.
The whirlpool spins faster and faster. A sharp piece of driftwood tears at your coat. The churning brown water chokes you. You know there is nothing you can do. As you had known it last night, when they shoved you into a tent near the bridge to face the infantry captain with the tired eyes.
There he is, sir. Right on schedule.
Good work, Sergeant. Is this the man, Lieutenant?
That's him.
What? You're the corporal who stopped at my plantation last night.
That's right, Mr. Farquhar. But I'm not with the 13th North Carolina Volunteers.
Mr. Farquhar, this is Lieutenant Saltonstall, Intelligence Officer, 5th Massachusetts Regulars.
You've trapped me. You deliberately led me into a trap. I'm a civilian and a planter.
Yes, and also a Southern patriot, caught in the act of espionage.
You can't prove it.
We don't have to.
This is the most despicable, the most... This proves once more that honor is a stranger in the North.
I'm too tired to listen to a recital of the code of a Southern gentleman, Mr. Farquhar. I'm afraid the distinction between your ethics and my lack of them would escape me this evening.
But why have you done this? Why have you deliberately trapped me?
The best way to eliminate civilian resistance is to lure it into the open. You fell for the bait. Too bad.
Now, look here. It's my constitutional right
Which Constitution? The Constitution of the United States or Jeff Davis's?
You insulting Yankees.
Remember your manners, sir.
I demand a trial.
You've just had it. Post a guard over him, Sergeant.
Yes.
We'll hang him in the morning.
Something tears at your face, scratching, and you realize that the whirling has stopped. You open your eyes. You're lying on the southern bank of the stream, out of sight of your enemies. Safe. The gravel which has scratched your cheek now seems soft as new-picked cotton. The forest around you is a garden of luscious beauty, reeking with a heavy perfume of freedom. Even the whiz and rattle of the final charge of grapes screaming through the treetops seems a benediction from the baffled cannoneer. You leap to your feet and run into the woods, south, towards home. Your neck is swollen and throbbing with pain. You carry it cocked toward your left shoulder as you push through the matted brush. All morning you tear your way through the undergrowth. Your jacket is tattered and your face crisscrossed with bloody scratches from the brambles. Every few moments you stop. You stop to listen for the sound of dogs, but all you hear is the sleepy buzz of the forest. And the blood throbbing through your heated brain brings another thought, which is an insult. No dogs. You are not even important enough to the Yankees for dogs. It's nearly noon now, and for half an hour you've been plunging through a swamp, waist-deep in green ooze. Your neck hurts constantly. Your head throbs and your tongue is thick. It tastes like brown cotton. Gnats swarm before your eyes, catching in your eyelids. Mosquitoes buzz in your ears, drill deep in your hands and swollen neck. You cannot go any longer. You slow down. You stop. You reach toward a palmetto root for support, and it slithers from your grasp and slides softly into the water. Water moccasin. Fear finds you at last. Terror, which stood aloof when you fled the executioner's bullets, now embraces you with clammy unction. A water moccasin. The deadly cottonmouth. Now each branch and root seems to writhe under your glance. The swamp is undulating with certain death. You plunge on through the dark, stinking ooze, on and on, tripping, stumbling, never stopping, for terror rides your back, flogging you with a whiplash of fear.
Jethro gonna have Master Peyton fit as a fiddle and jig time. You just drink this here yop tea, Master Peyton.
Thank you. Thank you. Jethro.
Yes, sir, Master Peyton.
What are you doing here?
I live here.
You live... Where am I? What happened?
I was paddling my dugout home through the swamp with a mess of catfish. I sees you lying out there on the bank in front of my cabin.
Jethro, I heard... I thought you were dead.
Of course you thought Jethro was dead. You knew he had consumption when you sold him. You knew he couldn't last long, and he wasn't earning his keep. His wife and his daughter had carried on some at first, but after a while they calmed down. And last you'd heard, Jethro was dead.
You thought I was dead, Master Peyton? Why, sir, don't you know what's happened to me? I'm free. I'm free at last.
So, news travels fast. Even in the middle of this backwoods swamp, this lonely black has heard of Abe Lincoln's traitorous Emancipation Proclamation. And they believe it with the faith of children.
Yes, sir, I'm free. I expect pretty soon my woman, my little gal, come along and join me.
Yes, of course they will, Jethro.
Hi, is they, Master Peyton? Is they well?
Yes, indeed, they're both fine. Your daughter's growing into a young beauty. Miss Farquhar's brought her into the kitchen, beginning to train her for the house.
Well, what do you think of that? And my woman, she still sings pretty?
Yes, Jethro. Sundays at meeting time, we can hear her all the way up to the big house.
That woman's voice is prettier than all the angels.
Jethro, I don't know how to say this, but I really was sorry about having to sell you. But there wasn't anything else.
I understand, Master Peyton. Don't pay it no mind. I done forgive you long ago.
You have?
Sure. Don't the Lord tell us to forgive those who trespass against us? Don't the Lord promise us we shall be free? Don't you worry none about it, Master Peyton. Here now, quiet that spot. Quiet, Trigger, quiet you. Must have heard Razorback in the brush. No, sirree. Look, Master Peyton. There's a horse coming down the road.
A horse?
Look there. Soldier. When our soldiers, Corporal, look like.
Jethro, you got to hide me.
Why's I got to hide you, Mas Peyton?
Don't ask so many questions, you insolent...
Mas Peyton, you forget, I'm free now.
Well, then, as an old friend of mine, please don't ask any questions. Just hide me. Don't tell that soldier anything.
Well, sure. I reckon I can do that for an old friend, Mas Peyton. Here. You get down on this here bed. That's it. Put the covers over the side. There you are. Snug as a tick in a rabbit's ear.
Remember, don't tell him anything.
Have you come this far just to be turned in by a wool-gathering black who talks crazy? If Jethro knew this gray-clad corporal was really a Union lieutenant, he'd guarantee his freedom by turning you in. Even so, he bears you a big enough grudge to turn you in anyway. Unless, of course, he's planning to dispose of you himself. Yes, that's it. That's why he talks so silly about the Lord and forgiveness. He's going to do you in himself.
Well, if you run into him, don't tell him I was looking for him.
Yes, sir. I'll remember not telling.
Just keep minding your own business, Uncle. You live longer. Get up there.
Yes, sir. I sure will. You can come out now, Mas Peyton. I declare, I don't understand none of this. You says not tell him you're here. He says not tell you he's been here. What's this all about, Mas Peyton?
Oh, it's nothing, Jethro. Nothing. I owe the man some money. I'm not ready to pay it yet.
Oh, I see. I wouldn't know about that. Money's something never bothered me like it bothers some. Money and me's always been strangers.
What's he mean by that? Money's never bothered me like it's bothered some. What's he picking up that knife for?
Jethro, what are you going to do with that knife?
Hmm? Oh, I was just fixing to slit up some of them catfish you got in the dugout. Look like you could do with a little food, Mas Peyton.
Oh, no, thank you, Jethro. I really got to be on my way. I want to get home by sundown if I can.
Sure wouldn't be no bother to cut up a couple calves.
No, thank you, old friend. If you'll just tell me which way I should go to get home.
Huh? Well, I don't rightly know, Mas Peyton. I reckon from the way the sun's reclining, be down the road that way. Quite a tolerable piece.
Yeah, that should be about right.
I never been back, you know. I never tried to go back since I've been free.
Yes, I know.
But I reckon it won't be long till my woman, my little gal, comes here to me.
Of course.
If you get back, Master Peyton, if and you see him, you tell him I'm here waiting for him, you hear?
Yeah, I'll do that, Jethro. I'll do that.
You get away from there fast, the shells of the road crunching under your muddy boots. That grinning savage standing in the doorway of the shack, the knife in his hands. And each moment until the road bends and cuts off the cabin from view, you fear he'll come after you, the knife poised to plunge in your back, to pay you for the thrust you gave him when you sent him away to die. But he's still standing, grinning foolishly and waving as you turn the bend. Now you feel safe, but only for a moment. Then you hear a sound. The sound of a horse. It must be the corporal in gray from the 5th Massachusetts Regulars. He's coming back down the road, searching for you, hounding you, coming to take you back to Owl Creek Bridge, back to a rope that won't break under your weight. You walk faster and faster, and always the sound is there, growing louder and louder. And you run as fast as you can down the shell road, which stretches clear to the horizon between the green walls of scrubby pines. How long have you been running down this endless road? It's dark now. Is it night? Or has the blood trapped in your head by the suffocating rope at last burst into your congested eyeballs and blinded you? Will it next pour from your swollen and bruised neck into your brain, stopping all sensation, instantly bringing to a welcome end this day of agony and flight? Ridiculous fantasies of fatigue and fear. You can see the darkness is the black of a sudden summer storm. That lightning flash clearly shows the white road ahead and the black silhouettes of trees along the sides. And since you're sure that you can see, the other senses return. You hear the rumble of the thunder. You feel the insupportable ache of your straining lungs, the leaden weight of your tired feet. And now the patter of rain, first washing the stinging sweat from your scratched and bitten face, now pounding harder, flowing down across your hatless head, matting your hair, slowing your headlong gait to a dog trot. Another flash of lightning directly overhead. For an instant, you see the soldiers of Owl Creek Bridge standing at the side of the road, rifles leveled, their eyes boring down the sights, aiming at your heart. Again, you're running, and the rain has turned to hail. Pellets as big as hominy beat down on you, pound your swollen, bruised neck, hammer at your countless cuts. Again, the lightning. And on the other side of the road, the gray-clad corporal sits astride his horse waiting for you.
No! No, you can't get me now! No!
This bolt of lightning strikes a tree ahead of you, and in the white blinding light stands Jethro, black and grinning, knife raised in the air.
No! No, Jethro! Forgive me! Forgive me!
He's gone. And now you see dangling from each tree along the road a noose swinging in the wind. Wherever you turn, wherever you look, a noose waiting for you. A noose which wriggles like a water moccasin. You are standing on the green lawn of your plantation before the high-columned entrance. The storm is over. The clouds are black and menacing all around the horizon. But through a break in the sky overhead, glorious sunlight streams down, bathing your garden and your house in heavenly light. You are home. And now you hear a rustle of crinoline, and down from the wide portico steps your beloved wife. She walks across the wide lawn, arms outstretched.
Peyton, my dear, you're back, just as you promised you'd be.
For this moment, you have endured the agonies of this day. And were those agonies multiplied 1,000 times, they would be small price for the benison of this breast, the sanctuary of these arms, the security of these lips. You step forward to fold your wife in your embrace.
The rope stretched tight, sang like a bowstring. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of Owl Creek Bridge.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce in a radio adaptation written by Mr. Robeson. The part of Peyton Farquhar was played by Harry Bartell. The narrators were Bill Conrad and Bill Johnstone. Jethro was played by Louis Van Rooten. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Fure. Next week,
you are trapped in the pitch darkness of a ruined mansion, and groping for you, stalking you, is a homicidal maniac armed with a knife, from whom you must escape.
Next week, we escape with Joseph Hergesheimer's gripping story, Wild Oranges. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when we again offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are kneeling in the church of a Caribbean village, seeking the sanctuary it might offer, while slowly, walking down the aisle, carefully studying each bowed head, is the brute of a man who has come to kill you.
Listen now as Escape brings you Les Crutchfield's story, Violent Night.
Huh? I came awake suddenly. Wide awake. It's a trick you learn around the back countries of the Caribbean. If you want to stay alive. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. Just stared into the darkness and listened. And then it came again. Somebody was on the veranda. I slid off the cot, reached for my pistol on the table, and stood up. Barefooted, I moved quietly across the room and stopped by the shutters.
Senor O'Grady.
Who is it?
Pepita. It is Pepita.
Pepita?
I am come to warn you of terrible danger.
Are you alone?
Si.
All right, wait a second.
Quickly.
What's wrong? What's the matter?
Look, toward the village, toward Monte Miguel.
What? Fire. What's burning?
The estacion of the police, the Federalista army barrack, other places. It is a revolution, senor.
Revolution? Who is it? Who's behind it?
Alacran.
What?
He has come out of the jungle again. 1,000 men are follow him, and now more from the village. He has guns, trucks, cars, radios. He is called himself governor of the district.
Governor? He won't last 48 hours.
Everyone say it is revolution all over the country. You must leave your plantation and go quickly.
Pepita, you think he still remembers?
Alacran will never forget. Not ever. Not before one of you is dead.
Yeah, maybe you're right. All right, thanks, Pepita. Thanks for everything. Ten minutes later, I lay hidden in a clump of bamboo by the irrigation ditch, 30 yards from my house, watching a convoy of army trucks swing in from the highway and roar up the road toward the plantation. I could have struck out then, run away, but I had to know the odds, know whether Alacran was making it personal, whether he still remembered. The trucks skidded to a stop. Men with rifles piled out, circled the house. Spotlights cut through the night, lit up my bungalow, probing at the shutters. But I didn't see him until he stepped into the circle of lights and called out.
Mr. O'Grady? Mr. Barry O'Grady.
Alacran.
You're wasting our time, Mr. O'Grady. You may as well come out.
Educated in the States, but as cunning and cruel as the wildest Indian in the bush.
Are you afraid of me, Mr. O'Grady? Are you afraid to come out and greet an old friend who has not forgotten you for a minute?
Alacran, leader of a revolution, self-styled governor of the district. And he'd taken time out to lead this raid personally. Yes, Pepita was right. He hadn't forgotten. He blasted the bolt off my door with a Tommy gun, and then with a half a dozen of his men, he plunged into the house. It was time to get out. I'd wanted to know the odds, and now I knew them. I didn't have a chance. I ran for nearly 2 miles, through my coffee groves, along the banks of the ditches, through the patches of bush, before I finally played out. I was beside a narrow road leading back into the hills. I dropped down to the edge of it and tried to get my wind back. Alacran. For 2 years he'd waited, and now he was coming after me. He'd been trying to start a revolt then. I'd dragged him away from my workmen, taken his gun away from him, and beaten him to a pulp. And now he was back in control of the whole district, with a wolf pack at his heels. And then suddenly I noticed the headlights of a car coming down the road from the hills. The lights were too close together and too low to the ground for an army truck. There were ranches up in the hills, resorts. It might be a private car. It was worth a chance. I worked feverishly. The car was close now and moving fast. I gave it an armful of brush, threw it into the road, struck a match, and set fire to it. And then I dropped down in the ditch and waited. All right, easy now. Don't move.
Who are you? What do you want?
I want your car.
No, it is impossible. Let me go.
Oh, no, you don't. Let go of that.
Stop it. Stop it. You're hurting me. Take your hands off.
Thanks. Well, that's a lot of gun for a lady. Well, we'll take care of that.
You fool. Do you know who I am?
No.
I am the daughter of the governor of this district.
You're what?
It's true. I am the daughter.
I'd heard he had a daughter, but who'd ever expect that fat pig to have one that looks like you?
I promise you, senor. If you go on with this, I will see that you are shot against a wall.
You're too late. Your father already has that idea. Or more likely a worse one. You know, I think you're going to come in awfully handy before morning.
If you think
What do I
going...
call you? What's your name?
Maria.
All right, Maria, let's get this straight. I got 1 chance in 1,000 of staying alive, and if I can help that chance, I'll do anything. You understand?
No, please.
Now, we're going to get out of here. We're going to get out together, whatever happens. Your father gets me, and I get you. All right, now get the car started. We came off a side road 2 miles from Monte Miguel, crossed the main highway, and took the old road toward San Vicente. It was 110 miles to the capital, but the sports car was fast. It could outrun any army vehicle Alcatran's men might have. And there was a good chance he hadn't yet blockaded the San Vicente highway. Well, it was a good dream. It lasted for 2 miles. And then it popped like a soap bubble.
In the road ahead, senor. Lights, trucks, men moving. What do you want me to do?
Brakes. Hit the brakes. Come on. And get this thing turned around and make it fast.
¿Quién es?
¿Quiénes son?
Amigos.
Vengan por acá.
Ahora.
Sí. All right, come on. Step on it. Let's get out of here. Come on.
Párese, yo disparo.
Faster. Well, that was close. Plenty close. Well, we're still lucky. We could have barged straight into that. Now, they blocked us, but at least they didn't get us. And we still got a chance of circling back. What's wrong? What is it?
I don't know. I'm not doing anything to the motor.
Here, wait a minute. Yeah, I can smell it. A bullet must have smashed open the gas tank.
We're out of petrol?
Yeah. Get it over to the side.
All right.
No, farther. Clear over to the canal bank. The irrigation ditch. Go on. All right. Come on, get out. Come on, hurry.
What are we going to do?
Here, give me a hand. We're going to get it rolling. Come on. Into the ditch. All right, come on, let's go.
Where? What do you mean?
They'll be along here any second. Find where we sank the car. Come after us. We don't have much time. Now, come on, let's get across that ditch.
In the water? No. I will not do it. I will not go into the water.
Oh, you won't, huh? All right.
Put me down. Stop.
Hold your breath. Now, just take it easy. Quit fighting and relax, will you? I'll get you across. It's only 20 feet wide. All right, easy now. All right, here we go. Now, grab the bank. Up you go.
Oh, if it takes me all my life, I'm going to kill you.
Maybe not. I might have to kill you first. Now, come on.
I am not going into that jungle with you. No matter what you do to me, I am not going.
Come on, move. Alacran had outmaneuvered me, outflanked me. There was no use trying to break south toward the capital. He had the whole area sewed up. So I decided on a gamble. I'd turn back, head for the last place on earth he'd look for me. The village of Monte Miguel itself. It was nearly midnight when we entered the village. I kept a tight grip on Maria's arm and hurried her through the back streets and alleys, heading toward Pepita's room on the other side of town. Though we didn't make it. A patrol of rebels came around the corner and moved toward us. We couldn't turn and run. We couldn't go on. We were trapped. But we'd stopped in front of a house built flush against the street. The door was only a few feet away. I stepped over and tried it. It was unlocked. I drew my gun and pushed the door open. All right, come on. There's no one in. Inside, quick.
What are you going to do?
Wait for the patrol to pass. Now be quiet. Here they come. Not a sound, Marie. Shh. Quiet. Oh, that was lucky. Well, double lucky, in fact. The head man here has gone out and left some clothes all ready for me. Pantalones, camisa, sarape, sombrero. Now, if we can find something for you...
What do you mean?
Well, dressed like we are, we don't have a chance. Oh, here. Here, this ought to do it. Catch you. Now, here's a shawl for you. You can throw it over your head and keep it around your face.
If you think I am going to change my clothes...
Get behind that curtain and do it any way you want, but get into that dress and do it fast. In a few minutes, we were back into the marketplace, walking rapidly. And then as we passed the great doors of the church, I froze in my tracks. Alecron. He was lounging in the back of a touring car, fat and evil. Here, this way.
Where?
Into the church. If he sees me, we're finished. Slow and solemn now. All right, up the steps. And keep your head down. Awed, half scared the way the villagers go in. All right. Up toward the front. Hurry. All right, in here. All right, this is far enough. Now kneel down. Well, we're safe for the moment, but
Padre, if you please.
Don't move, Maria. Don't cry out. The gun's pressed against your side. Keep your head down and pretend you're praying. Better yet, really pray.
You are listening to Violent Night, tonight's presentation on Escape. Next Monday night on CBS Radio, Ronald Reagan stars in the Lux Radio Theater adaptation of Carbine Williams with Wendell Corey and Gene Hagen in their original screen roles. Next Monday night, when you will also want to hear Tyrone Power in Suspense's production, The Guilty Always Run. And now, Escape and the second act of Violent Night.
The padre, white-haired and old, knelt at the altar and went on with his prayer, not hearing the summons from the back of the church. Some of the kneeling villagers turned to look and then turned back quickly. Beneath my serape, I kept the gun pressed tight against Maria's side.
Padre!
Alecron was walking up the aisle toward the front of the church, moving slowly and deliberately, stopping to glance along each row and study the kneeling worshippers.
You cannot come here with arms, my son. This is a place of peace.
Oh, and I am a very peaceful man, Padre, as long as I am not denied the things I want.
What is it you want?
A man. I'm told they have some woman with him. They may have come in here. I will only need a moment more to finish checking your followers.
No, I cannot permit that.
Padre, you know who I am. Now, we can be friends or we can be enemies, as you choose. Of course, burning a church is not to my liking.
Go. Wait outside if you wish. I am on the point of dismissing the congregation. You may watch them as they leave.
All right. You're clever at compromise, Padre. I'm sure we will learn to understand each other. Adios.
La misa está terminada. That is all, my children. Vayan con Dios. My son.
What is it, Padre?
This way. Follow me, both of you. Come quickly.
Come on, Maria.
Yes.
In here.
You're taking a big chance, Padre, if he finds out you're in trouble.
You have heard of sanctuary, my son? The sanctuary of the church?
Yes, of course.
Unfortunately, I cannot assure you that sanctuary, but perhaps I can help you in some small way to find your own sanctuary.
Thank you, Padre.
In a few minutes, when everyone has gone, he will be certain. Who is it?
Lalacran.
One moment.
I am informed that you're hiding a man and woman from the congregation. Open this door.
Have patience.
Now.
Here, behind the desk, there is a way out. All right. Go now, both of you, quickly. The passage opens on an alleyway behind the church.
Open now.
Hurry, my children.
Thank you, Padre.
Que vayan con Dios.
When we came into the open alleyway, we were on the very edge of the village, on a crooked path that ran between the walls and backs of the buildings on one side and the dark, dense mass of the Valle Diablo jungle on the other. But for a moment, we were safe.
Barry,
What?
back there, in the church, would you really have killed me?
Look, I'd hate to do anything to hurt you. But if I have to, I will.
Why do you hate me so much?
Hate you? I don't hate you. Why should I hate you? You're my ace in the hole. I've got nothing against you personally. You just picked the wrong man for a father, that's all. Wait, hold it.
Barry, don't shoot. It's only a child.
Yes, it's only a child, but he knows who we are. And he'll have the whole town out here in 2 minutes. There's no choice left. Now, come on.
Barry, what are you doing? Where are we going?
Into the jungle. Into the Valle Diablo. Yes.
I've got to rest. I can't go on much farther.
All right, Maria. We'll slow down and take it easier. I don't think he's going to find us now. I think maybe we got a chance.
Can't we stop, Barry?
No, in 10 minutes we wouldn't be able to move again. Now the sky's beginning to lighten. It'll be dawn in less than an hour. He can't chase us forever. He's got a revolution on his hands.
Barry, it's all been so strange. Like a nightmare. All mixed up. I hated you at first.
Oh, forget it.
I didn't know who you were, what you were doing to me. And finally, I began to understand. I don't hate you anymore, Barry.
Good, Maria. It works out better that way.
In fact, I'm afraid I like you very much.
What? Afraid?
Yes.
Maria, we'll be out of this before long, and what... Wait.
What is it, Barry?
There's the dogs.
What?
Yeah, they're trailing us with dogs. No matter where we go now, they'll find us.
Oh, Barry!
Come on, Maria. And we ran again, down the twisting jungle trail, on and on, knowing while we ran that there was no way out, no way of escape. And then suddenly we burst out into a clearing and stopped in our tracks. For ahead of us, dark and ancient, its stones worn by tropic rains, grown over with lichen and moss, was a Mayan pyramid, built by men dead for centuries, lost and forgotten in the Valle Diablo. We broke into a run, crossed the clearing.
We are going inside, Barry?
Oh, why not? What have we got to lose?
Nothing at all, Mr. O'Grady.
Hollycrot. All right, inside, quick, Marie.
Excellent. right into the trap, just as I hoped.
He's behind us somewhere.
At the edge of the clearing there.
I've been here for some time, you know, waiting for my beaters to drive you out of the brush. Oh, always predictable, Mr. O'Grady. One knows precisely what you are going to do before you do it.
Alecron, listen to me. I've got Maria with me.
Oh, I recognize her at once.
Then listen. Before I let you take me, I'll kill her. Do you understand?
That's entirely up to you, Mr. O'Grady. First you fire at my voice and miss, then an empty gun. Embarrassing, isn't it, Mr. O'Grady? Now my fun begins.
Come on, Maria, back inside, quick. Well, I'm out of cartridges. All we can do now is run. Run as far and as long as we can.
And then what, Barry? You killed me, as you told him you would.
You know better. I thought the threat would hold him off, but it didn't. You heard him.
Yes. I heard him. It is not a surprise, Barry. My father has hated me for years. I did not come in handy like you hoped.
Where are you, Mr. O'Grady? Are you scared now? Running?
Maria, keep moving as quiet as possible.
Maybe you need something to help you run, Mr. O'Grady.
He's got a machine pistol. Hurry.
I cannot go so quickly.
What are you afraid of, Mr. O'Grady? You're not afraid that day at the plantation. Is this what bothers you, perhaps?
It's no use, Barry. It's no use.
Maria, wait. Look, there's a ledge right above us here. I can feel it when I reach up. Broken boulders. Now, there's a chance. Now, listen to me, Maria. You go on alone.
Oh.
Make a noise. Talk so that he'll think that we're still together. Do you understand? I'm going to wait for him here. Right up on that ledge. All right, now go on.
All right.
Go on.
But, oh, be careful. Be very careful.
I scrambled up on the ledge and got set. And I felt around in the dark and found a rock as big as a man's head. And then I waited.
You're tiring yourself for nothing, Mr. O'Grady. There's only one way out, you know. This way.
I raised the rock and waited. He was close now, very close. I listened to his steps, trying to judge his position by the sound.
You're not being very friendly, Mr. O'Grady, and I feel very warm for you.
He was right below me. I raised the rock and smashed it down on his head. It's all right, Maria. It's all over.
Sorry.
Maria. 2 weeks in that stinking jail, and now you drag me out and bring me down here to the harbor. Why, Captain?
This way, Senor O'Grady.
All right, so you won the revolution. Now you're the new government. All right, fine. I got nothing against you. My fight with Alecron was personal. You know that.
Quite true, Senor O'Grady. I know that. However, Alecron was one of our leaders. You killed him. The usual sentence is death by a firing squad.
I know that, Captain.
Instead, we are permitting you to leave the country. The launch is waiting to take you out to the ship. You should consider yourself very fortunate, Senor O'Grady.
Captain, look. There was a girl, Maria, Alecron's daughter. Where is Maria?
I believe you are speaking of my wife, Senor.
Your wife?
You are escaping a death sentence, Senor. But I must warn you, that if you ever return to the Republic, that sentence will be carried out.
Your wife?
Maria and I were married yesterday at the Church of Santa Isabel. As a wedding gift to Maria, I gave her your life. Your ship is waiting, Senor O'Grady. Adios.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Violent Night by Les Crutchfield, starring William Conrad and Joyce McCluskey. Featured in the cast were Don Diamond, Ben Wright, and Edgar Barrier, with Michael Ann Barrett, Byron Kane, and Richard Beals. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are standing in a lonely forest clearing. The dawn turned gray by the creeping fog. While standing only yards from you, his eyes filled with his hate for you, is a man who's come to take your life. Unless you first take his.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Alexander Dumas' classic story, The Second Shot. Rich in comedy, rich in human interest, rich in novelty. That's Rich, starring Stan Freberg, Friday nights on CBS Radio. It's the lively, refreshing Stars Address situation comedy called That's Rich, which it certainly is, every Friday night on most of these stations. Just you make a date, tie a little string around your favorite chair so you'll remember to listen, and laugh with That's Rich. Friday nights, too, enjoy a full hour Arthur Godfrey Digest on the CBS Radio Network.
You, finding life rather dull, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else, we offer you Escape.
Escape with us now to Malaya, where a young doctor and a beautiful girl are faced with the horrors of plague and the bloody holocaust of a native revolt. As Charles Israel tells it in Funeral Fires. Burning the dead. The column of flames sucked up against the night sky of the river town, leaned against it, held. And from far away, the dirge, the Malays mourning their dead. Then, drifting down to the landing where I stood, somehow the word, always the word in Malay and Chinese and English, plague. Plague had come to Lahore. Plague. That's why I was here. All the way from Delhi I'd come. My plague ceremony. The police lieutenant who met me at the rickety little wharf had been there for 5 days already. He was very young, and he didn't like his job.
Rather awful service. Don't you think so, sir?
And it's going to get worse.
You brought serum, sir. That should do the trick.
It should, but it's not that easy. Every time a native sees a needle, he takes off for the hills, thinks it's something to kill him quicker.
Not these natives, sir. There was a plague epidemic here about 15 years ago. serum wiped it out. The natives call it foreign devil medicine, but they respect it.
That's good. It'll save us some time.
Oh, there'll be a boy here in a minute for your luggage.
Good.
I'm glad you've finally arrived, sir. It's good to have a doctor here.
Well, they told me there was a doctor here. A Dr. Grimes.
Well, it says doctor on his sign, sir.
Fine. Need his help.
I wouldn't count on it, sir.
Why not?
You'll see, sir.
What are you talking about?
Wait till you meet Dr. Grimes. If you want a bit of free advice, sir, I'd rely more on Miss Randall.
Miss Randall? Who's she?
An American, sir.
An American? Well, what's she doing here?
I don't know, sir, but she walked in and took over the whole ruddy show. Converted an old warehouse into a hospital. Been slaving day and night. Wonderful, sir.
Lieutenant!
Someone's calling you, Lieutenant.
He'll find me.
Who?
Compatriot of yours.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant. I've looked all over town for you. Now I'd like to know who's allowed all this. You responsible for this, Lieutenant?
Responsible for what, Mr. Ford?
For this here funeral business. Every native in Lepore down there by that fire.
Is there anything wrong with that, Mr. Ford?
I'll tell the world there's something wrong. My whole night, every last man down there singing and carrying on.
I'm afraid I can't stop them, Mr. Ford.
You'd better stop them, Lieutenant. Get down there and send them back on the job.
He can't stop them, Ford.
Huh? Who are you?
My name is Donovan, Dr. Mark Donovan.
So your name is Donovan. So that don't give you a right. Hey, wait a minute. Holy smoke, man. You're an American.
That's right.
Well, now, that's different. Shake hands, Doc. Holy smoke. Why didn't you say so? Ford is my moniker. That name's as American as the hole in a lifesaver. Oscar R. Ford, Cleveland, Ohio. Ever been to Cleveland, Doc?
What are you doing in Lepore, Ford?
Rubber. On a rubber plantation near here. Best little outfit in the whole shebang. And you know why, Doc? Because it's run by an American, that's why. Efficiency. Say, Doc, you'll get my men back to work, won't you?
I'm here to wipe out plague in Lepore, Ford.
Oh, sure, Doc. That's what I mean. Wipe out the plague. We'll show him, Doc. And if you need help, you can count on Oscar R. Ford. Remember that, Doc.
Yeah. I'll call you when I need you. Lieutenant?
Yes, sir?
I'll be going over to the hospital.
Right, sir. Straight down this road, sir. You can't miss it.
Thanks. I'll let you know when we're ready to set up our serum station.
Right you are, sir.
I left him standing there with Ford and walked through the town. Everywhere I turned, I brushed against death. It got into my nostrils, crept into the lining of my clothes. The deserted streets shrieked of it. So did a ravaged face seen through the door of a straw hut. Plague. And only the serum I brought with me could stop it. I walked into the warehouse that had been converted into a hospital. Rows of people lying on the wooden floor, hundreds of them, the dying and the dead. And I saw her, the lieutenant's girl, on her knees beside a dying man. She looked up at me.
Hand me that cloth, please.
This one?
No, not that one. There, in the basin. Bring out the water first.
Miss Randall?
Yes? What do you want?
My name is Mark Donovan. I've just come in from Delhi.
That's fine. I'm busy.
I'm a doctor.
Did you bring the serum with you?
Yes?
Well, get it and get to work.
Miss Randall, I'm in charge here now.
I'm sorry. It's just that I'm tired.
I know. I need your help. We're going to set up a serum station
It's about time. When do we start?
as soon as we can get organized.
Good.
Oh, by the way, Miss Randall, is Dr. Grimes around?
The rum pot?
The resident medical officer.
Look, if you want to find Grimes, there's only one gin parlor in Lepore. They call it the Nine Dragons. He'll be there.
Thanks. Miss Randall,
Yes?
get yourself some sleep, huh?
Sure, Doctor. As soon as they stop dying.
Hey, you there, boy. You seen Dr. Grimes?
Dr. Grimes, sir, you will find him there, sir, at that corner table.
Oh, thanks. You're Dr. Grimes?
What if I am? Who wants to know?
I'm Dr. Mark Donovan, World Health Organization. I just got in from Delhi.
Hey, well, now, that's a fancy introduction, laddie. That's worth the drink to you. Here, laddie. Come, drink up.
No, thanks.
Dinna be that way, laddie. Take it.
No, thanks.
Take a glass, laddie. Take it. We'll have a wee toast. That'll be the ticket. Wee toast.
I said no.
You didn't have to knock the drink from my hand, laddie.
Dr. Grimes, how soon can you be ready to give plague injections?
There's no blasted plague here, young man.
You're drunk.
I say there's no plague here. No plague, you hear? That's what I say, and that's what I mean.
Come on, Grimes, we'll get some coffee.
You're insolent, young man. I'm in charge here.
Let's go, Grimes.
You've come to send a bad report on me, have you not? Aye. Well, you'll not do it.
I said come on.
Aye. I'm coming, young man. I'm coming.
Put that knife away.
Coming right at you, laddie.
I told you to put that knife away. Get up.
You want to send a bad report on me now, will you, laddie? Now, you tell me you won't.
Get up.
Now, what is it you want from me, laddie?
Meet me at the hospital in 1 hour. We're going to begin shooting serum.
Anything you say, laddie, only if you please, no bad report.
Just be there.
I'll be there.
I looked back at him. He was standing propped up against the table, staring at me. And he was grinning like a great, evil cat. Grinning. I walked through the swinging doors into the street. Outside was silence. The cool silence just before dawn. I stood there, letting it surround me.
Don't be rude, Mr. Wu.
He stood barring my way. On his shoulder was perched a tiny black monkey. The Chinese leaned his face close to mine.
Please to talk with me. And if you are kind, also with Mr. Wu.
Another time, huh? I'm in a big hurry.
Mr. Wu is my greatest friend, the ruler of King Tu's pet shop. I am Kung.
Well, I'm sorry,
Please.
but...
No, Dr. Donovan. It is to save your life that I desire to enter into conversation.
How do you know my name?
I know many things. Please to talk with me.
All right. To make it quick.
To waste time is not Countess West. To hold time is his greatest ambition. This is not Mr. Wu.
Go ahead, Mr. Kung.
My father was Chinese. My mother, Malay. What the Chinese and Lapur choose not to tell, I learned from the family of my mother.
Look, Mr. Kung.
If you value your life, leave Lapur. Leave at once.
What are you talking about? Why should I leave?
What a pity, Doctor. Mr. Wu says he's tired.
Look, just a minute, Mr. Kung. We haven't finished talking yet.
Another time, Mother Doctor. Mr. Wu says he must go now. Say goodbye, Mr. Wu.
He backed away from me, nodding and bowing, and the monkey on his shoulder doing the same. I turned and started for the hotel. Dawn was coming. The funeral fires were spent, the dirges finished, the Malays gone back to their huts to sleep. It was almost daylight when I climbed the stairs and walked down the hall to my room.
I've been waiting for you. Where have you been?
What are you doing here, Miss Randall?
I'm here. That's enough.
I asked you why you're here.
To help with the serum. You're going to need help, aren't you?
Yes?
Good. Well, do we get the serum?
Remind me to ask you a question, Miss Randall.
Like what?
Like, what brought you to Lepore?
I'll remind you. The serum, Doctor.
All right. Here in this closet.
Yes? Doctor, what's the matter? Doctor.
What?
I said, what's the matter with you?
The serum.
What about it?
It's been stolen.
Escape under the direction of Norman MacDonald returns in just a moment. The new CBS comedy star, Frank Fontaine, will pay a visit to CBS's Jack Benny this evening. The young comedian, who's celebrated for his impression of a sweepstakes winner and for his other impressions, will be given a royal welcome, even though Jack believes in buying a sweepstakes ticket only when a single horse is in the race. Mary, Dennis, Don, Phil, and Rochester will be on hand, too. So join the fun that only the Jack Benny Show can bring tonight on CBS. And now, back to Escape.
When they sent me from Delhi to Lepore, they said it was plague. And they said it was bad. Now I was here, and it was the way they said it would be. Plague and bad. Only from here on, it was going to be worse, because the serum I brought with me was gone. Someone had stolen it from the closet where I'd locked it. Someone who wanted to keep the plague in Lepore. I stood there in my hotel room, staring into the empty closet.
How long are you going to stand there, Doctor?
I can't believe it.
Face it, there's no serum.
Well, it was there. I put it there myself, right next to that bromoquinine.
Cold tablets won't stop a plague, Doctor.
I said I put it there.
I heard you, but I don't have to believe you.
I don't care what you believe.
Maybe you sold the serum before you ever came to Lepore. Maybe you're trying to cover yourself.
Sold it? Why would I want to do that?
How do I know why you'd sell it? You'd have an angle.
All right, you said what you wanted to say. Get out.
All right, I'm going.
Wait a minute. I want to ask you a question.
And I'll give you an answer. The police, Lieutenant. That's where I'm going.
How long were you in my room before I got here?
I'm going to the police, Doctor.
How long were you here?
You won't get out of it.
How long?
I don't know. 15 minutes, maybe 20. Not very long.
Long enough to take the serum yourself.
Sure. I was here that long.
Long enough to hide it and then come back here.
You're forgetting something.
Like what?
I had no reason to take it.
You've got a reason.
Like what?
What are you doing in Lepore?
Maybe I write books.
Maybe you steal serum.
You'd better get that serum back, Doctor. There are people dying. It's your fault. Get it back. Goodbye, Doctor.
And I had a couple of things to do. Ask the lieutenant to organize a search patrol. Cable Delhi for more serum. 4 days it would take to get here. 4 days of raging death. Because I had no serum, people would die before the sun went down. People who didn't have to die. And Miss Randall had said it. It was my fault. All right, just a minute.
Master, you no move. You listen.
Who are you?
Number 1 boy in shop of 1 Conte.
Conte. Oh, the old man with the monkey?
That same, Conte.
All right. You got a message? What is it?
Conte say, Master pay $5. Here, message.
Here. Now, what's the message?
Conte say, he know Master have trouble. Conte say, Master, come see him chop chop. No come chop, too late.
Is that all?
Him say come chop, master.
Anything was worth a try. I found Kung Tae's pet shop in a narrow, musty street just off the marketplace. It wasn't difficult to pick out because there was a crowd jammed around the door. Holding them back were 2 Malay police. I pushed through the crowd and up to the open door.
Oh, good morning, sir. I didn't expect to see you here.
What's all this about, Lieutenant?
You haven't heard, sir?
Heard what?
About the unpleasantness.
What unpleasantness? What are you trying to tell me?
You'd better come inside with me, sir.
All right. Oh, what's this unpleasantness you're talking about?
Right over there, sir. In the corner.
Kung Tae. What happened, Lieutenant?
Murder. A large caliber bullet, I'd say. Probably a .45. You want to examine him, sir?
No, that won't be necessary.
Quite right, sir. You know, I can't understand it.
What?
You see, sir, besides yourself, there are only 3 foreigners in that pool. Miss Randall, Mr. Ford, and Dr. Grant.
Well?
Well, that's it, sir. Why should one of them want to kill the old man?
Oh. How do you know it was one of them?
Weapon. Native skill with a knife for a rope. Mostly a rope. Never with a gun.
Yes, that's interesting, Lieutenant. And there's something else I don't think natives do.
What's that, sir?
Steal serum.
I meant to ask you about the serum, sir. Miss Randall mentioned it to me. There's going to be trouble, sir.
With Miss Randall?
With the natives, sir. I told you they were waiting for medicine. And somehow it's gotten out of them. They know you don't have the serum.
They're right, Lieutenant. It's been stolen. Look, I want all the foreigners in Lepore at your office an hour from now. Can you arrange it?
Yes, sir. You think there's some connection?
Between the murder and the serum? Maybe. Can you have them there?
If you don't mind my saying so, this sounds like a police matter.
You're wrong, Lieutenant. It's medical. Strictly medical.
I don't understand, sir.
You will. Just get those people to your office,
Yes, sir. Miss Randall, Mr. Ford, and Dr. Grimes.
You forgot somebody, Lieutenant.
Who, sir?
You?
Me, sir? Quite right. I forgot, sir.
I turned and walked out of the shop into the street. I had trouble getting through the crowd. It didn't mean much when somebody poked an elbow in my face. That could have been an accident, but not the man who jumped out in front of me and spat on the ground at my feet. This was no accident. This was meant for me. All at once, they were silent, watching me. Then from the hills outside the town, the sound of a drum, slow, ominous. And from somewhere in Lepore itself, the answer, urgent, threatening. Finally, I understood. It had gotten out to the natives. Somehow the people had found out that I had lost the serum, and in their minds I was the medicine man who had failed, the man who was making them die. My plan for getting the serum back had to work. I picked up my medical bag from the hotel, hurried to the lieutenant's office, a one-room wooden shack near the edge of town. I had things almost set up when the first person arrived. It was Miss Randall.
What's all this about? What are you trying to do?
It'll take a little while, Miss Randall. Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
She stood and watched me take things out of my bag and place them on the table. The hypodermic syringes, needles, alcohol, and finally the little vial of colorless liquid. Then Dr. Grimes came in, cold sober. He walked across the room, sat down where he could look at me.
The natives know something, laddie. Something you didn't want them to know. They're heading this way. Aye.
Take your hands off!
I had a little trouble with this one, sir.
And you're gonna have more, so help me.
Sit down, Ford.
Why, you little two-bit quack, I said sit down.
Well,
That's better.
well, laddie, you've got us all here. Now perhaps you'll tell us why.
There is an epidemic on. I'm going to inoculate all of you with plague serum.
What are you talking about? You haven't got any serum.
Just this one vial from my bag, Miss Randall. The rest was stolen. All right, Ford, you first. Roll up your sleeve.
Yeah.
That's right. Now. It wasn't that bad, Ford. All right, now you, Miss Randall.
You're gentle, Doctor.
Grimes?
Aye, laddie. Get it over with. Yeah.
Okay, Doc. Now we've had the shots. I'll be going now.
Now, just a minute. Nobody leaves here.
What?
Oh,
Now,
wait
laddie.
a minute. I said nobody leaves here. Lieutenant, stand by the door.
Yes, sir.
What's the big idea?
This morning, somebody stole plague serum from my room. I want that serum back.
That's your worry, Doctor.
Yeah. My worry and yours now. All of you. Because one of you took that serum.
You're off your rocket, Doc.
Maybe you took it, Ford. You got a rubber plantation. You could shoot your workers full of serum.
Well, what would I want to do that for?
Oh, efficiency, Ford. The workers on the other plantations would die, and you'd have the field to yourself. Or you, Grimes. You were afraid I'd tell you I had office about you.
I know you're wrong, laddie.
You've had it pretty good till now, haven't you? No work, plenty of gin. You were afraid I'd spoil it. So you thought you'd make it look bad for me, too.
No, laddie, you've got it wrong.
All right, Doc, you've got us here. Now, what are you going to do?
I've already done it.
You've done what?
That injection I gave all of you. It wasn't serum. That was plague bacteria. Straight plague.
So, what does that mean, Doc?
Well, it means I have to get that serum within an hour. Otherwise, every one of you is going to get plague. That's right. And think about it. Plague. Pain a human can't stand. Then when you get used to it, you die. Each one of you.
This is ridiculous.
You're going to die, all of you, because there's no serum. Serum would save you. Serum I haven't got.
Look, Doctor. Those sick people at the hospital. They need me. Let me go there.
You forget, Miss Randall, you're sick, too. You've got plague. You're going to die.
I'm not forgetting. Let me go to the hospital, Doctor. Please.
Now, what could you do there? Put cold towels on their heads? It doesn't help.
It doesn't help much. I know that. They die just the same. But at least they're comfortable.
Don't do it, Doc. Don't let her go. It ain't right. If she goes, we all go.
You keep out of this. Doctor, please.
I can't, Miss Randall. Mr. Ford says it wouldn't be right to let you go.
Keep her here, Doc. Here with the rest of us.
I told you to keep out of it.
Want a weasel on me, don't you?
You're a fool. Fat and a fool.
Yeah. I'd be a fool to let you get out of here.
Doctor?
You'll stay here, Miss Randall.
But there's no point in...
You heard what the doc says. Stay here.
This is your fault, Ford. It's all your fault, the whole thing.
I said shut up!
You're going to say something, Miss Randall?
I've got nothing to say.
All right. We'll wait. We'll wait here as long as...
Hey, rocks, laddie. They're throwing rocks.
Ford,
What do you want?
how do you feel?
I feel all right.
That's funny. It's sweating. But if you say you feel all right, fine. Because in a little while you won't feel so good. And you won't feel anything. You'll be dead. Have anything to tell me, Ford? All right. We'll wait.
Doctor,
Uh-huh.
nothing.
All right. You're going to die, Miss Randall.
Die. Don't let me die.
Where's the serum?
Make him tell. Make Ford tell where it is.
She's crazy.
Tell him. Tell him how you paid me to steal it.
Don't listen to her.
Tell him, Ford, you wanted the serum for your own workers. You killed Conte because he found out.
Don't go for it! Keep him covered, Lieutenant. All right, Ford, where's that serum?
How do you like that? Trust the day.
The serum, Ford, where is it?
It's in my house, the living room. Under the floorboard.
Get it, Doctor. I don't want to die. Please. Please.
Lieutenant, you speak Malay? Yes, sir. Get out there and tell those people they'll have serum in 30 minutes.
Right, sir. Pleasure.
And take these two with you.
Aye, you're a hard one, laddie.
You ready for work, Grimes?
But laddie, you'll be taking care of me first, will you not?
Oh, you're taken care of, Grimes.
Aye, I'm taking care of. You fill me full of plague.
Oh, not plague. Water.
Water?
Yeah, water. Don't worry, it was distilled.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Funeral Fires by Charles Israel. Lamont Johnson was starred as Mark, with Georgia Ellis as the girl Alice. Featured in the cast were Don Diamond, Ben Wright, Wilms Herbert, and Leon Lontock. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Ivan Ditmars.
Next week, escape with us to the barren wastes of northern Mexico and the story of $1 million in cash to be had for the asking, if you live. As Anthony Ellis tells it in his exciting story, This Side of Nowhere.
Wouldn't you like to help wipe out tuberculosis? Wouldn't you like to help those now afflicted with the dread disease and prevent others from getting it? All the wonderful work carried on by the National Tuberculosis Association is financed by the sale of the Christmas seals you buy each year. So don't forget, help to fight TB by putting a Christmas seal on every letter you write. Escape is one of the fine programs the CBS brings you every Sunday afternoon. On most of these same stations, you can also hear the New York Philharmonic Symphony, the Symphonette, the Arthur Godfrey Digest, the new Meet Frank Sinatra show, Earn Your Vacation, and Make Believe Town. Stay tuned now for Make Believe Town, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you spend an hour with Frank Sinatra every Sunday afternoon on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You, finding life rather dull, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you Escape.
In the spirit of the Christmas season and its magic effect on all men, Escape brings you a charming fantasy about a small boy who discovered a delightful new world and lived forever after in its enchantment, as Anthony Ellis tells it in The Cave.
It's on days like this that I remember how it used to be before I found the cave. This day in particular. Of course, it's hard to see everything as it really was. Time has a habit of distorting the memories. Memories. Christmas. Christmas Day. Oh, what a long time ago that was. I was 10. And an unpopular uncle had distinguished himself by giving me a flashlight. And it was enormous. 4 batteries and a most incredible gleam to its metal case. I couldn't wait to try it out. And because it was still early afternoon, I could think of only one place that was dark enough for the exciting test. The cave. The big cave whose mouth was near the sand dunes and whose recess was rumored to be miles deep. George Fennell and I had never ventured more than 200 yards or so inside, but on that Christmas afternoon I knew that the cold darkness of the cave would have no fears for George and me. We met near the dunes as arranged to compare notes on our respective Christmas presents. It was quite warm, and the snow was beginning to melt in patches. A few gulls were wheeling about nearby. It was as I have remembered it all my life.
That's keen. Listen, I bet it'll work like a searchlight tonight.
I guess it would, all right.
Maybe they'll let us stay up tonight. If it doesn't get cold, we could play pirate. I use my new gun.
I thought we might go in the cave this afternoon.
Hey, that's keen. Oh, maybe they'll get sore. I had to get all dressed up today.
Don't get dirty. Besides, we could go a real long way inside with this.
I wouldn't want to go in too far. They say the cave goes off in a lot of tunnels. You can get lost.
Maybe. Haven't got a flashlight.
Sure, that's right. And with my gun, sure, we can explore. Come on. I'll race you to the cave.
I won the race, and we stood at the entrance of the big cave. The arch had a span of about 25 feet, but just inside, it widened until the walls were 70 feet apart and the ceiling was over 50. As we passed from sunlight to shadow, I turned for a moment and looked down to the sea. At the water's edge, a gull stood, motionless, looking up at us. And then, solemnly, as though with disapproval, it too turned about and gazed out over the water. The opening of the cave receded and became small, and we went deeper and deeper.
Shine it up there, Dan. Way up.
Okay.
Gee, I bet that's high.
A mile, I guess.
You're dilly, a mile. Maybe 100 feet. Bang, bang. Boy, that's keen. Just like a real gun.
Come on, let's look. Let's look the cave down here. It looks like a turn, see?
Well, okay, but we better not go too far.
Matter, you scared?
Heck no, but... Well, I gotta get back for dinner. They'll get awful sore if I'm late.
Oh, you won't be late. Come on. I want to see what's around here.
Okay. Hold the light on my gun. I gotta reload. Fish. Who ever heard of fish in a stream like this? Where'd they come from, huh? Where?
I don't know. They say there are fish in caves sometimes. Blind fish.
That's silly.
What are you stopping for?
We gotta go back now.
Why?
Because it's late. Besides, how do you know which tunnel we took? How? Maybe we could get lost.
Listen. Maybe if we keep on going, we'll find treasure in here.
Treasure?
Sure stands to reason. Maybe like in the pirate book. Somebody came here and buried treasure. Henry Morgan or somebody.
No.
Sure stands to reason. Everybody's like you. They say no, but just suppose. If no one's looked, how'd they know?
I think we'd better get back. Maybe tomorrow we can look. Cave's getting awful narrow.
You might even find old pirate bones and swords.
You got too much imagination. I heard them saying so at home. I don't want to go any farther.
I'm going to.
Okay. Give me the flashlight.
No. You want to go back? You go back in the dark.
They'll be mad. It's late.
Just for a little while. If we don't find anything, well, then we'll go back.
All right. But only a little while.
I'm thirsty.
You better not drink out of that water. It's probably poison.
Why? Hold the light. I'm going to have a drink.
There you are. See, I told you. Now you'll probably die. Poison.
It's like the ocean.
Hey, look.
What?
There, coming down the stream, that white thing.
Yeah.
Looks like a piece of paper.
I'm gonna get it. Hold on my hand.
You'll fall in.
Oh, I won't.
Got it. What is it?
I don't know. It looks like a handkerchief.
That's silly. It's too small. Who'd use a handkerchief like that?
My mother does.
Gee, I'd hate to blow my nose on that. You can almost see through it.
How'd it get down here?
Who cares?
Maybe it's a message.
Huh?
Like from someone in distress.
I'm going home.
Like a damsel in distress in the pirate book. Hey, we gotta find out. Give me my flashlight. We'll follow the stream.
We followed the stream. We walked by it as the cave twisted and curved. We didn't notice the passageway, which had been getting smaller all the time, suddenly widen out, and the stream, which was becoming a river, and the river... The river.
Hey,
what?
Where's the other side of the water?
There isn't any. It keeps going. It's like a lake.
Or maybe a sea. There's little waves.
Dan.
Huh?
Turn the light around.
The walls are gone. There's no walls.
There's gotta be. It's a cave.
There's no top to it either.
It's just too high to see, that's all. Let's go home. Let's go home right now.
What are you afraid of?
I'm not, but I'm hungry and it's Christmas. Well, I got things to play with. Come on, Dan. Come on, I want to get outside. What'd you do that for? Turn on the light. Turn it on.
Don't you notice something?
You turn that on. Give it to me.
Oh, wait a minute. I want you to see something. I'll turn it on.
You give it to me. I'm not going to play with you anymore. You give it.
See what you've done?
It's all your fault. I didn't want to come in here anyway. How are we going to get back? It's dark.
No, it isn't. That's what I wanted you to see. Look up there.
I don't see anything.
You will.
Oh. It's like stars. Way, way up.
That's what it is. It's stars.
We stood there, George and I, 10 years old, and for a moment no longer afraid because of the wonder of the thing. There was light from a sky that I knew I'd never seen before. Yet I knew I was still in the big cave because when I spoke, the echo of my voice returned.
It's beautiful.
I can't find it. The water's too deep. Dan. Dan.
That's funny.
You're always saying that. It's not going to be funny when we can't get
Listen.
home. Dan! Dan!
Now you do it.
What for? It's just an old echo.
Go on.
George.
There. How can there be an echo when there's no cave anymore?
You're trying to scare me. Well, I'm going. You can come too if you want. Dan, please.
Oh, but nobody's ever been in here ever. I bet we're the first. Except for pirates, maybe. I wish we could see more.
If my mother hadn't taken away my matches, we could find our way out okay. Golly, it's night. Come on. Please. I'm hungry. Somebody's here. Somebody else.
Sounds like it's over there.
No. Don't go, Dan. Dan. I'm scared. I don't like this place.
Go home if you want to. I can see someone. Look.
Gee.
He's digging in the sand.
Don't let's go any closer, Dan.
Let go of me. I want to see what he's doing.
No. Look.
There's some other people. They got swords.
Got you, Namby, you scurvy wretch. Look on him, bullies.
No, don't hit me, Captain. I just wanted to see if the treasure was still there. It's the truth, I did.
I'll show you what's there, you pot-bellied toad.
No, Captain, no. You're killing me. No, please, no. I wasn't touching the treasure. Don't hit me again. Don't kill me.
I haven't started to kill you yet, Nemmy. Come on, bullies. Lie on. We'll exercise our appetite for the feast.
Escape, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, returns in just a moment. There's nothing quite as depressing as being hungry. Hunger is the hand which crushes the will to work. Hunger is the enemy of hope. And there are many, many hungry people today in the war-anguished lands of Europe and the Far East. You can restore that will to work. You can restore hope by combating hunger. And your weapon of combat is a care package. For $10, you can send a care package today. Keep sending them until those people can take care of themselves. And now, back to Escape.
In that faint light from the stars of another world, the world of the big cave, George and I watched. We could only see shadows until someone lit a lantern. And then I knew that I'd been right.
Pirates! Pirates!
I want to go home.
Pirates they were. The most glorious, the gaudiest pirates to sail under the Jolly Roger. The leader was a huge man with a fine, bushy beard and a voice like the trombone in the village band.
How shall we cook him, bullies? Broiled or steamed?
No, Captain, no! He's too tough a morsel for that, Captain. I say, roast him.
Aye, Jim. Roast it'll be.
Nothing like roast Namby, I always say.
We'll cut out his heart first and feed it to the dog. Namby, you lily-livered aggravation, say your prayer.
He's going to kill him. I don't want to watch him.
Who was that?
I don't know, Captain. Sounded like a boy.
A boy? A boy?
Mayhap 'twas the Lady Alicia.
Bilge. She's in the dungeon, Gunfallen.
Aye, that's true.
It came from over there. Hold the lantern high, Shield.
They'll get us, Dan. We gotta run.
Don't be afraid. If you're not afraid, nothing can happen.
Do you see anything, Gunfallen?
You know it, but save us all. 'Tis a boy. There's two of them.
Well, stop a minute. Boy. Hold the little demon. That's it. Boys. Two small boys.
What'll we do with them, Captain?
Hang them, I say. Hang them. They're out of the treasure. You. Were it not Christmas, Namby, I should have turned you inside out. How'd you bliss a blethering jaw? Aye, Captain. Aye. Boy, what's your name?
Dan Embry, sir.
On that one.
George.
He's my friend, George. George Fennel. His father's a policeman.
Where'd you come from, boy?
Greenfield? That's outside the cave.
Cave? What cave? What do you do here? Whose spies are you? Answer!
right here, that's all.
Exploring? Where's your ship?
We didn't come in a ship.
What, no ship?
They're boys, Captain. What harm can they do? Come, it's Christmas. I say feed them and send them on their way.
What's Christmas got to do with it? If they're spies, it's the blame for them.
We're not spies. Honest.
We'll look into this further. Meantime, the goose and suckling pig should be ready. I say it's time for the feast. Out by you with it. Are you hungry, boy?
Yes, sir.
And him?
He's hungry, too.
Then join us. And Merry Christmas. For no man can say Captain Blackton lacks the Christian spirit. Am I right, Namby?
You're right, Captain. Right as rain.
I'd have slit your gullet had you said me nay. Merry Christmas. And break out the rum barrel.
I remember that day, that long ago, the great dining board set upon trestles, with fruits, wine, roast goose, pig, the pirates roughed in their colorful patched clothing, the songs, and the drinking, and stories of home and sea. Such Christmases are dreamt of, and I had dreamed it to come true. George sat next to me, eyes wide and unbelieving. And after the plum pudding, we were called on to sing a carol. And as we sang, they became quiet, and each sat lost with his own thoughts of sweetness and sadness. The little man Namby, bird-like and asleep. Gonfalon, thin as a twig, a patch over one eye, and the other kindly and wise. Schill and the captain, tears coursing down their cheeks. These were my pirates, my own.
Well done. Well done, I say. A dollop of rum for the boys.
Captain, this being a happy day with us, let's share with those less fortunate.
Less fortunate? Oh, we're all well met.
The Lady Alicia.
Nay, she is our prisoner. Until ransom is paid, so she will remain.
What matter if she grace our table for the evening? It has been long since a woman's been with us.
Aye. Very well. Send the prisoner here. Bring her from the dungeon.
Then I thought of the fine lace handkerchief we had found in the stream. Would this prisoner, the Lady Alicia, would she have sent the message of distress? And how? They brought her in. And to me, she looked as she should have looked. The most beautiful lady in the world. Gowned in silks, with a pale but proud face. I fell in love with her, and I was 10. As the night wore on, the pirates grew drowsy. One after another, their heads drooped, and soon all were asleep. Even George, sitting small in his great chair, nodded. I went to the Lady Alicia's side.
It was your handkerchief we found in the stream, wasn't it?
Yes, I had not dared to hope.
But they have you locked in a dungeon.
Beyond my window is a running brook. I prayed that when I dropped the kerchief,
It would by some happy chance be discovered.
I found it all right.
You are very brave to have come here.
How long have they kept you in prison?
6 months now. We were sailing to the Indies. Our ship was taken, and I alone survived. Now they hold me for ransom.
That's terrible. Gosh, I wish I could do something to save you.
There is nothing.
I know I'm not very big, but maybe I could fight them.
There are too many for you.
They're all asleep. Come on, we can get away now. Let's go home.
Home?
Sure, our folks are going to be mad.
George, we gotta save her.
If you could but escape and deliver a message to my father.
Sure, okay. Where does he live?
London. Lord Basingstoke. He will reward you well.
Sure. But we gotta go now.
I don't want to leave you. They'll be angry when they wake up.
My hope will rest in you. I shall pray for your safety and return.
Gee whiz, Dan. Come on.
Go ahead. I'll be right along.
Okay, but hurry up. I'll wait by the water.
Will you be all right?
Yes.
Suppose I come back and you're not here.
I shall try to leave a message.
I'm Dan.
I know.
When I get older, I'll marry you. You're beautiful.
I'll wait for you. You must go before they awake.
I don't want to go.
You will come back to me. Here.
I love you.
Hurry up, Dan. Gee whiz, I want to get home. They'll be mad. Mother said not to be late for dinner.
We gotta save Lady Alicia. Don't forget.
Okay, but hurry up. Dark. Do you know which way to go?
I know.
I don't want to fall in the stream and get all wet. I got my good clothes on.
You won't.
I'm sorry I dropped your flashlight in. I'll save up, get you another.
I don't mind.
I bet it's awful late. I'm glad it's Christmas. Maybe they won't mind.
We followed the tunnels one to the other. The stream flowed with us, urging us on. It was dark, but I knew the way. We felt along the damp walls of the cave, and at every step we moved further away from my world. And suddenly, from a great distance, we saw a tiny circle of light, a dot which grew and grew until it was the size of a gold sovereign.
There it is, Dan. It's the entrance. And it's still light out. I won't be late for dinner.
And I was afraid. I was afraid because I knew that if I stepped out into that sunlight, I should never be able to find my way back again. Never.
Hey, what are you stopping for? Why?
George?
If we run, we can be home before the sun goes down. For Pete's sake, Dan, what's the matter with you?
I'm not coming with you.
Oh, gee, what's the...
I gotta go back.
Go back? What do you want to do that for?
I got to. I don't want to leave her. The pirates. I want to go back.
Pirates? Who?
Lady Alicia.
Gee whiz, Dan. Come on, it was only a game. Come on.
You've forgotten. I knew you would. I'm not going with you.
You better. I'm going to tell your mother. You'll get it.
Goodbye, George.
Dan? Dan! Come back. Dan, what's the matter with you? Dan? You'll get lost. Dan? Dan! Don't go in there again. We played long enough. Come back. Come back. Dan? 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 Hey.
turned away from George and the speck of light that was outside, his voice followed me, plaintive and lonely. And then as I found the stream again, there was no sound but that of gentle water and my own steps. And the stream became a river, and the river broadened, the walls of the cave fell away, and I'd found my pirates again. It's on days like this that I remember how it used to be before I found the cave. This day in particular. Sometimes I wonder what happened to George and what it's like outside the cave, but I don't really mind. After all, the Lady Alicia kept her promise and waited for me until I grew up. Now, everything is as I'd always dreamed it in the books. Oh, Captain Blackton, well, he's still here. A little less ferocious, perhaps, than 20 years ago.
Captain?
Yes, Blackton.
If you and milady are ready, sir, the turkeys are cooked, and the men are waiting your pleasure.
Very well, Blackton. Thank you. And a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, sir. And a Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Cave by Anthony Ellis. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Georgia Ellis, Peggy Weber, Jay Novello, Charlie Lung, Lou Krugman, Wilms Herbert, and Eileen Erskine. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Ivan Ditmars.
Next week, escape with us to a placid English village and the company of an equally placid little old man who one day shook the world, as H.G. Wells told it in his delightful story, The Man Who Could Work Miracles.
Where does the world stand? Where is it heading as 1951 approaches? Next Sunday, CBS will bring you an exciting, timely appraisal of the world situation and some of the answers when 10 top CBS News correspondents are heard in a special broadcast entitled The Challenge of the 50s, Years of the Seas. Remember, that's next Sunday afternoon on most of these same CBS stations. Now, stay tuned for Make Believe Town, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you spend an hour with Frank Sinatra every Sunday afternoon on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You, finding life rather dull, dreaming again of exotic places, wishing you were somewhere else? We offer you Escape.
Escape with us now to the windswept peak of Mount Everest and the story of a man who sacrificed everything to climb it, as Leonard Lee tells it in his gripping story, Conquest.
You want to know what it's like up there? I'll tell you. It's a constant torrent of wind and snow. It's jagged rocks, iced as slick as a knife blade. No man has ever set foot on the place. It's as bleak and barren and lonely as the moon. But it's Everest. Mount Everest. And when you stand on its peak and know that every inch of the world is below you,
there in the palm of your hand lies the final conquest.
We're not going to make the mistakes Norton and Somerville made. We'll spend the first night at Camp 5 and the second night at Camp 6. That brings us to 26,800 feet.
Are you going to make the north face to the Kulwar, Mallory?
No, that's what they did. We're going to make a frontal attack, direct. We'll follow the crest of the northeast ridge to the peak.
Now, that's tougher climbing.
The only chance, Hamilton. And we'll take oxygen on the last dash.
Well, best of luck, Mallory.
Thanks.
We watched them as they left Camp 4, 23,000 feet on the face of Everest. Mallory and Irvine, stocked with their provisions. Pitons, carabiners, hammers, axes, packboards, snowshoes. Two diminishing silhouettes against the powder snow of the Rongbuk Glacier, finally disappearing behind a jut in the North Col. We watched them and prayed for them, and we hated them, because we weren't part of that final run to the top. 2 days later, June 10th, 1924, a man crawled toward us in the snow. We ran out of the tent to get him. It was Odell, our geologist from Camp 6. He could hardly speak. Challoner, brandy.
Yes. Here, Odell, drink this.
Thanks.
What happened?
I saw the top.
Did they make it?
I don't know. They were about 800 feet from the peak. Mallory and Irvine. At the last step. Then the mist closed in.
It's only a matter of time. They'll make it.
Hamilton. No man can live up there. There's nothing to breathe.
And that was the last word. Somewhere in that jungle of ice, their frozen bodies lay. The peak was still unscaled. We looked out at the expanse of desolation stretched out before us. We looked out and up. The calm arrogance of the summit was wrapped in mist. From that moment on, there was only one purpose to my life: to climb that mountain.
I'm sorry, Hamilton, no more money.
Look, Ben, I can make it. I know I can. I've been up there. I know every crevasse. I know every rock up to Camp 6.
So what's the point? So you reached the peak. So what? The bear went over the mountain. What did he see but the other side?
All right. I don't expect you to understand why people climb mountains. It's a kind of insanity. Let's let it go at that. But from your viewpoint, look at the publicity. Grisham sports equipment used on the first ascent of Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world. It'll be worth $1 million to you.
You have a point there.
The initial expense, including everything, will be about $25,000.
$25,000? It's out of the question. Best I could do would be 15.
I knew you'd say that.
What?
15,000's plenty. Well, what do you say, Challoner? Are you with us?
Well, the last time it was pretty rough, but I'm always fool enough to try again.
Fine.
Who have you got lined up so far?
Langmuir. He's pretty young, but he's got a lot of energy and a lot of experience for his age.
Mm-hmm.
Newt Revere, you know him. Oh. 4 of us will lead.
That sounds pretty good. How about financing?
The Mount Everest Committee can't supply it all, so I got most of what we need from Grisham. He makes sports equipment. It's a publicity deal.
I see. Well, it's March now. We ought to have our base camp established by mid-April, and then we'll have about a month of climbing before the monsoon hits.
Yes, that's what I planned. We'll be leaving in about 10 days. Can you be ready?
Yes, I'll be ready, Hamilton. And so will Everest.
We arrived in Darjeeling on April 2nd. We hired Sherpa porters and Tibetan guides, bought more tents and scientific equipment, and headed toward Everest, 100 miles away. But it was almost 3 times as far, snaking through the gorges of the eastern Himalayas. Our second night out, we camped in the sweltering swamp jungle of Sikkim.
I can't sleep.
Try a wet towel on your head.
I've tried everything. Hamilton,
Yes?
can you sleep?
No.
If you ask me, we should have taken the south slope. Gets more sun, less ice. Do you hear me, Hamilton?
Yes, I heard you.
Well, why didn't we try the south slope?
Because the north slope is explored and possible. Besides, Nepal won't grant permission.
Let's try to sleep,
Can't sleep. Too hot. Can you sleep, Revere?
I could try if it weren't for all this talk.
Hold it. There's somebody outside. Yes, who is it?
The head porter.
Oh, you better tell him to come in, Hamilton.
Come in. Yes, Tishbear, what is it?
Not go. Not go to Chomolungma.
What?
Signs very bad for mountain. Death. Death, I see.
What signs?
Bend of the trees and the stars. No good. Not go to mountain.
All right, Tishbear, how much?
I do not understand.
The bend of the trees is worth how much?
Oh, signs are bad. $500.
Get back to your tent.
$400. $400, a blessing from Holy Lama of wrong book.
All right. But that's the last holdup, you understand?
I'm sure signs will be better.
Now get back to your tent.
Oh, gladness.
There's a Gurkha for you. The Sherbets won't come around for more money in the middle of the night.
Well, good night, gentlemen.
It's too blasted hot.
Enjoy the heat, Langmuir. In another 48 hours, you'll wish you had every steaming bit of it. We pushed on through the Sikkim to the Tibetan plateau. The mercury plunged to zero. The wind and snow lashed at us. We'd begun to climb. We stopped at the monastery on the Rongbuk for the Lama's blessing to satisfy the porters. Moved on up the glacier. 12 below now. And then, in the momentary clearing of clouds, I saw it once again. Everest, and the white plume flowing from its peak. We were at 16,000 feet. It was at this point we established our base camp. All right, Challoner, tell them what we've decided.
All right. Camp 1 will be at 18,000. Camp 2 will be at 20. Camp 3 at 21. Camp 4 at 23. I will each carry oxygen. The tanks are light, but we'll have enough to last us for about a week if we use it right. When we get near the top, the routine will be 15 minutes of climbing, 1 hour's rest.
We're not making the mistakes Mallory did. There any questions?
Yes. How do we pair off, Hamilton?
Challoner and Revere, Langmuir, and myself. We'll travel together up to Camp 4, then we separate into doubles. The rest of the men will be dropped off at the camps as we move along to maintain relays. Anything else?
Yeah. I think we're going to make it.
We climbed over the icy slopes, establishing camps as we went. Finally, after days of driving forward inch by inch, we reached the North Col, just 7,000 feet from the summit of the mountain. The wind hurtled down in the slopes, and a sweeping gale, hard and cold as rock. Mallory had camped here just days from his death. Night closed in. The lack of oxygen had numbed the mind and fired the temper. Our civility was suffocated. We were savages, nothing more. We sat around an alcohol flame, the four of us, breathing hard, staring at each other's bearded faces, while outside the wind beat at the tent flap.
Gotta have oxygen.
You've had plenty.
Can't breathe.
You can breathe. Just take it easy. Any more oxygen, your body will stop regulating to the altitude, then you won't be able to do without the stuff.
My heart's going like a trip hammer.
It'll get worse.
I gotta have some, I tell you.
Sit down. Stay away from that tank.
I can't breathe. Hamilton, I can't breathe.
I said stay away. All right, come on, now get up.
Oxygen. Please.
Sit up and behave yourself. I'm the leader of this expedition, and you'll do as you're told.
Here, Langmuir. Give me a hand.
No. Let him lie there, Challoner. You'll be all right in the morning. In the morning, Revere and Challoner set out to establish Camp 5 at 24,000. Langmuir and I watched them go, chopping their way up the ridge to the northeast shoulder. When we lay down, waiting, trying to conserve our strength, Langmuir stared upward, his lips moving in prayer, deep-sunk eyes, chest heaving. The next day, we set out, following Challoner's marks. Langmuir! Body belay! Right! Easy now! I can't! 100 feet, Langmuir, then we can rest. Now, come on. No. Take a little more oxygen, then. There. You feel better?
More.
No more. Now, come on. Quarter shell to the camp.
Quarter shell?
He stood on my shoulders, and I boosted him to the narrow ledge. He grasped for the edge, his fingers clawing at the smooth rock. I felt his foot slip from my shoulder. I grabbed for his leg and missed. Black space sank below us, and he fell.
Escape, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, returns in just a moment. CBS wishes to call your attention to the debut of 3 programs today. Bill Goodwin's entertaining $1 a Minute, a new 15-minute news program featuring Eric Severide, chief of CBS Washington Bureau, and Charlie Wilde, private detective, which is moved to CBS from another network. And now, back to Escape.
As Langmuir fell, I braced myself against rock, waiting for the rope around my waist to pull taut. And when it jerked, it burned into my flesh and tore me into space. I scrambled under the double weight, lunging desperately for a hold. I threw my arm around a snub of rock just at the edge and started to pull up. Slowly, I reached the ledge, gasping for air. I looked down. Langmuir was swinging at rope's end in a small arc above the yawning emptiness, just 100 feet below me. The wind tore at my face. My arms were aching. I felt them slipping from the rock, and then I saw Langmuir grab a handhold and start to climb. And the rope loosened, and I relaxed. He was all right. I sniffed at my oxygen, but it made me drunk. 3 hours, I told myself. 3 hours to Challoner.
Hamilton, you all right? It's Challoner. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. How did I get here?
Langmuir brought you in.
I must have passed out.
Yes, you certainly did.
Where's Revere?
A rock fall. He must have been killed instantly.
3 of us. 3 of us left. We haven't even established Camp 6.
Look, Hamilton, I'm not a young man anymore. I'm 38. That's fine for selling shoes in a department store. Not quite up to this kind of thing. I just about reached my limit, Hamilton. You and Langmuir. You two will have to climb alone from here on up.
I think we can do it.
I'll stay here at Camp 5.
All right, Challoner. I hope I get a good sleep. Because tomorrow I've got a date with the mountain. It's quiet outside. It's a wonderful day. It's the best we've had yet.
What do you think of cutting the north face across the couloir, making the final ascent directly up the western part of the north side?
No, we'll take Norton's route as we planned.
What about Camp 6?
Well, if we can establish it at 27,000, the final dash will be short. That'll double our chances. Well, Langmuir, what do you say? You want to go on?
Look. Look up there.
What?
The mist is beginning to clear. There it is, Hamilton. The summit. The top of the world.
We started up again, up toward the summit. Our altitude was 25,000. We planned to camp at 27, leaving only 2,000 feet for the final spurt. We hung desperately to the sheer face of the mountain, the freezing wind whipping up from the great couloir, tearing at our grasp. All the next day we inched upward, our hearts pounding. By nightfall, we had only reached 26,000. We had to camp or die. I found a small recess. We pitched our tent over it, fastening the stage with pitons. We huddled together in the cold darkness. Langmuir was exhausted. I heard him gasping the weak air. My arms and legs were swollen with pain, my lungs bursting. The top seemed miles away. Every ache in my body urged me down to the firm, warm earth. But the peak, only 3,000 feet, the white plumed peak.
26,000. Only 26,000. We'll never make it, Hamilton.
You can see it in the daylight, the peak, Langmuir.
We'll go like Mallory went up there. Suffocation.
We'll make it.
Suffocation. No air. Nothing to breathe.
Stop it, Langmuir.
We've got to go. Go back.
We're not going back. We're going for the top.
We've got to go back.
3,000 feet, that's all. 3,000 feet and we're there.
Mallory. He couldn't breathe. He's here somewhere. Dead. Frozen dead.
We'll make it.
Tomorrow morning we're going back.
Langmuir, we've climbed tougher ones than this in the Rockies. The slopes aren't hard. From here on, it's simple. We'll make it, Langmuir.
We've got to go back.
We're not going back. You understand? We're going to make it.
Hamilton!
Listen. Listen to me. If you try to turn back, I'll kill you. The mountain wasn't ice and rock to us anymore. It was a human force, an arrogant, wild challenge. Defiant, fighting conquest with choking cold and the constant earth pull downward. Death didn't matter. My life or Langmuir. That was the top, and we were going to reach it. In the morning, we started up again. We moved like automatons, not daring to think or feel. Moved up by instinct. And then it happened. Langmuir slipped again, and I plunged my pickaxe into a crack and waited for a sharp tug on the waist rope. It came. I pressed myself against the rock, waiting for the slack that told me that he'd regained his foothold. And suddenly, above the high wind, I heard a massive rumble. I felt the earth shaking itself to pieces. Avalanche! Langmuir! Langmuir!
Crazy! It's crazy! We'll be killed!
Are you all right?
I'm going back!
No, wait!
Stay where you are, Hamilton!
Listen to me!
I cut the rope! I'm going back!
I'm coming down to you!
Hamilton! I've got a knife! Hamilton! Don't try to stop me!
All right! Go on back! Go on back! I'm going on to the top!
Goodbye! Hamilton! Goodbye!
Everest. I'm going to beat you, Everest. I'm going to the top. I'm going to the top. There was no time. There was no space. There was only the mountain and me. I climbed. I kept climbing. The sky darkened. The wind rose. The air was like a blade in my throat, but I kept going. And when it was too dark to climb, I dug myself into a hollow place. And I lay there, thinking of home, of the sanity of the open fire, of the comfort I'd left behind. Night on Everest. Night on Everest and the terrible wind. Morning broke milder and clear. I left the hollow and looked upward through the glare of the sun. The slopes were more gentle, the holes easier. It was as if Everest had suddenly relaxed its guard, for there, just above me, lay the few yards of level terrain which formed my goal. I started again, moving upward, senseless to pain. Hours later, the ground leveled, and I stopped crawling. I lifted my head, and around me in every direction, clouds and peaks. Below me, the black outline of the earth. I'd made it. I was the first man ever to reach the peak of Mount Everest. I forced myself to my feet, weaving dizzily. All the pain, all the intense agony of the altitude and the climb was forgotten now. I looked down at the magnificent peaks of the surrounding Himalayas. I couldn't believe that I'd done the impossible. There was a small camera in my knapsack. I took pictures of every horizon. I walked around the summit, my summit, drunk with the knowledge of what I'd done. And then, suddenly I stopped. For there, wedged into a crack of rock, something bright and gold shone up at me. I bent down and pulled it out. It was a cigarette case. It bore the initials G.L.M. George Lee Mallory. I stood there trembling, the cigarette case in my hand. An instant before, I'd experienced the elation of the greatest possible triumph. And now there was only defeat. Defeat and the indescribable hate for a dead man. Oh, how he must have smiled as he went to his death, knowing that the second man to reach the top would find his proof. The second man to reach the top. I was only the second man. And then it came to me. Why must anyone know? Why must I tell the world what I'd found? Mallory was gone. He wouldn't hear the applause. It would be me, Chase Hamilton, the man who had conquered Everest. I took a small plate of metal from my wallet and wedged it into the rock. It read, Hamilton Everest Expedition, 1925. Then I strapped on my sack. I looked below me. It would be a difficult descent. But there was only one direction to go now. Down.
Found you at about 1,000 feet from the peak. Is that right, Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, that's right. Challoner found me. He brought me back to Camp 6.
How come Langmuir didn't go to the top with you?
He died, gentlemen. The rope broke and he fell.
Langmuir deserved a lot of credit, though. Without him, I never could have gotten near the summit.
Well, how does it feel, Mr. Hamilton? How does it feel to be acclaimed as the first man to climb the highest mountain in the world?
Well, gentlemen, I feel as if...
If you could just give our papers a statement of some kind, how does it feel to be the very first?
Yes, that's what we want to hear, sir.
You don't climb a mountain just for fame and glory, gentlemen. You climb it for something more personal than that. And you can't lie to yourself.
I'm afraid I don't understand. You were the first.
No, gentlemen. Not quite the first. George Lee Mallory reached the top last year. I found his cigarette case wedged in a rock on the summit. This cigarette case. Smoke, gentlemen.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Conquest by Leonard Lee, especially adapted for Escape by David Ellis. Bill Conrad was starred as Hamilton. Featured in the cast were Larry Dobkin, Ramsey Hill, Lou Krugman, Jack Crucian, Larry Thor, and Ben Wright. The special music for Escape was composed and conducted by Del Castillo.
Next week, escape with us to Western Europe and the story of a futile attempt to save a beautiful girl from the clutches of the most cold-blooded political organization on earth, as Anthony Ellis tells it in his exciting story, A Bullet for Mr. Smith.
Next Tuesday evening, CBS has a big treat in store for all of you. Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, Amos and Andy, Bob Hope, Mary Martin, Judy Garland, and a raft of other stars will be on hand to salute Bing Crosby, who is celebrating his 20th year in show business. Be sure and join them on Tuesday. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are on an island in the South Pacific, a fortune within your reach. Yet standing between you and freedom, keeping you a captive and a slave, is a giant of a man, and the most beautiful woman you've ever seen.
Listen now as Escape brings you John Russell's great story, The Bird of Paradise.
With his heart full of greed and 100 pounds in his pocket, Andrew Harben traveled east through the archipelago into the Solomon Sea. He went questing across many degrees of latitude before he came to the Spice Islands, where at the ancient town of Ternate he found the shop of a fat Dutch half-caste. There he was shown into a room that flamed with color, as if all the rainbows of the seas had been trapped and graded and hung up for sale. These were the skins of the birds of paradise, the shyest and rarest of all creatures.
Dutchman,
Yeah?
which is the prize bird of this lot?
All are very scarce.
I didn't ask that. I asked which is the scarcest.
I will make you a bargain on any of them.
No, you won't. I'll make you a bargain.
You do not understand.
It's not your price to sell I want, but to buy.
You have birds for me to buy?
Not yet, but I will have. Where do these skins come from?
Who knows? From island tribes to the east somewhere. Sea gypsies trade them from coast to coast until they finally arrive near enough to Ternate for me to buy.
There'll be no middlemen with me. I'll go direct to the islands.
Huh. Maybe you might kill 5, 6 natives before they cut off your head.
Nonsense.
Also, the sun is very hot today.
Now, look here, you stupid
Please,
Dutchman.
please, I meant no insult, please.
And watch your tongue before I twist it out of your fat mouth.
All right. It's your life you risk. Come, I will show you something. Now, in this chest is the rarest bird of all.
Show me. Purple and gold. I never saw one like that.
Yeah. I call it the imperial bird of paradise. Once a year comes to me 6 skins. No more. Worth 50 times the price of common ones.
50 times?
Never comes more than 6 skins.
From where?
Who knows? The natives with which I trade and the wild sea gypsies with which they trade. Nobody knows. But somewhere east is an island, one island where lives the imperial bird of paradise.
I'm not looking for fairy tales, Dutchman.
Yeah, well, maybe it is only a fairy tale.
But you do get a few of these skins, huh?
6 a year. No more.
Very well, then. Tell me where I can pick up a small cutter. Seaworthy, but cheap. I'm going to find that island.
The Solomon Sea is sprinkled with thousands of tiny islands, one very much like another, and all equally wild and uncharted. And very soon after sailing from Ternate, Andrew Harbin could not have told his whereabouts on a map within the dab of his thumb. For 3 months he wandered fruitlessly through the sea and touched upon island after island. Then, as he was about to give up, he fell ill with a fever, and when a howling gale smashed his vessel on a reef one night, he was cast ashore, dazed, and scarcely caring where he had landed. When morning came, it wasn't the sun that woke him, but a huge monster of a man with cold blue eyes and a thick red beard.
Are you dead or just playing possum? Well, I thought so. Where's your boat, mister? Who's here with you? I'm alone. My boat's wrecked. Trying to land it in a storm? What kind of a sailor are you? I'm not a sailor. Well, what might you be, then? A trader. A businessman. That's a lie. There's no white traders among these islands, never have been. Well, I'm not exactly a trader. I'm looking for something. Maybe you can help me. After I get a little food and rest. We'll see about that when you tell me what you're looking for. I'm looking for an island. Oh, you are, eh? Well, you're on an island. My island. Your island? Who are you, anyway? I'm Jim O'Ryan. Late second mate of the schooner Mary Friend wrecked at that reef out there December 19th, 3 years ago. And you're nothing but a sneaking trespasser. I know what you're looking for. No, I came in peace, O'Ryan. I don't want your island. Yes, you do. You're one of them fortune hunters is what you are. I tell you, mister, I've been expecting one of your kind. I've been waiting for you. Waiting? For me? Or some thief like you. But you should have brought along a company and a machine gun or two. Why, man, did you think to cut out this little island by your only, the likes of you? Would have broke your neck first off.
Why didn't you?
Wanted to be sure in my mind just what manner of man you are first.
And, sir?
You've come to destroy this place. The stink of the world is on you, mister. You're evil, and you're going to be treated like evil.
I've come too far to be stopped now, Orion.
The fight you want, well, then...
And so the huge Orion took Andrew Harbin, now unconscious, slung him under one arm, and climbed the beach to a little clearing in the jungle beyond. There stood a neat bamboo house, and before it, a girl. She was clothed in one gorgeous robe of purple and gold, made all of bird skins. Hundreds of imperial paradise bird skins. And she herself was even more beautiful than they.
Orion, you lied to me. You did not bury them all. You told me you buried them, every one.
Well, how do you know I didn't dig this lad up again, Lagoma? Who do you think it might be now? The captain?
It can't be.
No. Captain never could have growed so monstrous thin. There, look at this one.
He's alive, Orion. It's a man.
Yeah, what's left? A poor specimen of that. Wouldn't it be best to kill him now, Lagoma?
No. No.
You know, what's this to bite me? What made you do that, huh? What's come to you?
I want him. Don't bury him away in the ground with the others. He's a new white man. I want him to keep.
Oh, you do, eh? I had no idea I was bringing a present to strike your fancy so close. Well, you little spitfire.
Don't you touch her, Orion.
Oh, look, Nagoma. Your beachcomber's going to be a hero.
Lay off.
Come on, lad. Give it to me.
I'll give it to you.
Now, again, get up and try it again. Oh, man, that was good. First fair wallop I've had of the enemy armed for 3 years.
Stop, Orion. Don't spoil him. Don't take him away from me, or I will be very angry. Carry him into the house now before he dies.
So, you're awake now, eh?
I'm awake.
3 days of eating and sleeping's enough.
I've got a bit of fever yet.
That'll go.
I want to thank you and Nagoma both for your care.
Do you now?
Well, I'd have died otherwise.
My real mistake was not cracking your neck off before Nagoma laid eyes on you. I forgot the child had seen no other man but me for years. Now she's taken a notion to you, like a new toy or a bit of a poodle dog.
You kept me alive.
And I'll let you live such as Yarso's Nagoma will have her poodle to play with. Even though you come to this lovely Eden of mine to rob it for dirty gain, you thieving buccaneer.
I'm an honest trader, Orion. I'm not a thief.
Oh, maybe Nagoma believes that, even though I've warned her what you come here for and what kind of a man you are. She's all innocence, that child.
But what is there here to rob you of? It's just another island.
It's the island you was hunting for, you scum. And sorry I am I ever traded one of them purple bird skins. Now I might have known it to bring greedy devils like yourself smelling for the place. I had to have knives and tobacco, and them sea gypsies had taken nothing else.
Oh, you mean birds of paradise, huh?
Don't be sly with me, you filthy rat. And forget about Nagoma, too. If he thinks you're something grand now, she'll know better when she sees you put to your proper place.
What do you mean?
There's no gun on this island, Harbin. Whenever you want to kill me, you'll have to try with your hands. And you can try and I can smash your face again.
Why should I try?
Well, you're not going to like the jobs I set you to. Jobs? Didn't I tell you? There's much to be done by way of public improvement around here. And you'll start in a big pit I've dug, clear in a spring of water.
You mean it? You're going to keep me here as a slave?
Well, you don't think I'd let you go knowing what you do about them birds, do you now?
What do I care about your birds?
I told you to stop that lying. Now a slave is what you are. Till you prove yourself a better man than me, do you see?
You are listening to The Bird of Paradise, tonight's presentation on Escape. Stan Freberg stars on CBS Radio's Friday night comedy series called That's Rich. Try it on for size and for laughs tomorrow night on most of these same stations. That's rich, you will say, and you'll be right. And now, Escape and the second act of The Bird of Paradise.
Andrew Harbin had traveled far and suffered much to find the island of the imperial bird of paradise. But his pains had just begun. Still weak and feverish, he was taken next day to the edge of a black volcanic cliff, and there he was kicked into a great hole some 12 feet deep and with straight, unscalable sides. After him, Orion threw a wooden spade and a bucket and ordered him to dig for a spring that might lie under the rock. And here Andrew Harbin toiled and sweated like the slave he had become day after day. And here he lived. At noon, Nagoma would bring his food and lower it in a basket. And then, perched on the bank above him, she'd gaze down at him and talk.
Are you feeling better today, Andrew?
How could I feel better? Kept down here like a bear in a pit.
Sometimes I think you should have never come to this island at all.
Sometimes I wonder what goes on in your head, Nagoma.
Not much, I suppose. I know little of the world. Only what Orion has told me.
I see. But, look, Nagoma, don't you ever want to get away from here? Get out into the world?
I've never been in the world. I was going to Port Moresby. A missionary was taking me, but he was drowned when we wrecked. The island where I was born and this one is all I know.
Nagama, how would you like to go with me?
With you?
Ah.
Oh, I'd like that, Andrew. But Orion says the world isn't nice. He says people are always stealing and lying and fighting. Nobody has any honesty or honor.
No. That's not true.
Orion says it is. He says if people knew of us, they'd take our world away.
Do you love Orion, Nagama? Huh?
You mean like sometimes I comb his beard?
Maybe.
I'd like to comb yours too, Andrew. You have such a pretty yellow beard. All curly.
Well, listen, Nagama. You can't comb the beards of two men. You can only love one man.
You talk such funny words, Andrew. I know nothing of these things. What use are so many words?
Oh, I'll show you what use they are, Nagama.
How?
Help me get out of this pit some dark night.
Oh, no, Andrew. He put you there.
Listen, Nagoma, do you know why I came to this island?
Orion says it was because you are a thief.
No. I came here to take you away, Nagoma. I came to find you and take you back with me.
Me? Why, Andrew?
Because I love you. And because you're beautiful. There's no one in the world as beautiful as you, Nagoma.
Is this truth, Andrew?
Orion told you I came seeking the bird of paradise, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, he's right. Except for one thing.
What one thing, Andrew?
You are the bird of paradise.
Oh, Andrew. I'm so glad you're still alive.
Well, my pirating screen, how's the luck down there?
Orion, if you've any decency left, get me out of here.
A thief and a spoiler like you talking of decency. Get to work and find that spring. Ah, by heaven, you're not worth your keep, Harvin. I'm coming down there. You wait till I fix my rope.
Hey, you might have let me climb down that rope instead of kicking me into this hole like you did.
The rope's for me. Harvin, you've done mighty little work down here.
There's no spring under this rock, Orion, and you know it.
Why then dig for gold, man, or precious stones? You're a fortune hunter, are you not?
You're insane.
Insane, am I? Because I want to live here in peace. Because Nagoma's more to me than the riches I could have from the birds.
All right. All right. Look, Orion, you've got a boat. I saw it. Let me take it and leave here.
I've thought of that. And it's 1,000,000 to 1 chance that you'll ever be able to find your way back, but I won't risk it.
What are you going to do with me, then?
Arvin, a plucky freebooter like you can handle a shovel brisker than you've been doing. Now dig into it, you lazy scabunker.
No, I won't.
You won't, eh? Then maybe you're ready to fight. Is that it, lad?
No.
You hurt him.
No, he's not hurt, Nagoma. He needed limbering up is all. I'm coming out now.
You promised me, Orion.
I promised you what?
You said you wouldn't spoil him.
Oh. Well, now look at him now, Nagoma. He's on his feet again, as good as new.
Are you all right, Andrew?
I'm all right. See? Now, I've work to do, Nagoma, and you can stay and play with your poodle dog if you like.
And you keep away from him, Orion.
You teach him to be civil, then.
Poor Andrew. Would you like some water?
No, thanks.
You mustn't think Orion's always so mean. You should have seen how patient he was teaching me to read.
He taught you to read?
Out of a book he saved from the ship. It's the only one we have.
The Bible, eh?
No. It's a ship's book. The log.
The log? The log of the Merry Friend?
Of course, it's not very interesting. It's full of numbers and the like.
Sure. Numbers. Longitude and latitude. Every day. Every day till she was wrecked out there.
What, Andrew?
Listen, Goma, I'm a far better educated man than Orion. I can teach you many wonderful things he's never heard of.
Can you, Andrew?
Of course. But you'll have to bring the book with you.
Well, what good would that do, Andrew? You down there and me up here.
Listen to me, Nagoma. All the things I have to teach, I must whisper to you with my lips against your ear. Do you understand?
Are they truly wonderful things, Andrew?
Wonderful things, Nagoma. But don't you see, I'll have to get out of here first.
But how can you get out?
The rope. Orion's rope. You can tie it and drop it down and leave it hanging. And then when it's dark, I'll come out and meet you on the beach.
Orion would be very angry, Andrew.
You'll never know. Tonight, Nagoma, bring the book with you to the beach. I'll meet you there, where Orion's boat is anchored.
All right, Andrew. And maybe I can comb your pretty yellow beard.
Oh, yes. Yes, Nagoma. Yes, of course.
Andrew Harbin had known many women and many different kinds, but Nagoma's almost incredible simplicity was something new and startling. Because of it, however, he regained his freedom.
And when night came, he climbed up the rope and made his way to the beach, his wooden shovel in hand in case Orion should stumble on them. Nagoma was waiting, as she had promised, and in the moonlight she seemed more than ever like the imperial bird of paradise. He put out his hand and touched her priceless robe where it hung across one shoulder.
Andrew, you've come out. Orion will kill you if he finds us.
It's worth the risk, Nagoma.
Oh, I did a very bad thing to listen to you and let you out. I was a bad girl, Andrew. Why did you make me?
Nagoma, my little wild bird, I must teach you what it is to love.
You promised to teach me many wonderful things, Andrew.
Yeah.
Here, I brought a book, The Log of the Merry Friend.
Oh, good. I'll put it in my belt. Yeah.
But you were going to teach me from it.
There's no time now, Nagoma. Later.
Later?
When we're at sea on Orion's boat. You'll come with me. Well, you will, won't you?
You want me, Andrew?
Oh, you know I do.
And the birds of paradise?
Well, I told you. You're what I came here after.
Nagoma! Nagoma?
It's Orion.
Nagoma!
Yeah, he's on the beach there, near his boat.
He hasn't seen us. Let's hide, Andrew. Hurry. He's coming this way.
Behind that palm there. I'll fix him this time.
Not with the shovel, Andrew. No.
Quiet. You will be quiet. I got him. I've won, Nagoma. I've won.
You killed him.
No, he isn't dead, but I've got the log. I'll come back and strip this island. I'll take 1,000 skins. I'll be rich. There won't be a bird left when I'm through.
The log, Andrew. That's what you wanted the log for.
It's as good as a map. It's better.
It wasn't to teach me wonderful things.
Well, what do you need to know? I'm going to be rich.
Orion was right. You are only a thief.
I want you too, Nagoma.
Me too. Orion wants only me. He cares for none riches.
Orion's a fool. But we're wasting time. Let's get to the boat and put to sea before he comes around.
No, Andrew.
Huh?
You go. I'm staying here.
What?
You want the skins more than you want me. You lied about coming here just for me.
What difference does it make?
You better hurry, Andrew.
All right. Stay then if that's what you want.
Wait.
What?
Before you go, kiss me just once.
Kiss you? You're an odd girl.
Please?
Oh, all right. But why? Why do you kiss me now, Nagoma?
Quick now, hurry.
Goodbye. Bye.
And so, on Orion's boat, Andrew Harbin made his escape. All that night, he labored hard to keep from wrecking on the innumerable reefs that seemed to protect every island he passed. And he had no time to think about Nagoma and why she had rejected him with their first kiss and their last. But with the coming of the sun next morning, he found out. Yes. And in the months that followed, as he sailed here and there over the sea, trying to find his way back to civilization, he had time to ponder on the unbelievable cunning of even the most innocent of women.
Andrew Harbin. Back at last. I thought you were dead.
I very nearly died, Dutchman.
Aha. You bring your head at least.
And the imperial bird of paradise. Did you find the island?
Almost. I almost found it, Dutchman.
Almost?
I had the island right here in my belt. Longitude and latitude. And a woman embraced me. Embraced me and robbed it back.
What are you saying, Harbin?
The ship's log. It was as good as a map. But I'd never find the island again now if I had 50 years to look for it.
The sun is bad for white men. It makes fairy tales in the head.
Yes. This time, Dutchman, I'm afraid you're right.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Bird of Paradise by John Russell, specially adapted for radio by John Meston, starring John Daner as Andrew Harvin. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Gene Bates, and Ben Wright. Edgar Berrier was the narrator. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are kneeling in the church of a Caribbean village, seeking the sanctuary it might offer, while slowly, walking down the aisle, carefully studying each bowed head, is the brute of a man who has come to kill you.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Les Crutchfield's story, Violent Night. Don't look back. Look ahead to tomorrow night when CBS Radio presents another Arthur Godfrey Digest. It's the Godfrey Gang on nighttime radio over most of these same stations, taking all their best daytime songs, music, and shenanigans and pasting them together in one Friday night scrapbook of smiles and syncopation. The Arthur Godfrey Digest. Don't miss it tomorrow night at the Star's address. Weekday evenings, Beulah cooks up comedy on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Standing in a lonely forest clearing, the dawn turned gray by the creeping fog. While standing only a yard from you, his eyes filled with his hate for you, is a man who's come to take your life. Unless you first take his.
Listen now as Escape brings you The Second Shot, a story based on the classic tale by Alexander Dumas.
Gentlemen, ready?
Yes. Get on with it.
There is no way by which you can compose your differences, settle your quarrel, except by this. Lieutenant Daumier?
There is none.
Lieutenant Moussin?
I am not the challenger. Lieutenant Daumier is.
If my opponent wishes to withdraw at this point with a certain loss of honor...
The lieutenant forgets himself.
My apologies.
Monsieur, will you be kind enough to proceed?
Very well. Your seconds have examined these pistols and pronounced them perfectly matched. They are loaded. Will you make your choice, Lieutenant Daumier?
This one should do nicely.
Lieutenant Moussin? Gentlemen, you will take your places. Here, where I have planted my saber in the ground, back to back, if you please. You will raise your pistols to shoulder height, hold them pointed upward. Good. Now the terms of the duel are these. On Major Cole's count, you will walk slowly away from each other. On the count of 10, you will turn and fire. Regardless of the effects of the shots, the duel is then declared finished and the quarrel ended. Is that satisfactory to both of you?
Quite satisfactory.
Yes, of course.
Are you ready, Major Colt?
Yes. There's no other way of... Yes, I'm ready. Gentlemen. At your pleasure. Yes, go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Osamazu, hurry, please. See what you can do for him.
The son had a premonition this would happen, Major Cole.
He didn't need a premonition. Common sense could have told him.
True. Daumier never missed.
Well. Is he dead, Major? That, I think, is obvious. Congratulations, Lieutenant Daumier. Once again, you have distinguished yourself by your excellent shooting. It is unfortunate, however, that you so often see fit to direct it against your own comrades in arms.
He insulted me, sir. A man must defend...
Good day, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Daumier reporting as requested, sir.
At ease, Lieutenant. Let me see here. According to this dossier, you were assigned to my regiment some 7 months ago, having just been commissioned from the Academy of Saint-Cyr.
Yes, sir.
And though the regiment has not been engaged in military action during that period, you have shown exemplary ability in the performance of duties assigned to you.
Thank you, sir.
Your official record is excellent, and it can be assumed you will give a good account of yourself when we move against Vienna at the end of the month.
I hope so, sir.
However, I am more concerned at the moment with your unofficial record, Lieutenant Daumier.
Sir?
1 week after your assignment to my command, you challenged Subaltern Nikolov to a duel and shot and killed him.
He insulted me, sir.
6 weeks later, you challenged Lieutenant Deville to a duel, shot and killed him.
But I was only...
2 months after that, Captain Mohancy, your bullet smashed his shoulder, and he was forced to retire from the service. 3 weeks ago, your victim was Lieutenant Leclerc, who still lingers in the hospital.
Does the colonel know that all...
Now, this morning, near the forest of Marengo, you shot and killed the leader of my 8th platoon, Lieutenant Missin.
The duel was conducted fairly,
It
sir.
was murder. You're a dead shot with a pistol. Those men didn't have a chance against you.
Then they should not be so free with their insults, Colonel. A gentleman has the right to defend his honor.
Lieutenant Daumier, if all you know of honor is what you have learned on the dueling field, then I fear your education has been arrested at a very primitive stage.
I resent your implication. If you care to withdraw your remark at once, perhaps...
Lieutenant, attention!
Yes.
Lieutenant Daumier, you were on the point of issuing a challenge to your commanding officer while standing for an official interview. You were aware of the penalty for such an action, are you not?
Yes, sir, the guillotine.
Lieutenant, in 7 months I've lost 5 men. Excellent officers, all of them. Sacrificed to that exalted sense of honor of yours. Well, there'll be no more of it. You understand?
But, sir,
if you persist in this career of mayhem, if you challenge another man of this regiment, I will convene a court of inquiry. If that court should find your provocation insufficient, and I am quite sure that it would, I will have you stripped of your commission and thrown out of the army. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Any questions, Lieutenant?
With the colonel's permission, yes. The colonel has mentioned the penalty for challenging one superior officer under official restraint. But suppose such a challenge should be given in circumstances which are not official, and for reasons which are personal.
In that case, there is no penalty, Lieutenant Daumier.
Thank you, sir.
Dismissed.
Mind if I step in, Colonel?
Of course not. Come in, Major.
Saw Daumier leaving. He was boiling. What did you do to him?
Tried to threaten some of that boyish nonsense out of his head with somewhat dubious success, I'm afraid.
He has a hellish temper, all right. He was in one of my courses at Saint-Cyr.
Needs a campaign to settle him down. You'll get it. The orders are confidential, but the little corporal arrives in 2 weeks. We move against Vienna the week after. Good. The regiment needs shaking down. Confound it, Major Cole. Daumier is worth saving if there's any way of doing it. He could be the best junior officer in the regiment if he'd only grow up. If he could only develop the slightest maturity. Now, do you realize that I am barely 12 years older than he is? It's the campaigns. Italy, Egypt. You had to grow up. Wait till we move against the Austrian army. That'll settle him down. I hope so. By the way, Colonel. You recall my telling you of a niece of mine? Marianne? Yes. Well, she's here. Came up from San Siro this afternoon for a surprise visit. I wondered if you would care to join us at dinner tonight. Yes, of course. Well, then it's settled. Forget about Daumier. He'll straighten out in time. Possibly. If he doesn't destroy himself first. Or someone else. Or someone else.
Colonel Jethro, you're a most remarkable man.
Remarkable? I've been telling it to Marianne for 3 years now.
But the way you described him, Uncle Jean, I had pictured a battle-scarred veteran of a dozen campaigns, tired and worn, and even older than you are.
Oh, heaven forbid.
But instead I find, well...
You, find what, Marianne?
No, not another word. I fear I may have said enough now to turn your head.
Oh, I rather think you'll find his head a bit more firmly attached than those of the cadets you know at San Cyr.
Oh, Uncle John, what a thing to say.
Captain Dautrec has just come in. There's a matter I'd like to see him about, if you'll excuse me, sir. Of course, Major. Marianne, how long will you be here?
A week, possibly 2, unless the campaign begins sooner. Oh, I know it's a dark secret, but there is gossip, of course.
I see.
Oh, they're going to dance. Of course I accept. I'd love to.
Oh, no, really now.
Oh, come on. There's much less danger in a cotillion than there is in a cavalry charge.
Is there? My arm, Marianne.
And a thin blue line far across the valley that's almost hidden in the haze. What is that, Colonel Perrault?
The Danube.
Oh.
It's an objective once we open the campaign.
The campaign. Danger, death. It's difficult to imagine when everything is so peaceful now. The birds, flowers, even the hills are happy today.
And you, my dear?
I'm happy, too. Very happy.
Then forget the campaign. Today it doesn't matter.
And what does matter today?
You.
I?
You must have known it. I'm not experienced at hiding such things. Marianne.
I think the carriage driver is anxious to leave.
The devil take the carriage driver.
Why, you're more impetuous than a cadet.
Where you're concerned.
It's getting late.
Marianne.
No, please. We only met 3 days ago.
A week, then. Will a week be long enough, my dear?
I think perhaps it will. Ask me then.
Daumier, are you there?
Yes.
Assembly and review in 5 minutes. Are you ready?
Yes, if I can get this tunic straight.
Here's your paper.
Full review every 3rd day now. Something must be up.
The Austrian campaign will move in a matter of days. Mark my word.
I hope you're right.
Domier, there's something I think you ought to know.
We'd better go.
Wait. You told me once that while you were at the academy, you exchanged rings with Marianne Cole, the major's niece, right?
Yes, we're planning to be married. She wrote me she'd try to come here for a visit, but so far...
Domier.
What?
Domier, she's here.
Here?
She's been here for a week.
A week? Where? What's she been doing?
Dining, dancing, driving in the countryside, walking in the garden, the usual activities of a girl who's being courted.
Courted? By whom?
By our commanding officer, my friend.
Colonel Perrault? That's a lie.
It's true, Domier. The major introduced us. The whole regiment is known, but they kept it from you. From me as well, knowing I was your friend. I just heard of it. What are you going to do about it, Domier?
We'll see, Armand. Now, let's go.
You are listening to The Second Shot, tonight's presentation on Escape. On CBS Radio's Saturday night series called Gunsmoke, we go back to the early West for the exploits of United States Marshal Matt Dillon. On most of these same stations, CBS Radio brings you the excitement of Gunsmoke every Saturday night. And now, Escape, and Act Two of The Second Shot. Major?
If you will excuse me, yes, it's bedtime for a man my age.
Good night, Uncle Jean.
Good night, my dear. General?
Good night, Major. 1 week today. You said a week should be long enough, my dear.
I did?
I love you, Marianne.
Seems so strange. For you who have been so many places, known so many women.
I don't remember any women.
For you to love me, who knows nothing and has been nowhere.
Oh, the cadets at the academy?
Oh, not one of them mattered. Not as you matter, my dear.
Marianne. Then you will marry me.
Oh, could it be at this time of night?
I suppose we should answer.
Wait, I hear Uncle Jean coming down. He'll see who it is.
Good. I'm much too comfortable to move. And the view from here is excellent.
You?
You, my dear.
Oh.
Lieutenant Domier? Rather late, Lieutenant.
My compliments to Colonel Perrault, Major. Tell him I'd like to work with him. And tell him it's personal rather than official. Quite personal.
Have the lieutenant come in, Major Cole. I gathered from your remarks to Major Cole at the door that you are not here on official military business.
The colonel has an excellent sense of hearing. It's too bad his sense of decency is not equally admirable.
Lieutenant, may I remind you that you're addressing your superior officer?
I am aware of it, Major.
Then while you're in my home, you will conduct yourself in a manner proper to your rank.
My manner is proper enough for a man who's been grossly offended. I'm certain the colonel will admit that the provocation he has given me is...
Lieutenant Domier.
Let him talk, Major. What provocation do you fancy I have given you, Lieutenant?
I would prefer to discuss the matter without the presence of Major Cole's niece.
Domier, you're being a fool.
I was once, but no longer.
You know each other?
Ask your niece, Major.
Stop it, Domier. We were both fools, mere children.
Oh, and now, in less than a year, you have grown up, become a lady, the colonel's lady, no less. So you show little regard for his feelings, since I perceive you still wear my ring on a chain about your throat.
Take it. Here. Each day I meant to give it back, but I put it off. It meant nothing.
It meant a pledge of betrothal once. Shall I remind you of the circumstances, our children's words, our children's actions?
Marianne, I must add my request, Lieutenant. Will you leave us alone, please?
Yes.
Will you go, my dear?
Very well, Uncle Jean. Colonel Perrault, I...
Lieutenant, were you implying some sort of understanding between you and Marianne before she came here to visit?
Is the colonel trying to imply he was not aware of it?
I was not.
You lie.
Lieutenant. Never mind, Major. I think our young friend hardly knows what he's saying.
Then you choose to ignore my insult? Well, I will not be so lenient, Colonel Perrault. Captain Armand will call at your quarters tonight and arrange the affair.
A duel? You're challenging your commanding officer?
With the colonel's permission, of course. Naturally, he can refuse to accept.
I accept.
No, Colonel.
I shall expect Captain Armand at my quarters later.
Colonel Perrault.
And now, Lieutenant Daumier, you are a fool. A brash, unreasoning young fool. I'm telling you that quite officially. Dismissed.
He's taking his time. It's 10 o'clock.
Captain Armand is hardly as reckless as Daumier. I imagine it's taking some persuasion to get him to act in this matter.
Do as I suggest, Colonel. Demand that the duel be fought with sabers. I saw you on the barricades at Firenze.
Everyone would believe the choice was made through cowardice. It's well known that the lieutenant fights with a pistol, so be it then.
But he's a dead shot. He'll kill you.
The probabilities are in his favor.
Then how, in the name of heaven, can you sit there and be so calm about it?
Calm? Major, I am anything but calm. No, not about the possibility of death. I've spent my life with death. Cheated it for years. When it comes, and for me, it's overdue. It's not death. It's Marianne.
Oh, she was young. Too young. Not yet awakened. As she said herself, it's a childish thing. It meant nothing.
I am not so sure, Major. Perhaps the strength and surge of my own feeling may have blinded me to hers.
She's been here a week and made no effort to see him.
But she wore his ring. You see my position, Major. If I should kill him, it would be a terrible injury to her. And on the other hand, should the result be reversed, her life with him would be clouded forever by the thought that she had brought about my death.
Must you insist on believing she cares for Daumier?
I can see no other explanation.
Except the obvious one.
Marianne.
I am not ordinarily an eavesdropper. Any more than I am other things you seem to believe I am.
Marianne, at this hour, a gentleman's quarters
I
are
think
hardly
I am
fitting.
amply chaperoned by Uncle Jean. In fact, too much so for what I have to say.
I'll wait in the passage outside, Colonel. Keep an eye out for Captain Armand.
Do you believe I have played with your affections? Treated your love lightly for some feeling of vanity and such a conquest?
I don't condemn you, my dear. My rank, perhaps, an air of experience. Anyone can be misled for a week.
I meant what I said to Daumier. It was a childish thing. So there is no reason for this duel, you see. You can't go through with it now.
But I have to, my dear. There's nothing else I can do.
Daumier is being a fool. Must you be one, too?
I have no choice. Under the circumstances, I can only... It's Captain Armand. Come. You can go out this way. It's better you not see me here.
But the duel, you must not risk your life.
Life is risk, Marianne. Now, goodbye, my dear. Come in, Captain Armand. At ease, Captain.
Yes, sir?
Major Coll here has kindly agreed to act as my second. The precise details of time and place can be arranged between you.
Yes, sir.
But as to the conditions of the duel itself, I wish to state definite requirements. This is, of course, my right as the challenged party.
Lieutenant Daumier has instructed me to accept whatever conditions you may impose, sir.
Good. And here they are. Dueling pistols, of course.
Very good. The distance?
2 paces.
2 paces?
Correct.
Colonel, are you sure of what you are saying?
2 paces? It is impossible to miss.
Each of us shall take his position and aim at his opponent, and may fire his shot at will after the count of 3.
But I...
Now, a final condition, Captain. One of the pistols will not be loaded.
I hardly know what to...
Colonel, it means certain death for one of you. For the one who draws the empty gun leaves everything else to chance.
Better so than leave it to the lieutenant's marksmanship. Well, Captain?
The Major is right. The result is purely a matter of chance, sir.
Which is proper, I think, in an affair of honor. Shouldn't fate be given a hand in the matter? And you decline my terms, Captain Armand?
No, we can't decline, if you're right. Very well, Colonel. On behalf of Lieutenant Daumier, I accept.
Colonel, you're being as foolish as he is. Stop now before it's too late.
I think it's too late now, Major Colonel. It appears they're all here ahead of us.
It can only mean tragedy, no matter what happens.
Good morning, gentlemen. Monsieur Dautrec, I understand that you are to officiate.
If the Colonel pleases.
Of course. Pistols are in this case. I've already seen to the loading.
Do you know which is the loaded gun, Colonel?
It doesn't matter, since Lieutenant Daumier will have first choice.
Quite so. Will you choose your weapon, Lieutenant?
I will.
You hesitate, Lieutenant. I was told you always approach these affairs with a certain ease and confidence.
This one.
That is your final choice, Lieutenant?
Yes.
Very well. Colonel?
Thank you.
You will take your places, gentlemen. The sabers are planted in the ground 2 paces apart. You will stand back of them and face your opponent. Are you ready, gentlemen?
At your pleasure, monsieur.
Lieutenant Daumier?
Yes, of course. Get on with it.
You understand that neither of you will fire before the count of 3? Good. Gentlemen, you will take aim.
You're trembling, Lieutenant. Did you tremble in your other duels?
Count. Go ahead and count.
1, 2, 3.
Fate seems to be against you, Lieutenant Daumier. You drew the empty gun. Fire. Fire and get it over with. It's a new feeling for you, isn't it, Lieutenant? Looking into the muzzle of a pistol and knowing it holds death for you. It's a feeling 5 of your previous opponents had. A feeling one learns in campaigns and battles. At the same time, one learns the real meaning of honor. It's called fear, Lieutenant. Fire, you devil.
Don't torture him, Colonel. Do as he says. Get it over with.
Torture? Is his torture any greater than that he imposed on others? Men who meant no insult to him, but were forced to face certain death from his marksmanship because of his self-acclaimed sense of honor? It's too bad such drastic measures as this were required to bring to an end your career of slaughter, Lieutenant. Fire! Pull the trigger!
We back up your paranoid.
Very well, gentlemen. An end to your last duel, Lieutenant.
A misfire. A miracle.
No. Quite the contrary. Lieutenant Daumier, next week we move against Austria. And France will have need of all her officers. I did not wish to waste your life or mine. Neither of the pistols was loaded.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Second Shot, based on a story by Alexander Dumas, specially adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, starring John Daner with Vic Perrin. Featured in the cast were Ellen Morgan, Ben Wright, Harry Bartell, Jack Crucian, and Lou Krugman. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leif Stevens. Next week.
You are standing at the entrance of a walled Arab town. While behind you, coming slowly through the night, are the shuffling footsteps of a blind beggar who will lead you into a harrowing world of darkness and terror.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Kathleen Height's terrifying story, The Return. Your purchase of Easter seals is your way of extending the only aid there is for the crippled and disabled. Organized hospital, clinical, and laboratory campaigns to cure the curable and to lessen the burdens of those who can't be completely well again. Buy Easter seals. Make your generous contribution a fighting force to expand treatment, research, and education. The three weapons of hope and cure for the crippled and disabled in America. America listens most to the CBS radio network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Standing at the entrance of a walled Arab town, while behind you, coming slowly through the night, are the shuffling footsteps of a blind beggar who will lead you into a harrowing world of darkness and terror.
Listen now as Escape brings you Kathleen Height's terrifying story, The Return.
The freighter Menlo crept slowly through the breakwater of the outer harbor. Most of the 12 passengers were on deck, looking north beyond the converging jetties to the modern city of Bizerta. For two of us, a man named Tuckett and myself, Bizerta was a destination. I didn't know what brought Tuckett here. I didn't really know what brought me here. I only knew that I'd looked for something all over the world without success. I'd looked everywhere except Bizerta. Ashore, I checked into the small hotel, and a short time later, I was part of the early evening crowd on the street. There you go.
Mashallah, Effendi.
Sure. Can you tell me how to get to the Arab town? Oh. Sorry, I didn't notice about your eyes.
One does not need eyes to perceive truth, Effendi.
No, I suppose not. What's your name?
Nigga. The
Nigga.
Arab town is due north of here. And the truth is everywhere for all to see, if they will but see.
I hope you're right. Well, bye, nigga.
Saida, Effendi.
It is Mr. Reeser, isn't it?
Tuckett.
I lost track of you when we came ashore. Thought I'd find you again at the hotel, but they tell me you're not registered.
Where are you staying?
Hotel North Africa. How about joining me there for dinner, if you don't have any plans?
I don't think I have any plans. But if I do, they can catch up with me there, don't you think?
Yes, I guess they can.
My words hadn't meant much more to me than they did to Tuckett. I tried to explain during dinner. Maybe it was the wine that was talking, maybe me. Either way, Tuckett seemed interested enough to ask a question.
Have you any idea what you're looking for, Reeser?
I'm looking for a place where there's no struggle.
No struggle for you?
For anyone. I'm 40 years old, Tuckett. And for a little over half my lifetime, I've traveled the world.
Mm-hmm.
Worked my way, worked the sea and the earth. I tell you, there's only one thing that's universal, and that's the struggle.
I suppose that's right. But it seems to me we're making a lot of progress in some directions. Now, medicine, for example.
Medicine's a good example. They licked pneumonia, they found cancer waiting for them. They inoculate for smallpox, and they find bubonic plague. For every achievement, there's a new struggle waiting. And I wonder if that's progress, Tuckett.
Well, I don't know. I never thought of it this way.
Well, take food, clothing, and shelter, the basic needs.
Uh-huh.
Some parts of the world, people don't have them. But even when they do, there are bigger struggles to take their place. Fears, insecurities. Maybe you beat these things one at a time. But you've never got it made. While you're fighting against one struggle, another one's being fed and made strong. And it never ends until you die struggling to live.
Yeah. It's funny in a way. You come to Bizerta hoping you'll find a place where there's no struggle. And I've come here, well, to get into the struggle, I guess. I'm opening an import-export business, small and I'm sure full of struggle, but I'm not cynical about it or disillusioned yet.
No, I don't feel cynical, Tucker. I'm just short on hope because I don't see any end in sight.
Reeser, what would you change if it were up to you?
The struggle. Show me the place where there's no struggle. That's where I want to be.
I wonder what it would be like. If you find it, let me know, will you?
If I can, I will. I promised I'd get in touch with Tuckett in a few days, but as I went back to the streets of Bizerta, walking through the fine rain that was falling now, I wondered if I'd ever see him again. My course took me north, along the canal, through the modern city, past the ancient citadel, to the entrance of the walled Arab town. I passed no one, and yet I knew I was not alone. Someone was following behind me. Soon I heard his footsteps at my side.
We are almost there, Effendi.
Nega, you're walking without your cane to lead you.
I am come to lead you, Effendi.
Where?
Through the wall ahead. Your words have been heard, Effendi. You are ready?
Ready for what?
You have said, show me the place where there is no struggle.
How do you know what I've said?
You have asked enough questions of life, Effendi. Come. We go through the wall.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
Look about you, Effendi. On all sides there are walls. You have come too far to go back.
What are you talking about? I can't go back.
You have said the words, show me the place. Through the wall ahead is the perfect place. I will lead you there.
Oh, this is crazy. You're crazy. You're blind. You can't lead me anywhere. Let go of me.
You yourself have said that struggle is useless.
I said let go of me, you filthy old... Oh! I had swung at Nega with all the force in me, only to find myself flattened against the wall. Did I slip on the wet pavement or trip? I don't know. That was no imaginary wall I had hit. I felt the hard pain of it, and the rain beating against my face. And then it was over. The room in which I awakened was large. Large and empty, with great windows at the far end, bright sunlight streaming through them. It was no room I'd ever seen before. My clothes were no longer damp, and there was no pain in me. I moved toward the sunlight.
You were a long time coming, Reese.
I don't see you.
Come out of the shadows toward the light. You will find me.
Oh.
Now you can see me, can you not?
Yes, now I see you. You seem to know me. I've never seen you before.
I am called Zine. You are most welcome, Reese. Yours has been a tortuous trip, I know.
I don't understand. That beggar, old fool, he said he was leading me to the perfect place.
The important thing is that you are here, Reese. Come. Look through the window.
Oh, this is beautiful. Mountains, valley, lake, field. Never seen anything like it.
It is perfect. You are in the perfect place because you want to be here. You looked the world over. You witnessed the struggle. You wanted to be free of it.
Am I dead?
Do you feel dead?
No, I don't. I feel confused. There's so much I don't understand. I have questions.
You will begin to see the answers for yourself once the processing has begun.
Processing?
There are things you must give up for perfection, Risa. In the processing, these things will leave you. One of them is written in your expression now, doubt. You cannot doubt perfection, and have it too. And after that, you must give up fear and greed. Will you miss them, Reese?
No, of course not.
There are other things, of course. Whenever you have questions, you will find me nearby to answer them. Do you have any more questions now?
No.
Then you are ready. Go on, my son. Go out and live in the perfect place. You hesitate. Why?
I don't know. Surely there's nothing to fear from perfection. You would not think so, would you, my son? I went out the door, down the path, into the perfect place. The hesitation, the fear grew less with each step. I turned a short distance away to wave back at Zine, but the door I had walked through was gone, and the building and the window, and there was no sign of Zine. But somehow it seemed unimportant. I turned back to the path and walked ahead.
Hello, my love.
Hello,
I am Angela.
Angela.
You are Risa, and my love. I knew you would be here when I wanted you most.
You were expecting me? You knew I would be here.
I wanted you.
Oh.
Take my hand. We will walk together, won't we?
I think we will, Angela.
Oh, my love. Ours will be a lovely time together. Perfectly lovely.
You are listening to The Return, tonight's presentation on Escape. Next Sunday evening, Lionel Barrymore will again be here on most of these same stations as your host on the Radio Hall of Fame. Remember to hear Lionel Barrymore next Sunday on CBS Radio. And now, Escape and the second act of The Return.
Angela was all of beauty, all of woman. She was grace and strength and delicacy. And she was always at my side as we walked the broad valleys of the perfect place. She was my love. And it was a perfect love. The land was all beauty. The people were all smiles. Every need was satisfied. There was love and abundance. Peace and perfection was at every hand. And there was no struggle. No struggle about anything. After a time, when I felt the need of a friend appeared. He was Lar, Angela's brother. Lar loved the sea, and he had a fine schooner for fishing.
Angela tells me you enjoy fishing, Reeser. Name your fish, and I promise you boatloads of it.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. I have no preference. Any fighting game fish is fine sport.
The day is perfect. The wind is perfect. Everything we need is aboard.
It's all very easy, isn't it?
It is as it should be. For fishing, we need wind and sail and sea and fish. So we have them.
Hard to believe.
It's there to see and believe.
The wind is failing.
Then this must be the spot. The best waters.
Best?
We would not have stopped here if they were not the best.
A nice arrangement. Well, where's the gear?
The lines are out. They are just right. Go, see for yourself.
It's a strike, Lar. The strike here on the starboard line.
Pull him in, Reeser. He's all yours.
Oh, it's albacore. And a giant. But he stopped fighting. There's no fight in him.
Pull him in, Reeser. He's a perfect albacore. Perfect.
I never saw a fish give in so quickly. Practically jumped onto the deck. And it kept on that way. All day, every fish that found our lines fairly flopped into the schooner of its own volition. Laura had promised me a boatload of fish, and we had them when Angela met us in port at evening. There had been no struggle, no effort even in lifting the great fish off the lines. It was phenomenal and rather frightening. Some days later, Angela suggested a deer hunt. With Laura, we walked through the beautiful countryside, through fields, toward the wooded hills.
Look ahead, my love. Set your sights.
Oh, yes. The first shot is yours, Reeser.
All right.
You see, love? Directly ahead. Perfect deer.
Yes, I see. Perfect deer. 30 or 40 of them all lined up as targets. Couldn't miss one if I tried.
Fire, Reeser.
No, I can't.
You wanted deer. Well, there they are.
Now, Angela, listen to me. Don't you see? We haven't hunted for deer. Now, part of the thrill of hunting is the hunt itself, and then the finding of your game and matching your wits against his. If you win, then you've won something.
But you said you wanted deer.
And when we fished, you said you wanted fish.
Look, if I had said I wanted to hunt bear instead of deer, then all the bear I could shoot would be in the sights of my gun? Or if I'd said quail or duck, the sky overhead had been black with them? Is that true?
Yes. Yes, my love. That is all true.
Yes. Yes, perfect. Like all things.
No, but that isn't perfect. Can't I make you see that? Oh. Look, Angela, you and La, would you just go on a little, would you? I want to be alone a while.
Of course, darling. It's perfectly all right with me.
Perfectly.
Perfectly. I turned then and I walked in no direction toward no place. Inside, I was all fury and confusion. And something more. Didn't know why, but I was reacting to the constant smiles of Angela and Laura with something like terror. And then I stopped and lay on a spot of cool green grass to rest and think. And not think.
What are your questions, Risa? Zine, I said I'd be nearby to answer when you needed me.
It's hard to question. I just find perfection difficult to understand.
Do you doubt it? The perfection?
No. No, I've seen and known many perfect things here.
You wanted assurance there was no struggle here and the perfect place. You have seen no struggle, have you, Rita?
No, none. But now you must see everything. The fish, the deer, there's no fight in them. There's no sport, there's no challenge.
You wanted no struggle. You cannot have both struggle and no struggle. You once berated existence as a thing men struggled through and died struggling to live.
Oh, I know.
Your processing will go on, Lisa. Step by step, it will go on. There will be no struggle. And you will realize that you cannot improve on perfection.
And when I turned to answer Zine, he was gone again. As I knew he would be. He was gone, but the terror was still with me. There was goodness and kindness. There was plenty. Why did I fear it? What was its terror? My thoughts went to Angela, and soon we were together again, as if nothing other than perfection had passed between us. She took me into a village I had not seen. The life there was simple, but perfect.
Is it not beautiful here, my love? Is not everything and everyone beautiful?
Angela, what do all the people of the village do?
Do?
How do they live? Do they work? Are there jobs to do?
Everyone does what he wants.
No. Who tills the fields and plants them? Who builds the homes?
So many questions always, my love. and questions about the simplest of things. The field. One goes there when one wants something and one finds it. The home. They're just here.
Nothing to be achieved because all things have been achieved. There is no work because all the work has been done.
That sounds very well. Does it please you?
Yes, I guess it does.
Oh, look. The men at the canvases across the way.
Oh.
They're painting. Is that doing something?
Oh, let's have a look.
What lovely paintings. Perfectly lovely, are they not?
Oh, this one's quite a good landscape.
And this one here. Do look at this one, Rita. You see? Perfectly lovely.
Oh, they're just the same. They're identical. Every flower, the tree, the hill, just the same in color and size. Angela.
What is it, darling?
3 men painting pictures, and each picture is exactly like the others.
There is just one perfect landscape of this sort. How could it be otherwise? There's only one way to be, to do, to paint. And that is perfect.
And there's just one perfect book because there's just one perfect way to set words down?
Of course, my love. The perfect way.
Oh, no.
I wish Laura were here.
Tell me this perfection. Is it conformity?
Angela, you wished me here.
Laura, he's full of questions.
Just one question, Laura. Is perfection conformity? Must everyone think and do and act and write and paint in just one way?
There is just one perfect way.
Oh, no, Zine didn't say I'd have to give up all the things that make me me, or that I couldn't work toward goals of achievement, or that I must give up challenge in order to live in the perfect place.
You are so different, Reeser.
Angela, what if I should leave you? What if I were no longer your love? Would that be all right with you?
If that is what you wish, perfectly all right, darling.
Perfectly.
Oh, you're crazy. Oh, Tuckett ought to be here. Oh, he should see what I've seen. He'd laugh his head off at me.
Tuckett?
Yeah, Tuckett. Someone with a chance to work and dream and set goals for himself. And make mistakes, honest mistakes. And gamble to win or lose. He can take his chances.
I think this Tuckett must be a very strange man.
And I think this is something I've been wanting to do for a long time.
What an odd gesture. I've never seen one man strike another before.
Come on, Lark, get up. Let's make a good fight of it, huh? Let's make a perfect fight.
Your hand becomes a peculiar color.
You won't fight back? You won't fight back. Because there's no struggle here.
You mention this word, struggle, often. Is it a good word, struggle?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it is. They were smiling when I left. The whole village was smiling broadly, and they waved at me happily. I ran, and I walked, and I ran again. The mountains surrounding the great valley were tall and steep. I had to get through or around or over them somehow. I had to escape the perfect place.
You have further questions, Lisa?
Just one, Zine. How do I get out of here?
Get out? You want to leave the perfect place?
Yes, and I am leaving, and you can't stop me.
I would not try to stop you if you really want to go. I will show you the way.
There's no trap?
No. There is one thing.
Yeah?
If you go, you can never return.
That's fine with me. In fact, that's perfect.
You'll be going back to the struggle.
This perfection is filthy. It's vicious, insidious.
You prefer the struggle, then?
To this? Oh, yes. Yeah, the struggle is wrong. It shouldn't have to be. But we'll work on it, every succeeding generation. At least there's work to be done, and the incentive is there to do it. Oh, brother, wait till I tell people about this perfect place.
Yes, Teresa. Tell them you found the perfect place. Tell them about the beauty, the perfection, about Angela and Lars and me. Tell them you were here and you saw it, but there's no struggle. Tell them you saw all this and ran. Will anyone believe you?
My lips formed an answer, but no words came. And suddenly there was no zine and no perfect place. Only the rain beating on my face as I lay at the foot of a high wall. I felt the hard pain in my back. And then I remembered it all. The beggar, Deserta, the walled Arab town beyond. Couldn't have happened very long before. Couldn't have lain there long. I remembered that Tuckett was staying at the Hotel North Africa, and I hurried there to him. Tuckett! Tuckett, open the door! Tuckett!
Good heavens, what's all the racket about?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was anxious to find you again. I got in a fight down in the native quarter, which was a mistake because I've been lying wet and cold in some back alley for an hour or so.
Why, it's Reeser, isn't it?
What? Well, of course, man. Oh, look, don't you remember at dinner earlier this evening?
Reeser, of course. And I remember the dinner. I haven't seen you since, but after all, I should remember it was only a year ago.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Return by Kathleen Height, starring Lawrence Dobkin. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, Paul Dubov, Gene Bates, Howard Culver, and Lou Krugman. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are alone in a world of decay and desolation, looking down on what was once a great city, while coming slowly to meet you, her hand stretched out in greeting to you, is a beautiful girl whose very existence may be the cause of your death.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Jack London's classic novel, The Scarlet Plague. Tonight's program was transcribed. The little red schoolhouse of bygone days was something to be proud of, but in many parts of the country today, it has become the little shabby schoolhouse. Too little to house its students, its equipment outdated and inadequate, its teachers too few and underpaid. If your schools are like that, act with others in your community before the cost of repair and replacement gets astronomical. Act now in the interest of tomorrow.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Decay and desolation, looking down on what was once a great city, while coming slowly to meet you, her hand stretched out in greeting to you, is a beautiful girl whose very existence may be the cause of your death.
Listen now as Escape brings you Jack London's classic novel, The Scarlet Plague.
I'm recording this only for myself, for my own sanity. Perhaps even from some age-old sense of duty. For I have not the slightest hope that it will ever be heard by any living human being. I was at one time a professor of English literature in the great university at San Francisco. Professor James Smith, a man who believed in reason and intellect, and who abhorred the instincts of animal nature. But that was before the terror and the madness of the Scarlet Plague. This morning I killed a sheep with my bare hands. Then, squatting on the ground, I tore a haunch from my prey and ate it raw. It began simply on a Monday morning, as I recall. I was having breakfast at the counter in the campus cafeteria with Bill Dombey of the physiology department. He was glancing over the front page of the morning paper.
I don't know why I do it, Jim.
Do what?
Buy a paper every morning. Nothing changes but the date. Senator so-and-so back in Washington after whirlwind tour, love nest killing in Omaha, new bomb test at Inuit-Talk scheduled for the...
What's that item down at the bottom?
Where?
Down the corner. New York fights Scarlet Plague.
Some news reporter's pipe dream, I suppose. 9 persons have died since last evening of a strange malady which has left doctors at Manhattan hospitals admittedly baffled. The disease, if it is a disease, strikes without warning and slays its victim in less than an hour. Apparently, the first symptoms are a feeling of well-being and lightheadedness, accompanied by a slight rise in temperature. A few minutes later, a fiery red rash appears on the hands and face and spreads rapidly over the entire body. Within 10 to 30 minutes, the victim goes into coma and dies. It's ridiculous. There's no disease that acts like that. It's food poisoning, something of that sort.
Please, Bill, I'm eating.
Medical authorities are unanimously agreed, however, that no general danger exists and that there is no cause for public concern or alarm, which is double talk, for we don't know what it is yet.
What about a mutation?
Mutation of what?
Well, how do I know? You're the physiologist.
Oh, you're talking about those scare stories, I suppose. Harmless virus or bacteria mutates and throws down some new deadly type. Antibiotics won't touch it. Medical science helpless. 1 million people wiped out overnight.
It's a possibility, isn't it?
Oh, Jim, bacteria strains are always mutating. And usually the mutation is less harmful than the parent. That idea has been overworked for years. Pass the cream, please.
Oh. Bill? Is it a possibility or not?
Yes, it's a possibility. Hey, you're stalling, Jim. That rook's the only piece you can move, and you know it.
Don't rush me now. I still got the queen back here. Now, let's see.
And here is the latest development on the Scarlet Plague.
No,
the following
Plague.
statement was released a few minutes ago
I wouldn't
by
move
the
that if I were
Director of
you.
the Bureau of Public Health. Up to this hour, the official death toll in Greater New York is 321 persons. In Boston, 94. Washington, D.C., 111. Chicago, 181. Medical
Spreading
men
like
throughout the
wildfire,
nation are working around the clock. It is expected momentarily that the causative agent of the disease will be isolated and an effective treatment prescribed. Meanwhile, stay out of crowds, stay home, and stay calm. We return you now to Dance Time.
Turn it off, Jim.
How can it spread so fast?
It's hard to tell, not knowing the period of incubation, whether it's airborne, contagious by contact, how long it's contagious before the symptoms show up, not even knowing what it is, in fact. One thing sure, though. Something's got to be done fast.
I guess we can call ourselves lucky out here. There hasn't been a case reported in San Francisco.
No. Not yet.
When all the breathers of this world are dead, you still shall live. Such virtue hath my pen, where breath most breathes, even in the mouths of men. Now, I did not choose this particular sonnet because of possible contemporary suitability, but because it does, I think, best keynote the transitional phase that later appears in the philosophies and the poetic... Is something wrong back there?
Mr. Smith!
Yes, what's the trouble, Miss Baxter?
It's the Scarlet Plague!
Now, wait. Marley, Everett, wait and give me a hand here.
Miss Wilson.
Mr. Smith, look at my hands. My arms all red.
Now, Miss Wilson.
I feel so strange. Cold and numb. I'm dying. Everyone who gets it dies. I'm only 19 and I'm dying.
There.
When all the breathers of this world are dead, you...
Now it's in San Francisco. I sat for a long time in the empty classroom, paralyzed by shock, by a strange fear I'd never felt before, the fear of the unknown. The girl had walked into my class smiling and talking, and now she lay dead at the back of the room. Why? How could it happen so suddenly? What had caused the plague? Where had the terror started? And where would it end? I went to the faculty club. Bill Dombey was listening to the latest reports.
Reports from around the nation include the following figures: greater than 1,000 deaths. Philadelphia, estimated 150,000 deaths. Chicago, one moment, please. A bulletin has just been handed to me from the Scarlet Plague is raging in Europe. Unofficial reports from Russia estimate the death toll in Moscow at 180,000, with additional millions dead and dying throughout the summer they are received for as long as our facilities need.
No word of any cure yet?
Jim, I didn't hear you come in.
I just walked across the campus. It's completely deserted.
Yes. Guess the faculty club here is the only holdout. And at that, there are only 4. 4, counting you. Myra Blake of Graphic Arts. She went over to her room to pack some keepsakes. She'll be back. Dr. Barnes is out in the kitchen trying to rustle up something to drink.
Bill, that girl who died in my class a while ago, 1 minute she was all right, and a minute later she was dead.
Well, it's fast. That's one thing.
Can you get it from contact? I lifted her head. I put some books under it.
Nobody knows how you get it. I don't suppose contact matters much. It couldn't be all contact. Not millions of cases in hours.
Find a cure. They've had 2 days now. What are they all doing?
Dying, Jim, like everybody else.
Dombey, Smith.
Oh, Dr. Barnes?
Here. Maybe this will help.
Scotch.
Why not? There's a whole case of it out there. I think it might be a good idea to keep that radio on.
Yes, you're probably right, Dr. Barnes. Technicians, engineers, they've died by thousands all over the country. How much longer can services like radio, telephone, transportation...
Minutes ago. All conveyances, regardless of ownership or occupancy, are being stopped and turned back at Army control points. Stay where you are. Do not attempt to travel. You are no safer in one place than in another. The plague is everywhere. Repeat, the plague
It won't
is
stop,
everywhere.
no, they'll still try to run.
Yes. Also
Anywhere, just as long as it's somewhere else.
has not mutinied. Repeat, the Army has not mutinied.
It must be getting
Statement
rough out
signed by
there.
Edmund C. Dover, Senate member and acting President of the United States, and by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In a bulletin just handed to me, Johns Hopkins regretfully states that Dr. Theodore von Zwickler, who had earlier announced partial success in identifying the causative agent of the plague, has just died. Though Dr. Zwickler left no notes on his work, hospital personnel continue to...
What happened to the lights? Power failure, I guess. It was bound to happen sooner or later.
There's a flashlight in that desk drawer.
I got it.
There's a portable radio with batteries in the game room.
Oh, let's leave it for the moment, Dr. Bond.
Yes, the liquor sounds better than the news.
Well, in that case, I wonder what's keeping Miss Blake. She was coming right back.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's that light coming from?
Looks like a fire. Maybe we can see from the windows.
Not one fire, 1,000 fires.
Down there, toward the bay. Berkeley, Oakland, and over in the city. Why? What started them? Open!
Can't you hear why, Jim?
Gunfire.
Yes. They're not waiting for the plague to do the job.
No. They're already out in force. The looters, the maimers, the robbers, people with a hate and a grievance.
If it started already, it'll get a lot worse.
Oh, yes. It'll get worse.
You are listening to The Scarlet Plague, tonight's presentation on Escape. Sunday afternoon, CBS Radio will bring you another of its successful on-the-scene reports gathered by its feature project team. This time, we'll take you to the United States wide-open back door, the Mexican border, the crossing point for 2 million illegal entrants last year alone. We call this report the Wetbacks, because that's what so many of these illegal entrants are called as they swim the Rio Grande into the United States. Hear the Wetbacks, Sunday on most of these same stations. And now, Escape and the second act of The Scarlet Plague.
We stood at the window of the faculty club, looking out across the campus, down over the hills toward the bay, where fires lit up the growing night, and where even fiercer fires of greed and lust and hate burned in hearts that were beating their last hours or even seconds of life in this world. For a world was dying at our feet, and though we had so far been spared, we knew we too were dying with it.
Contact is still being maintained with Buenos Aires. And since London Overseas went silent a few minutes ago, this is now our only contact outside continental North America.
It makes you know you're
We are
alone.
at present able
Really
to
alone.
maintain
Yes,
contact
it
with
does.
only 2 stations in this country, Washington and Chicago. The West Coast has been silent for some 30 minutes, and we do not know whether we are being heard there at this time.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
At
A
the moment, we are
crazy
waiting for
dream.
word
It
from
can't be
Washington naming
happening.
the new president of the United States to replace Edmund C. Dover, who died on the Senate platform while attempting to conduct...
What's the use?
Well, are we still agreed on leaving?
We must. If by some miracle we do survive, we'll be out of food here in 3 days. And tonight may be the last chance to find any. Probably looting every store in the Bay Area.
Grocery stores, liquor stores, jewelers, fur shops.
More the reason to get started now, then.
Right. If we can make 3 or 4 trips with the station wagon tonight, we ought to be set here for quite a while. What about those pistols, Dr. Barnes? You said there were a couple in the safe.
Yes, I'll get them.
Funny how things are changing. He was chancellor of this university. Now he's foraging for food.
Yes, well, I'll gas up the station wagon and get it over here so we can...
Is anybody here?
Well, Jim, turn that flashlight on the door.
Myra.
Jim,
Thank heaven you're still here.
Oh, Dr. Barnes was worried about you, Myra. He just went into the other room. I'll tell him you're here.
All right, Jim. I was afraid there might not be anybody here. I was hurrying to get back, and I caught my heel on the edge of the walk-in cell. I think I hit my head.
Tripped and fell, the whole world dying, and you trip and fall.
I guess it is funny.
Myra? Bill.
What is it?
What's wrong?
Dr. Barnes is lying just outside. Dead. Plague? Yes. But he got the pistols.
Yeah, thanks. Do you know how to use one of these, Jim?
In a general way. Well, we'd better get started, Bill. We shouldn't be too long, Myra.
You're not going to leave me here alone.
Oh, she's right, Jim. I wouldn't want to be left alone either.
All right. Let's go. We tried the Oakland docks first, the big food warehouses along the railroad tracks. It was a dead end. From a mile away, we could see the blaze towering into the night sky. The whole dock area was in flames. We swung the station wagon back onto the ramp and headed across the Bay Bridge toward the city itself, fighting our way in and out of the jumbled traffic and the terrified crowds on foot, turning and twisting among the dead and dying.
We've got to go back, Bill. This is getting worse every block.
Yeah, I know. Trying to get a chance to turn around.
There's an alley there by the hotel. Maybe you can edge in there.
Worth a try, anyway.
Look out, Bill!
Hey, watch who you're bumping into.
Sorry?
I ain't taking a pushing around from nobody. Not anymore, you understand?
I told
That's
you
on
I
account of what I got. You take a look at a 45, wise guy.
Careful, Bill. He's drunk.
Look close, and you can see the bullet coming out. Watch that. I bet he saw it all right. I bet he got a real good look before
He's crazy, Myra. Come on, hurry. We've got to get out of here.
What about the other man?
We'll leave the car. Come on, out this side. This way, Myra. The hotel entrance. Out of the way. One side, left the side. All right, come on.
What can we do, Jim? They saw us come in. They'll be after us any second.
The stairway there, next to the elevators. Hurry, Myra. Maybe we can find a room, someplace to hide in case they come up the stairs.
Try that one, Jim.
All right.
Hey, look! They've got more guests.
Sorry.
Go on in and live. That's what all of us are doing. Living while we're dying.
Hardy.
Go on in. We got plenty to eat, plenty to drink. 50 pounds of diamonds, tons of money, lots of women, and not a worry in the world.
Come on, Myra, let's go.
Go ahead. Come on, let me open another bottle.
Jim, where can we go?
Well, the hotel's about 12 or 14 stories high. The elevators aren't working. I doubt if anybody'd bother us on one of the top floors. They wouldn't have any reason to climb up there. You want to try it?
All right, Jim.
Let's go. For 5 days, we stayed on the top floor of the hotel, and no one came up to bother us. Twice, with pistol in hand, I left Myra in the room and slipped down into the streets to forage for food and supplies. Gradually, over the 3 days, I saw the mobs diminish, thin out, as the scarlet plague continued to rage unchecked. Then finally, on the morning of the 6th day, I brought Myra down from the room to see what had happened to the city.
There's not a person in sight, Jim. No one but us. Not another living soul as far as you can see.
Listen. There's not a sound.
A dead world. But there must be others, Jim. Not just us. They're hiding. We'll take a car and drive and look for them. There must be others.
But she was wrong. We drove for 100 miles, all over the city and the countryside around it. And when we finally stopped on a hill above the bay, we knew that there was not another living soul in the whole city. We were the only human beings left alive in San Francisco. And most likely the only ones in the entire world.
But why, Jim? Why us and no one else?
I don't know why. I don't know why any of this. It's just too vast to begin to comprehend. But we're alive. That's the only thing that's certain. We're both alive. To be alone, to be the only living human in the world, would mean terror. Absolute terror and insanity.
I feel guilty somehow. Being alive when everyone else is dead.
There can't be any guilt when you don't have a choice. It was nothing we did. And besides, Myra, don't you see what it means? Since we've been spared, mankind itself has been spared, and civilization. We'll have children. We'll teach them. See that they remember and pass on the greatness of the past.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Together. Together we can do it. We can give mankind another chance. You and I, Myra. We can keep it from being lost forever. Together, everything is different. There's a new hope. Something to live for and work for. And we...
What's wrong, Jim?
Myra.
What?
Your face. It's turning scarlet.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Scarlet Plague by Jack London, specially adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, starring Vic Perrin. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Gregg, and John Daner, with Eleanor Tannen, John Larch, Barney Phillips, and Sam Edwards. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week...
You are standing in the bedroom of an English inn. The sound of revelry coming faintly up the stairs. While in the shadows across the room from you, the gun in his hand already aimed at you is an enemy agent whose success depends upon your death.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Ben Wright's story, Affair at Mandrake. Every Saturday evening at the Star's Address, enjoy William Conrad as Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke. It's a drama of the frontier of America in the 1870s. Authentic, dramatic, and full of the lore that made the American cowboy a part of our national heritage. Remember, Gunsmoke, Saturday night. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is heard Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are standing in the bedroom of an English inn, the sound of revelry coming faintly up the stairs, while in the shadows across the room from you, the gun in his hand already aimed at you, is an enemy agent whose success depends upon your death.
Listen now as Escape brings you Ben Wright's story, Affair at Mandrake.
This town, this beach, might have been wonderful in peacetime, I don't know. I never saw it before, but in war in 1940 it was hell. And on the map that I held in my shaking hands, it read Dunkirk. I stood by a burnt-out truck, reeling with fatigue, watching what was left of my battalion lurch like sleepwalkers onto the shell-swept dunes to await their turn on the little ships that were struggling so desperately to get them away and back to England.
Major Baker!
Over here, son, Major. You find the colonel?
Afraid he's boarded, sir. Him and the old battalion order group.
All of them?
Yes, sir. One bloody shell. Nasty, very nasty. You want to look over the prisoners now, sir?
I suppose so. Brigade still wants unit identification.
This way, sir.
All right.
I left them with the Lance Corporal of D Company. Here you are, sir. This bomb here.
Right.
Okay, you Nordic Superman, up on your bloody feet.
Now get them lined up, Holloway. We'll see what we've got.
Prisoners! Come!
That man at the end, Holloway. Get him turned round.
You, face the officer. You I'm talking to. Turn round.
That's more like it. Now we can... 30 shots.
Bitte, Herr Major.
30 shots. What in the world?
Aber, Herr Major, ich kann kein Englisch Wort verstehen.
You don't understand English when you were born in England.
Bitte, Herr Major.
Holloway, shoot that man.
Sir?
Shoot him.
No, sir.
Then by heaven I will.
No, sir, you can't.
Believe
sir,
me.
Stop it. You know it's against King's regulations to shoot a prisoner. You know it is, Major, sir.
He's a traitor. I'll prove it to you. Get his service book.
Yes, sir.
It says 30 shots. Born London, England, doesn't it?
No, sir. It says here... Wilfred Dorf, born Bremen, sir.
Dorf? I could have sworn that... Dorf? Wilfred Dorf?
Yes, sir.
All right, Holloway. Must have been mistaken. Give him back his book. Now, I want the prisoners placed nearer the sea. Less chance of them making a boat for it that way. Then I want you... And I want you to see that all of the ranks are fully equipped. What they don't have already, they can pick up off the beach.
Right, sir. Yes, sir. Corporal, get them prisoners down nearer to the sea. All right, John, Major.
Come along, Holloway.
Excuse me, Major, but who did you think that prisoner was just now?
My best friend, Holloway.
Best friend, sir? German?
Yes, blasted Holloway, my best friend.
Sorry, sir.
That's all right, Holloway. I'm tired. We all are. I made a mistake, that's all. I wasn't really going to shoot him, you know.
No, sir.
Major Baker, sir. Navy's just signaled for us to embark.
All right. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir.
Battalion will move off by companies. A company leading. Single file, 5-yard interval. Deliver that order to platoon leaders.
Yes, sir.
You married, Holloway?
Not half, sir. 10 years now and 3 nippers.
They'll be glad to see you.
I should say so. You know, I've always thought of the old trouble and strife talking too much, but after this little lark, she'll seem like a blinking deaf... Come on, sir, let's get off this flaming beach.
We left Dunkirk blazing behind us, and the Navy took over. Then England again, and finally the blessed release of 2 weeks' leave. But it was a short-lived happiness, for on the 6th day I was ordered to report to the War Office. General Ballister, sir.
Baker, yes, of course. I sent for you, didn't I? Oh, Baker, congratulations.
I beg your pardon, sir?
On your military cross. I haven't got it yet, eh? Well, it'll be along. It was a good show in France, Baker. A fine rear guard and a properly equipped battalion when you came ashore. Deserve your MC.
Thank you, sir.
Thank me, rubbish. Deserve it. Now, what do you know about rockets, Baker?
Well, sir, I was interested in them pre-war as a possible method for postal delivery.
Oh, that's right. I have it here in your record. Attended experimental meetings in Germany, eh?
Yes, sir. My best friend and I... Well, it interested me.
Yeah. Well, come here. Have a look at this map.
Sir?
Mandrake Forest. Full of rockets. Our rockets. Ack and anti-personnel. Well, the Germans think they're very clever with this sort of nonsense. We think we're a bit brighter.
Mandrake Forest. I see.
Baker, I want you to command a group at Mandrake and carry out field tests. Can't give you more than a battalion for the job either. I'm giving you the job because of your record and because you know about rockets. Now, what's your main problem?
Security?
Exactly, security. The enemy knows we're up to something, and he'll do his best to find out what it is.
It'll be quite a job, sir, with only a battalion.
All you get with your colonelcy, of course. Take it?
Of course, sir. Thank you. Oh, one thing, sir. May I have my old regimental sergeant major with me? Holloway knows the way I work, and he'd be very good value.
Oh, we'll arrange that immediately. That all?
I think so, sir.
Good, that's it then. Except for a word of warning.
Sir?
From now on, Mandrake will be a number one target for enemy agents. Mandrake and you.
Yes, sir.
Your life, and more important still, our chances of winning this war depend on how well you do at Mandrake.
I'd already thought of that, sir.
I'm sure you had. Well, then, I suggest you spend the last of your leave by having a look around that district. Make your appreciation and so on, eh? Oh, yes, and dine with Barbara and me tonight, eh, Guy?
I'd love to, sir.
Splendid. 8:30 then, blitz permitting. Oh, and do me a favor, will you?
Of course, sir.
Don't mention rockets, eh? Barbara's all right, really, but Pongo's awfully touchy.
Pongo?
Yes, the bloody dog, right?
Right, sir. And thank you. The dinner was excellent, as was the courvoisier. So it was well after midnight before I said goodnight to the Ballisters and made my way slowly towards my flat in Cranmer Mews. The darkness was absolute. No searchlights, no raid, an almost irritating hush. And then as I turned into the mews, I saw it. A chink of light coming from my own window. I moved quietly, yet as quickly as possible, up the steps, then stopped suddenly. My door had been forced. I eased it open wider and stepped through. There was a ribbon of light from the study. Then, as I slowly edged closer... I came to where I had fallen in the hall. Head pounding, I got to my feet and opened the study door. The room was in chaos. Chairs ripped open and papers littering the carpet. Bookshelves empty. Pictures pushed aside. Quickly, I pried open the tightly fitted false bottom to the bureau drawer. My most secret documents and books were untouched. The film of chalk dust with which I had sprayed them, unmarked. If it had been a burglar, he'd got what he came for. If it had been the enemy, then they'd not discovered what my mission was. Hello.
Guy, sorry to disturb you. Ballister here.
Oh, yes, General.
Got another blister for you, I'm afraid.
In what way, sir?
Now, just after you left, I got a toll call from Pig Spooner. Chap's commanding a prisoner of war camp just outside your new area.
Yes, sir?
Yes. Thought I ought to tell you. Pig was livid. Said that 2 days ago, 6 of his POWs made a bolt for it. His patrols have brought in 5 of them, but one is still swanning about scot-free. Bloody well vanished.
Got a description of him, sir?
That's why I rang up. Blighter's about 32, medium build, but tall, pale face, black eyes and hair.
I'll keep my eyes open, sir. Anything else?
Yes. Biggs thinks he must speak fluent English and know the country well. Oh, yes. The fellow's name is Wilfred Dorf.
I left London the next night, and as the train crawled towards Mandrake, under the nightly blanket of shellfire and bombers, I thought of my new command, of the rockets, and how they could change the whole face of the war, properly used and in the right hands. And I thought, too, of Wilfred Dorf, whom we'd captured at Dunkirk, the man I'd mistaken for my oldest friend, Ferdy Schatz. Ferdy's parents had been German, certainly, but he was a British citizen until he had gone to Berlin in 1937 to finish his studies there. And if Dorf was Ferdy, why had he refused to recognize me that day? Shame? Fear? Why? Why change his name? In any case, I'd soon find out. For somewhere in the forest of Mandrake, he was loose. Then, much later, I was stepping off the train into a driving, stinging rain at Mandrake Halt, where Sergeant Holloway met me with a staff car. And in a matter of minutes, we were driving away from the station toward the little town of Mandrake.
The adjutant sends his apologies for not being here, sir, but the camp's a mess and he couldn't get away.
Thanks, Holloway. Well, they posted you quickly enough.
Too true, sir. Hardly had time to get my pack off.
Camp's a mess, huh?
Yes, sir. The adjutant suggests the Red Lion pub in the village for you, sir, till we get settled a bit. He's warned them, sir.
Cheer up, Holloway. It's not as bad as all that.
No, sir.
Well, at least we're home.
Yes, sir. But if you'll forgive me saying so, it ain't much better than the beach at Dunkirk.
How is your wife, Holloway?
Talky, sir. Very talky. Well, this is it, sir. The Red Bloody Lion. The camp's number is Mandrake 45 if you want the staff car for reconnaissance.
Fine. Thanks for meeting me, Holloway. How about a drink before you go back?
Well, it's very good of you, sir, but the sergeant's mess managed to get a couple of barrels of Scotch ale last night. They only have bitter here.
Right, off you go.
Good night, Colonel.
Good night.
Colonel Baker, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm Alfie Bingle. I've been expecting you, sir. Your adjutant gave us a buzz, and we've the best room put by for you. Number 6 on second floor. Has to eaten out yet, sir?
Well, I did have dinner in London, but...
But they're still a bit peckish and all, eh?
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Well, don't you worry, sir. I told the old lady to put by half a blood pudding and some green gauges for afters, just in case.
That sounds fine.
I'll take your valise up for you, sir, and the bottle of Jameson's Irish the adjutant sent along. You just stop into the bar parlour. Mrs. will serve you in there.
Right. Thank you.
Colonel, sir. I do hope you won't put us out of bounds to your chaps just because you're top secret and all.
Where did you hear that?
Well, it's sort of gossip is all. Sort of gossip, like.
Let's talk about it some other time, shall we? In the meantime, how about the food?
Of course, sir. Right away. Right away.
The bar parlour was warm and crowded, and Bingle's food far better than I'd hoped for. After I'd eaten, I sat for a while over a couple of glasses of port. I was tired after the journey north. Bingle's remark about being top secret irritated me, so that when the singing began, I started up to my room.
Hello, Guy.
Ferdy Schatz.
Sorry about this artillery, but we have to talk, and I remembered your little outburst at Dunkirk. It seemed wiser to take no chances.
And you were?
Wilfred Dorf. Yes, that's right. The sort of melodramatic thing one is forced to do only in wartime, thank heavens.
Now, you listen to me.
Guy, please. Don't get yourself in an uproar. Pour a couple of drinks like a good chap, will you, and then we'll talk. Yet, you probably have a service revolver in your valise. But I'd rather you didn't try to get it. Drink, Sober?
Here you are.
Thanks. That's more like it, eh? Yes. And I can't tell you how grateful I was when you didn't positively identify me at Dunkirk, Guy.
I'll bet you,
Well, you see, it was essential that I get to England with Germans and as a German.
What else are you? Captured you myself, didn't I? You, a British subject in a German uniform? Now that you've escaped, you've come to me to beg a favor. How long do you think you can trade on old friendship? You're an escaped prisoner of war.
Guy, let me explain.
Go on, then explain. You have the gun.
All right. Firstly, we are very well aware of the importance of your new command.
We. The Germans?
Germans, my foot. British military intelligence.
British military? You? With MI5?
That's right. Guy, do you remember my farewell party at the Dorchester in 37 when I was leaving for Germany to finish my education?
I remember. What about it?
Well, intelligence knew war was coming then, sooner or later. And because of my German parentage, they sent me there as a plant.
What?
Guy, I'm not an escaped prisoner. That was arranged by courtesy of military intelligence. I expect the commandant of the camp is furious, but then sometimes you can't let the left hand know what
Suppose I did believe you. What are you doing here?
Well, we feel sure that one of the top German agents is now or will be in this area. Target? Mandrake's new rocket command, and, of course, its commander. You.
Who is this agent?
We don't know. Yet.
I see. Do you know what he looks like?
We don't know that either.
You know very little for someone that supposedly works for military intelligence.
Oh, I see. All right, here. This is the only identification I carry. Look.
Doesn't mean a thing.
Guy, you don't think...
I don't think, Ferdy, I know. Those credentials are forged.
Forged? Are you out of your mind?
How credulous do you think I am, Ferdy?
Now, listen, Guy, I need your help.
Our friendship's finished. Done. You see, you're on one side. I'm on the other. And you better go while you still have that gun, because the next time I find you, I'll kill you.
Guy. You always were pig-headed. All right, then, a drink for the road, One for our friendship that was.
As I poured his drink, he came toward me smiling, his gun in one hand. Then as he reached for it, I flung the raw whiskey straight into his eyes. As he spun away from me half-blinded, I leapt at him. He was trying to bring the gun round on me. I brought my heel down hard on his hand. And the gun skittered away, out of reach under the wardrobe. Then his left hand chopped me hard across the throat. Through a choking haze, I reached the bed, clawed open my valise, swung my revolver towards him as he came toward me. Then I fired. I knew I'd hit him, but even so, he was able to wrench the gun from my hands, race for the door, and slam it shut behind him. By the time I got to my feet and had the door open, Ferdy had a good lead. I took the stairs as fast as I could, but down in the parlor I saw only Binkle, open-mouthed and a blur of excited faces. The blackout curtains at the front door were half ajar, and Ferdy Schutz was gone.
And as you know, Colonel, 3 days later, Ferdy Schutz was dead.
Captain Harper, I suppose for you chaps in MI5, this is run-of-the-mill. But for me, the whole thing has been a nightmare. A tragedy of errors. Killing one's best friend is, well, not too pleasant.
As I quite understand, Colonel.
In time of war, friendships are set aside when one's country is being attacked. And I thought Ferdy Schutz was doing just that. Now that I know he was working for MI5, well,
Didn't he tell you that military intelligence had sent him up to Mandrake?
Yes.
Didn't he show you his credentials?
He did. But at that time, I felt sure they were forged.
Oh, I see.
Look, Captain Harper. On the beach at Dunkirk, I capture this man. Later, I am told by General Ballister that he has escaped the POW camp. And still later, I find him in my room holding me at the point of a gun.
And what did he tell you he was doing there?
He said he'd come to Mandrake because an enemy agent was supposedly in the area. He wanted my help in turning up something. It's all easy enough to understand now, but don't you see, Captain Harper? At the time, I thought I was doing my duty. I had no way of knowing for sure that he was a British agent. The whole thing has been a frightful tragedy.
Oh, yes, it is tragic. Perhaps most of all because those shots got to one of our men before he died. He never knew he'd found the evidence he wanted.
I don't understand, Captain Harper.
Colonel, you were able only to fire once.
That's correct. Before he grabbed my gun and ran.
Yes, and lost himself in the blackout.
That's right. I never saw him again.
Or couldn't find him. Is this your gun?
It could be.
I rather imagine it is, Colonel. Shots gave it to us before he died.
Well?
You fired only one shot from your revolver, the shot that killed Ferdy.
Yes. That's true.
And during a regulation ballistics check, we found the remaining 5 rounds of your revolver held not powder, but rather microfilms, with the complete German code necessary for your activities here at Mandrake. Colonel Baker, you're under military arrest as a Nazi agent and for espionage against His Majesty's government. Shall we go?
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Affair at Mandrake by Ben Wright, starring John Daner. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Richard Peel, Parley Bear, Joseph Kearns, Gary Montgomery, and Lawrence Dobkin. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are groping your way through the belly of a sunken ship, of fortune and pearls secured to your belt. While above, on the ship that tends you, working the pump that sends air to you, is an adversary whose plans include the taking of your pearls and your life.
So listen next week when Escape brings you John Russell's story, The Adversary. Today, radio station WDNC in Durham, North Carolina, celebrates its 20th birthday and its 20th anniversary as a CBS radio affiliate as well. Happy birthday, station WDNC, and many more happy listening birthdays to all the listeners in the greater Durham region, from more than 200 CBS radio affiliates from coast to coast. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is heard Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape. Transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are groping your way through the belly of a sunken ship, of fortune and pearls secured to your belt. While above on the ship that tends you, working the pump that sends air to you, is an adversary whose plans include the taking of your pearls and your life.
Listen now as Escape brings you John Russell's story, The Adversary.
It was at dusk and on an ebb tide that the purling schooner Fancy Free came smartly up into the wind and dropped anchor in the harbor of Thursday Island. And it was after dark when her master came ashore and paid off his Kanaka cruise. He was a big man, this captain, with a crop of black hair, a smooth, long jaw, and gray eyes. As he went swinging along the waterfront, the crowd parted right and left before him. Now, news of any arrival travels fast on Thursday Island, and with such a figure as this, the conversation at the Portuguese bar had been going on for some time.
One thing I know for certain, he's got the trimmest lugger in these parts. And where's he from, Smike? First time I ever laid eye on him or his boat was this evening.
If he was from these parts, Portuguese, Captain Smike would know him.
Well, wherever he's from, he be like the rest of you, up to no good. Oh, you've no use for pearlers, have you, Portuguese? You're all cut from the same cloth. Thieves, drunkards, brawlers, and worse. Ah, you fat devil. You're better than the worst of us. I know and can account for my shortcomings. It is not so with you, who make a living like so many sea gypsies.
What's he saying, Captain Smike?
Alf, drink your drink.
I only wanted to know.
The stranger, Smike. He's another pearler, perhaps. Yes, he could be. I'll find out more when he comes for his rum. Pour me a drink, Portuguese. And one for little Alfie. Well, a toast to Thursday Island.
Thursday Island?
Where the only honest man to grace its shores came by land. You there, at the bar.
Cool. Look at the size of that one.
My name is Smike, if it's me you're talking to.
My name is Weatherby. John Weatherby. I'm master of the Fancy Free.
That's the lugger in the harbor, ain't it?
And so, Captain Weatherby?
I've come to spend some time with you.
Captain Weatherby, what is your pleasure?
But first I'll have my say.
That's your right.
A moment back you drank a toast to which I take exception.
That's so.
You said the only honest man on Thursday Island came by land.
I did.
Now then, I don't mind what you call yourselves to yourselves. As long as I'm in your midst, anyone that says I'm not honest and can't prove it, I'll knock the 7 bells out of him.
Since you're a stranger here, Weatherby, I'll tell you something. I'm senior captain on Thursday Island, and I say what I wish when I wish. And it's like I said before. The only honest man on Thursday Island came
Lummy, he never even got it said.
You, little fellow, go give your friend a hand. He'll need help for a while yet.
My name is Alf, and I ain't finished my drink.
Go.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll have that rum.
Right away, Captain Weatherby.
Now, on Thursday Island, there was no prying into a neighbor's affairs unless one was prepared to push the inquiry with a knife. And so it was that nobody questioned where Weatherby came from, or his pearling license, or the motley crew he picked to replace the skilled Kanaka boys he'd let go. His new cook was Chinese, his head diver a Manila man, and his mate a giant North African who went by the name of Buttermilk. But questions or no, as the months passed, a legend was growing about Captain Weatherby.
Oh, he'd chase you right across the Pacific to pay you tuppence he might owe you. That's his sort.
You never had tuppence in your life, Alfie. 5 nights ago, he was in here, and he drank 5 hard cases under the table. And when they left, he squared the whole bill himself.
Honest Weatherby, they call him.
Honest Weatherby, he's up to something. They say nothing but good about him.
You're right as rain, Portuguese. Last month he stayed in quarantine voluntary-like, just because of that island steamer and the cholera scare.
Then paid his crew their monthly wages anyway. His crew? A good master wouldn't allow one of them to set foot on deck.
Well, they ain't been exactly trained by the Queen's Navy.
What I want to know is this. Why's he got the fastest lugger in these parts manned by that collection of trash? You still hold that blow against Weatherby, Smart. But he's all right.
Harbour authorities, pilots, and other masters, and the whole lot. They all like
I
him.
don't. Listen. That will be the Brisbane steamer.
It's trying to get her bloody passengers back aboard. She sails at midnight.
Australia. I wish I was going. I'd like to see Australia again.
Yeah, she'd probably like to see you, too.
Oh, now, Captain.
Like as not, it's her pilot the Fernshaw's blowing for.
Pilot?
Ever since she put in here, Weatherby and that ship's pilot been trying to drink the island dry.
I wonder where he is now.
Down at the docks, like as not. Pouring his pilot friend aboard the steamer. Another rum, Portuguese. And another for little Alfie.
And in truth, Weatherby was down at the docks, his coat turned up against the squalls that were blowing wet from the ocean. He was standing in the shadows by some packing crates, watching from a distance the yellow cargo flares that showed the loading of the Fernshaw was still in progress. Then, just as Captain Weatherby was turning away, another figure slipped from the shadow and moved to confront him.
Captain Weatherby?
Yes?
I'll take halvers, if you please, Captain Weatherby.
What?
I said halvers. Now, don't move, Captain. I've got you well covered, and I'm not afraid to shoot.
Deacon! After all these years, the Deacon. Bless me if I didn't think I'd done you in.
I should have died, but I didn't. No thanks to you.
And what are you doing on Thursday Island?
I dropped in from Samurai, meaning to catch the Brisbane steamer.
Huh?
I've been doing some diving up the way, but I'm only a fair diver, and my luck's been poor. Until tonight.
Until tonight? And why the change, little beetle?
Because I chanced to see you, my old friend. And I was strolling along the front, and I made inquiries, and I heard what they call you in these parts. Honest Weatherby.
Why, you wasp. You have it in mind to blow on me?
To tell what I know of you and have you go to jail? Not a chance. That would do me no good.
What then?
I just want half of your new speculation. Your latest deviltry.
What makes you think I've got a plan, Deacon?
Oh, do you think I couldn't smell it out? I know your methods too well. Fine public character, no suspicion, alibi all complete. Yes. And I also know you sneaked your crew out of town tonight. Your lugger's ready to slip cable this minute. And, most important, I happen to know what the Fernshaw's carrying aboard of this trip.
Oh, the devil you do.
The season sweep of pearls, 20,000 pounds worth.
Suppose I was after those pearls. How would I get them?
That's for you to do, and me to profit by.
Oh, so you'll let me do the dirty, and then take ours.
That's right, Captain Honest Weatherby.
Blast me if it isn't hard to know whether you're with me or against me, Deacon.
Thus saith the Lord, an adversary there shall be, and he shall bring down thy strength from thee.
All right. All right then, Deacon, I'll put up with your blackmail and piracy. And I'll take you on as an adversary. And you'll be part of the enterprise.
Good. And now, Weatherby, tell me this. How are you to get the pearls that are aboard the steamer there?
I shall have to dive for them, Deacon.
Dive for them?
And like it or not, since you've declared yourself in, you'll be a party to it.
You mean you're going to sink her?
That's exactly what I mean, Deacon. Within 2 hours of sailing, the Fernshaw will be resting on the bottom of the passage.
You are listening to The Adversary, tonight's presentation of Escape. It's back again. It's Saturday daytimes on CBS Radio. It's Romance. Romance every Saturday on most of these same stations, bringing you the world's great love stories. Some new, some old, all fascinating adventures in listening. The story this Saturday, Daphne du Maurier's celebrated novel, Frenchman's Creek, dramatizes the love of a noblewoman for a pirate. And now, Escape, and the second act of The Adversary.
Within half an hour, the little lugger Fancy Free was standing out to sea, The master, Captain Weatherby, and a small and shivering passenger sheltered in the lee of the deck house. The deacon had wanted in on the profit, but he had hardly counted on mass murder as a means to it. One man's death he might have countenanced, but to murder a steamer was something else.
Weatherby, you can't do it. You can't drown a whole ship's company.
Did you ever hear the Volga, the Kate, or the Mecca? Well, they all fell a trifle off the track. Their bottoms were ripped out on Tribulation Shoal. Now, the same thing might happen to the Fern Shoal.
But how? There's a light on Tribulation Shoal.
So there is. It's a fourth-order fixed dioptric, unattended. Now, suppose that light were moved.
But like you say, it's fixed. And besides, the keeper lives only a mile away on Horn Island. You couldn't move it.
Suppose a man were to land on the lee of Tribulation Shoal and with a canvas blanket the light to westward. Now, if that same man were to take a discarded lightship lantern that he might have aboard his lugger and after anchoring some half-mile away show this light at his masthead, what then?
What? You're mad, Weatherby.
You begin to see the possibility for error?
You really are going to wreck her.
Well, I am, Deacon.
You wouldn't. You dared.
Captain.
What is it?
Fix up head. Can hear.
How far?
Close, very close.
Deacon, get below. We're at Tribulation Shoal, and there's man's work to be done yet tonight.
Weatherby.
Get below. Buttermilk!
Captain.
How close now to the south?
200-300 yards.
Have the helm put over, Buttermilk, and drop a hook. We're going ashore to have a look at Tribulation Light.
Now, it is a fact that no one knows or is ever likely to know the actual explanation for the wreck of the Brisbane steamer, which left Thursday Island and came to grief some 2 hours later on Tribulation Shoal. But the records declare that she went clean off her course, and a coral reef laid her open as neatly as a butcher's knife lays open a carcass. She sank within 5 minutes. The next morning, as the dawn spread in iridescence over those waters, Captain Weatherby anchored his lugger between the tips of the two sunken masts.
All right, Buttermilk. Get my equipment ready.
I get diving suit.
Well, Deacon, you'll note for yourself there's not a trace of evidence. We've not been spied. The lantern we used is sunk, the canvas destroyed, and Tribulation Light as it was before.
You're evil, Weatherby. Pure evil.
Deacon, is there so much difference between a lot and a little? Come now, Deacon, cheer up. Here we are, and there are the pearls. 20,000 pounds worth of them, just oversized.
No, I don't want any part of it.
And within 3 hours, I'll be back out on the pearling banks about my business, never having heard of the wreck.
Captain, you strap diving shoes.
Next week, or any time I choose, I'll be walking the streets of Thursday near the news. And who will be as surprised as Captain Weatherby, that hard-working man. Honest Weatherby, with a fortune in his belt to dispose at leisure.
All ready now. Put helmet, Captain.
Yes, Deacon. I've not a problem in the world. Except you.
Me? Why me?
You are evidence. This stinking crew doesn't matter. I've kept them too befuddled to know what's happening, but you could be Queen's evidence. I'm not forgetting you.
Hey, but, now, listen to me, Weatherby. I want no part of...
What kind of an adversary do you call yourself, Deacon? I'd hope for some sport from you. Now, come below, Deacon. Now is the time to change your luck. Come below once and for all.
No, I won't go down with you, not down there.
Well, you're a diver, aren't you, Deacon?
I can't. Not in that ship. I can't.
Oh, blasted, Deacon. I thought at least you'd be amusing. Eh, very well. When I come back, I'll knock your silly head in.
Captain, you want helmet?
One thing, Buttermilk.
Yes, Captain.
You see that fellow white man? Maybe he wants to go below. Good. You give him other suit.
Yes, Captain.
Maybe he touch pump or raise fuss. You knock 7 bells out of him. Otherwise, no order. You savvy?
I savvy, Captain.
Good. Now help me with the helmet.
Yes. Put on now. You okay now, Captain?
You murderer! You filthy murderer with a beat!
Captain, no here. Not in helmet. You white fella, move away. Captain for waterside now. You fella pump plenty good. Captain need much air.
Listen, I've got to talk to you.
Captain say you no good.
Look, I'll give you money. Anything, just cut those lines.
Captain die we cut line. No bleed down there.
Yes, that's right, he'll die, but I'll pay you more than he will.
Line stop moving. Captain on ship now.
What about it? You want money?
No.
What do you want? Then I'll give you anything you say. Just cut those lines and leave him.
White fella no good.
But don't you understand? He'll kill me after he gets those pearls and comes up.
Captain say no order.
Huh? You've got to listen to me.
Go away.
Look, put me in the longboat. Turn me loose. I'll take my chance in the open sea rather than with him. I can't stay here.
You stay.
No, I won't. I won't just wait here like a fool for him to come up and kill me when he freezes. I'll go down below there with him first and fight it out.
You want out of dive suit? Go waterside?
I don't know. I don't know. I've got to think.
You nothing. Black fella boy, pump good. Captain needs plenty air down there.
And down below, everything went exceeding fine for Captain Weatherby. In a matter of 20 minutes or less, he had found the strongbox, broken it open with an iron bar, filled his canvas sack with pearls, and was making his way back towards the companionway through which he had entered the ship. The light was getting stronger as he came back. Then suddenly he stopped. A dim form was facing him. A man as tall as himself, clad in a diving rig. And Weatherby was smiling as he thought,
same type helmet as mine. Same shape. Only other like that is on Fancy Free. What? By all that's holy. Oh, it's the deacon. So you come down, deacon, after all. So you're going to dispute the prize with me, eh? Claim your vengeance. All right. I was going to kill you one way or the other. One crack on your helmet with this bar, deacon, and your eardrums are gone. You'll be just an unfortunate diver who drowned while working. But at least you proved an adversary worth his salt. Now, I'm moving at you, deacon. Good. You move too, eh? We're going to fight it out. Good. A little closer. That's it. Now I'll split your skull.
Oh, set out another bottle of rum, Portuguese. I'm cold clean through to the marrow.
5 days out there at the wreck, and no thanks from anybody.
Not even from the man you brought back? Him? He's crazy as a tick.
Calls himself a deacon, a man of the cloth. Look at him over there, sitting alone at the table, talking to himself. Scripture.
But what of Captain Weatherby? They said you found his lugger anchored over the wreck. There was 2 people could have told us that story. One was a deacon, as he calls himself, and the other a great hulk of a West African, and he went down after Weatherby never come up. You need gear to go that deep.
The bleeding crew couldn't manage a word between the lot of them.
Hold out.
He hideth his wrong in his heart. Let him be snared in his own pit. In the net which he hid is his own foot taken. Lord, break thou the arm of the wicked and the evil man.
Oh, poor fool. He don't know what he's about. Mate, tell me, what of Weatherby? They found him down the wreck. The pearls all in a great sack tied to his diving belt. And he was drowned.
Drowned?
His suit had been cut to ribbons by shards of broken glass. He was drowned for fair, right inside of his suit.
But the glass, Smythe. What was the glass?
Oh, a broken mirror.
A mirror?
It served as a facing for the saloon door leading out of the companionway.
It's like he stopped to take a look at himself. Just that one last time.
Well, a toast to Captain Weatherby. Rest his soul. The only honest man who came by sea to curse the island.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Adversary by John Russell, specially transcribed for radio by Mr. MacDonald. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, and Ben Wright, with Alec Harford, Charlie Lung, and Barney Phillips. The narrator was Vic Perrin. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are running through the alleys of a Mediterranean village, the blackness of the Italian night confusing you, while somewhere in the dark behind you, coming closer as they search for you, are a man and a beautiful woman who mean to take your life.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Kathleen Height's story, An Ordinary Man. This Sunday night, Lionel Barrymore opens the doors to the Hall of Fame, turning the spotlight on another little-known drama of American history, whose workings were instrumental in shaping the nation's destiny. Empire builders, dreamers with high ideals, men and women whose pioneering made history. These are the heroes and heroines of the Hall of Fame, starring Lionel Barrymore this Sunday night on most of these same stations. The top dramatic show of them all, the Lux Radio Theater, is heard Monday night on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are running through the alleys of a Mediterranean village, the blackness of the Italian night confusing you, while somewhere in the dark behind you, coming closer as they search for you, are a man and a beautiful woman who mean to take your life.
Listen now as Escape brings you Kathleen Height's story, An Ordinary Man.
I don't know yet why I said it. But later, as I stood at the deck rail and felt the light chill of the Mediterranean night, I decided it was a good thing. I was 40 years old. In all my 40 years, people had never looked at me the way they had in the salon a few minutes earlier. 40 years. That's a long time to go unnoticed. A long time to be just an ordinary man.
I had never known a beautiful woman, and Maria Novella was beautiful. A man doesn't tell such a woman that he's an assistant county assessor or that this Mediterranean cruise took his life savings. It was late. I was alone on deck. And for the first time in my life, I felt that I could be anything I wanted to be. Boy, oh boy.
Hello. So this is where you came to hide, Senor Hanson.
Oh, Miss Novella. No, I just thought it was stuffy in the dining room. Came out on deck to take the air.
You are very gallant, Senor. I, too, found Senorina Preston's little game very trying.
Oh? Well, it wasn't the game so much. As a matter of fact, I get sort of a kick out of guessing who people are or what they do and then finding out whether I'm right or wrong.
People can be very deceptive. You must have discovered that. So often, they're not what they seem. Is that not so?
Oh, I don't know. I don't get fooled very often. If you're a good judge of character, and I fancy that I am.
Oh, I'm sure that you are.
Well, thanks very much.
Not at all. It is a quality I admire. I am so often wrong about people. I was completely wrong about you.
Yes, I guess I had you fooled all right.
Your work must be fascinating.
Oh, it's a job.
But importing rare gems, it has the sound of many things. Romance, in its true sense. And history. And I should think danger.
Oh, I suppose, but as I say, it's a job. Even scouting around the world in search of perfect stones, well, it all becomes routine after a while.
I think you are modest, Senor Hensel. I think you know a very great deal that you do not say. And I think I will go right on regarding your life as romantic and dangerous.
Well, if it makes you happy.
It does. You see, senor, you prove my point.
Oh, how's that?
That people are so often not what they seem. Here you are, an importer of rare gems, and you have the appearance of just an ordinary man. Oh, it's getting chilly. I'm afraid I must go in now.
Oh, so soon? I mean, well, if you're chilly, I could lend you my coat.
It is also quite late.
Oh. Well, then, may I see you to your cabin?
How very nice. We seem to be very much alone.
Yes. Not a very lively group aboard, I'd say.
And I had thought not a very interesting group. Until tonight.
Oh, yes, I guess you're right.
Here we are.
Here? Well, we're practically neighbors. I'm just a few doors down on the other side.
I know.
Oh, you do?
Do you mind that I noticed you?
Now, then, I'll bet you know I don't mind the least bit.
I hope not. Sometimes, Senor Hansel, a woman traveling alone, she's afraid. Just of being alone, she's afraid.
Why, now, there's nothing to be afraid of. A small cruise boat like this, not very many people.
Oh, I should not trouble you. I talk too much.
Oh, you just go right ahead. Why, you're trembling, Miss Novella.
I'm a foolish woman. I will say good night now, Senor. And thank you for being so kind.
Are you sure you're all right? Now, if you'd like me to stay with you a while,
No, please, you must go. And forget what I have said.
Oh, I'm sorry, Signorina.
It's only Pietro, Miss Novella.
I see.
I do not mean to frighten the Signorina.
What were you doing in my cabin?
I bring the Signorina fresh linens. It's no crime, fresh linen.
So late at night, you bring me the linen?
Yes, it is late, Pietro.
Pietro has much work in so many cabins. the signorina was not in, I did not think that she would mind.
Go now, Pietro. This must not happen again.
As you wish. Pietro would never frighten the signorina.
Are you afraid of him, really?
I do not know. I'm afraid of many things.
Because if you're afraid of Pietro, it's a simple matter to tell the captain, you know.
I would not want that.
Look, if it'd make you feel better, I'd be glad to come into your cabin with you. Just to look around. Be sure that everything is all right.
No. Oh, thank you, but no. I've talked too much. You will please go now, too.
I'd like to help you, Miss Novella.
Not now. We will meet tomorrow. Perhaps then you can help me.
My mind was full of Maria Novella, and I didn't sleep very well that night. A beautiful woman was afraid, and she had brought her fears to me. Or rather, she brought them to the man she thought I was. A man whose business was danger and romance, a dealer in rare gems. I knew that night that I would never tell her the truth, that I must somehow come to be this man she thought I was.
Your move, Hensel.
Huh? Oh, yes, it is. I'm sorry, Mr. Brilliant. My mind hasn't been on my checkers all afternoon.
You would think we were playing chess for great stakes, the way you study your moves.
I'm not even thinking about them, Mr. Brilliant. I'll concede the game to you.
And I will accept, if only because it will be the first game I have won from you in 3 days.
You sure you don't mind?
Oh, not at all, my friend. Tell me, have you business in Trapani? I asked if you had business in Trapani. We dock in Sicily tonight, you know.
No, this is just a pleasure trip.
Oh, that is good. Then you will be able to spend some time with me.
Yes, I'd like that. I didn't realize that Trapani was your home.
It isn't, but I have many friends there. A particular friend occupies one of the fine old Baroque palaces. He has an exceptional collection of jewels.
Oh, so?
The man with your knowledge of gems... But you are not listening, are you, Hensel?
Oh, well, to tell you the truth, I was looking for someone.
Really?
I guess it's obvious, but I haven't seen her all day.
Do I know her?
Oh, Miss Novella?
I don't place the name, should I?
Oh, yes. Last night in the salon, remember when Miss Thurston organized her Guess Who game? Miss Novella was the beautiful dark woman in green.
Oh, yes, I do remember her now. Very lovely. But I don't believe I've seen her today either.
I'm sort of concerned about her. Rapped at her cabin a time or two. She didn't answer. I think I'll check again.
I believe I would if you are worried about her.
Yes, I think I'd better. Excuse me? Oh, and thanks for the game, Mr. Brilliant.
I'll see you when we dock, Hensel.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, Mr. Hensel. Didn't see you. Are you hurt?
No, Miss Thurston.
I blew my whistle, but I guess you didn't hear it in time.
I guess not.
Doing wind sprints around the deck, getting my land legs in shape.
Oh?
Start my gym classes every day with wind sprints.
Well, don't let me keep you.
And remember, we're all playing indications tonight in the salon before we dock.
Oh.
Hello, Signor Hensel.
You were putting fresh linens in my cabin, Pietro?
Fresh water, Signor.
They keep you pretty busy with linens and water, don't they?
Pietro has much work in so many cabins.
I hope I find everything in its place, Pietro.
I hope so too, Signor.
it?
It's Mr. Hensel. I was wondering if... Oh, hello there.
Please come in, Senor Hensel.
Well, if you're sure you don't mind... frankly, I've been worried about you, Miss Novella.
I did not sleep well last night. Toward morning, I took a sedative. I wakened only a short time ago. I was going to send for you.
Is something wrong?
I told you I might need your help. This is why I'm frightened, Senor.
Oh, my. What a beautiful brooch.
The last of my family's treasures, Senor. How old it is, I do not know. My grandmother left it to me. I've just come from her funeral in Lisbon.
You say this is why you're frightened?
I am a woman alone. Someone may know I have a brooch of great value.
Pietro?
Perhaps Pietro. I do not know.
Miss Novella, why don't you go to the captain? I'm sure he could offer protection until you're ashore.
No. I will not call attention to myself by going to the captain. If you will not help me.
No, but how can I be of help to you?
Well, you are used to these things, Senor. You often carry gems, do you not?
Oh, no. Well, of course, yes, but I don't see...
No, I can trust you. Take it, please.
Take it?
Keep it for me. Only until we dock at Trapani. I will feel so much better, so much safer, Senor.
Yes, but if something should happen
Please, it will be safe with you. I do not mean to impose, but who else can I turn to? If I cannot trust you.
You can trust me, Miss Novella. I'll keep it for you.
There you are, Hensel. Ready to go ashore?
Oh, Mr. Brilliant, I was looking for someone.
You are still looking for the same lady?
Huh? Oh, no, not still. Again, I really must find her.
I had hoped we could go ashore together.
That would be fine, but I promised Miss Novella that...
Excuse me, Senor Hensel.
Oh, yes, Pietro.
The Signorina left this for you.
Left it? When?
A few minutes ago. She has gone ashore, Senor.
Gone? But... surely she must say where...
It is a small hotel, Senor. The Monte San Giuliano.
How did you know that...
Arrivederci, Senor.
You are listening to An Ordinary Man, tonight's presentation on Escape.
A suspect in a holdup and a known narcotics user cross the path of your night watch during tomorrow night's tour of duty on CBS Radio. Tomorrow and every Friday night on most of these same stations, you're on the case with Night Watch, a police recorder and actual police in a prowl car, protecting the public from wrongdoings and wrongdoers. Remember, Night Watch, exciting, authentic. Stars address listening tomorrow night.
And now, Escape, in the second act of An Ordinary Man. Hotel Monte San Giuliano. Please hurry. The urgency of Maria Novella's note saw me through those next minutes. In my confusion, I lost track of Mr. Brilliant. Somehow I managed to get through customs. What I would have said if they had found the brooch, I do not know. I only knew that I must find Maria Novella and return it to her. She was not registered when I arrived. I took a room and waited. And then... Just a minute.
I was afraid I had lost you, Hensel.
Oh, come in, Mr. Brilliant.
You never lose that look, Hensel. Always when we are together, you are looking for someone else.
Yeah, it sure seems that way, doesn't it?
You have not found the lady yet, Signorina Novella?
No, I haven't.
Good. Then I will take it, Hensel.
You will take what?
Oh, please. We are old friends. We play checkers together. Please do not make me shoot an old friend. I want the brooch.
You know.
You can puzzle over it when I am gone, Hensel. These are ugly little episodes. We should not prolong them.
I am not a brave man, Mr. Brilliant. But I'll tell you one thing.
Good. Then you will not have to act like one. Now, where is it? In one of your suitcases?
No, I won't let you.
I did not want to do that.
Oh, please.
But you are such a foolish man. And you waste my time. You force me to find it myself.
No, but you can't. I promise. I promise.
But I came as soon as I could, and I trusted you.
I know. How he knew I had the brooch, I don't know. I'm ashamed, so completely ashamed. Ooh, Jethro. He must have known.
Perhaps he did, but I am to blame. I should never have given it to you. It was my responsibility.
I should never have taken it. But if I hadn't, Mr. Brilliant would have found you, and... Well, at least I saved you that.
Oh, I'm not blaming you. Please understand that. I'm just so very upset.
Well, this is no good. We'll have to go to the police.
Oh, I had not thought of the police. No, I do not want the police.
But I've already called them. Called as soon as he left. And I must say they were very calm about it. Said I'd have to come there and make a report.
No, I cannot go through that. I've been too long under this strain.
Oh. Well, I guess I can handle it myself. If you trust me again.
Oh, I trust you. It is only that I'm so weary of this. If the police would come here, but...
I'll bring them. Now, don't you worry. You just stretch out here. No one will bother you now.
There would be no reason. Now.
I'll hurry. And don't worry, Miss Novella. I just won't rest until I get that brooch back for you. The Trapani police continued to take the whole matter with great calm. I had the feeling that they thought I'd manufactured the entire story. And it was well after midnight before I finally persuaded one of them to go back to the hotel with me.
I imagine the signorina will be asleep.
Yes, I should think so. I think the whole town of Trapani is asleep, including its police force.
We like to be sure, signore. Sometimes it takes time to be sure.
Huh. And all that time, Mr. Brilliant was speeding away somewhere, scot-free.
It's easy to leave the Trapani. If your Mr. Brilliant was anxious to leave, he could have been gone in minutes.
Is that any reason not to try to stop him? Now, here we are. Quietly now. Miss Novella? Miss Novella?
The room is empty, signore.
Well, I don't understand that. She must be here.
Is she in the closet, signore?
No. But then she must have left a note.
I do not see a note. Do you?
No.
The signorina, she had a room here at the hotel?
Yes, I'm sure she did. That must be where she's gone.
We will see. Connect me, please, with the room of... her name?
Novella. Maria Novella.
The signorina Maria Novella. I will wait.
Are they ringing her room?
They are checking her number.
Oh, that must be where she is. They probably got tired of waiting for us. Just went to her own room. Well, you can't blame her. All that delay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are sure?
Wasn't she there?
The hotel says they have no guest by the name of Maria Novella.
No guest?
The cigarette?
No. No.
Senor Hensel.
I know. I know you don't believe there is any Maria Novella, just like you don't believe anything else I've told you.
Very fantastic story, senor. You meet the lovely lady on a boat. For no reason, you tell her you are an importer of rare jewels. The lady is frightened. She trusts you. Gives you a fine old brooch. Then you land at Trapani. The man you play checkers with steals the brooch. Now all three are gone. The lady, the man, the brooch.
I didn't make it up. I couldn't make it up. It happened, I tell you. She may be in danger. She may have been kidnapped.
I'm sorry. We cannot deal with what may have been. You need a rest, senor. And then tomorrow, you can enjoy Trapani. It's really a very nice place.
He was right. I needed a rest. But where was Maria Novella? Oh, I should never have gone to the police alone. My mind was full of things I should never have done. If only I had just been content to be an ordinary man. Oh. Hello?
Senor Henson,
Oh, are you all right?
I'm safe with friends.
Oh, thank heaven. When we came back and you were gone...
Oh, I should have left a note, but I was so upset. You understand?
Well, I do, but the police don't. I can't understand it, but they don't believe anything I told them.
My friends have talked to me. They think we must go to the police together. You and I.
I think that's the only way.
Well, I cannot rest now until we do. Please, this last favor. Please come here for me.
I was able to find what must have been the only taxi in Trapani at that hour. I gave him the directions Maria Novella gave me, and we wound through a series of narrow streets to what seemed to be the edge of the city. A soft rain began to fall. I told myself it would all be over soon.
Come in, Senor Henson.
Well, I'm afraid I'm pretty wet.
You are just fine.
Oh, my. I should have asked that taxi to wait. It's a shame to bother your friends at this time of night.
They will not mind. And you have been so kind.
Unbelievably kind, Hansel.
What? Brilliant.
But like most kind people, you are inclined to meddle.
Miss Novella?
Do what you have to do, Renzo. And be quick about it.
But we owe Hansel an explanation. Look at his confusion.
You, the two of you, together?
Worse than that, Hansel. Married.
I said, be quick about it, Renzo.
A very impatient girl, Maria. But so beautiful, Hansel. And so helpless. She needs a strong man like you to protect her.
You planned it deliberately? But why?
We needed someone to take the brooch off the boat, you see. For such a simple reason. And you made it so complex for us all. You and Pietro.
Pietro?
Such an ardent young Latin, Pietro. If he had not detained Maria, she would have met you at the hotel. You would have delivered the brooch to her gladly. As it was, I had to trouble you for it. Now the police are involved. It's very messy, Hansel.
The brooch isn't hers. There's no dead grandmother in Lisbon. You stole the brooch.
Ah, you are thinking, Hansel, but a little late.
And she gave it to me because I was supposed to be a gem expert. And if the authorities found it on me, there would be no trouble. Is that right?
That is very wrong. A gem expert? Who would believe that of such an ordinary man?
No one, I guess.
We picked you for yourself alone. You are a nice, ordinary man, though. I hate to tell you.
Tell me what?
Out in the garden, a very old cistern. The Romans built it. I don't think anyone will ever find you.
You are going to kill me?
No, such a thought. We are only going to let you die. Not much further, Hansel. You must be very tired.
I guess I am.
The rest will do you good.
Renzo!
What?
Look out!
Maria! That's far enough, you. Are you all right, Senor Hanson?
Oh. I'm much better, thanks.
You? You brought the police, Hanson?
You? Oh, no, I didn't have anything to do with... Well, did I, officer?
Oh, I think so, yes. I got to thinking about your story. It's a very fantastic story. It's so unbelievable. But then I think about you. Such an ordinary man. You could not make up such a story. So, I follow you.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you transcribed An Ordinary Man by Kathleen Height, starring John Daner with Virginia Gregg. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, Anthony Barrett, Ida Reese-Marin, and Harry Bartell. Your announcer, Dan Cubberly. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are lost in the trackless wild of the Irish moors. Your only companion, the beautiful gypsy woman. And you know that somewhere in the dark behind you, searching every foot of ground for you, is the giant of a man called Charon, who plans to take your girl and at the same time take your life.
So listen next week when Escape brings you John Daner's story, Benchalina and the Fisherman.
Is there a possible connection between a strange ivory monkey and the death of a wealthy oil magnate? Mr. Keene believes so and sets out to prove his contention in the case of Murder and the Ivory Monkey, tomorrow night on CBS Radio. Don't miss Mr. Keene at his exciting best tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Where there's Gunsmoke, there's Western Adventures, Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are lost in the trackless wild of the Irish moors. Your only companion, a beautiful gypsy woman. And you know that somewhere in the dark behind you, searching every foot of ground for you, is the giant of a man called Charon, who plans to take your girl and at the same time take your life.
Listen now as Escape brings you John Daner's story, Benchalina and the Fisherman.
It was a cold and gusty night that found me sitting over a whiskey in a pub in Ballymoran, a lonely village situated on the bleak uplands of County Mayo in the west of Ireland. I had come over from London for a fortnight of trout fishing, which I'd been told was excellent in these parts. As it was late and the pub deserted, I was questioning the proprietor, one Hackett J. O'Cool, about the lakes and streams nearby. He was a little man, all mustache and eyebrows, and a bowler hat pulled down over his ears, industriously polishing the glasses behind the counter.
And through life unblessed we heroes. So, you're here for the fishing now?
Yes, I've been told it's excellent here.
Oh, that it is, that it is. Losing all that made life dear.
Well, where would you suggest I make a start?
Well, now, that's hard to say, You might try the rills of Kildenny.
The rills of...
No. Think it over twice. You'd be better off in the loch.
Well, where's that?
Yes. That'll be the best time, sure, for a stranger. The loch.
Where is the loch?
Loch Dunall is only a mile to the east. But that's by going straight up. To get there, you have to walk around the mountain 5 miles, and... Oh, there's no road, and... No. That's too far. You better try something closer in.
So far, I have the rills of Kildenny and Loch Dunall, and they're both good, you say?
Oh, good trout, that long.
That long?
Well, that long.
Even that's respectable.
Respectable? I'll tell you where the trout are more respectable than that.
I'd better have another whiskey.
Aye. And you'll need it when I tell you about the place I'm dreaming.
Won't you join me, Mr. O'Cool?
Oh, Mister, I will. I should not even be telling you this, but I feel it me duty since you come all the way from London with your fish pole.
Yes, I'd hate to be disappointed.
The Drino.
The Drino? Where's that?
The waters of the Drino up on Dark Mayo.
And the fishing's good?
Yeah, that big.
Truly?
Strike me, a friend line, strike me dead.
But why did you hesitate a moment ago?
It's because, well, Dark Mayo.
What is Dark Mayo?
Oh, the loneliest moor in all of Ireland, north or south, stretches from the mountains to the sea and cursed with a loneliness that keeps all living things away.
Where do I find this place?
All except for the gypsy folk. Last year, before he went mad, Porthy Slogan told of seeing the black Romany dancing among the spirits. People in the vapors with a wild fandango they were.
Mr. O'Cool, how far is it?
With burning and flame.
How far, Mr. O'Cool?
Not far. Not far. But you'd be lost forever.
Oh, come now. I'm sure the wee folk won't make off with a harmless fisherman like me. How do I find this Dark Mayo and the Drino?
When through life unblessed we rove, I'll tell you.
The following day, I gave myself an early start and arrived after an hour's walk at the place described by Mr. O'Cool, Dark Mayo and the waters of the Drino. It was a cheerless expanse of ancient rock and wild gorse, shrouded over with lifeless tatters of mist or vapors. I could readily understand the natives' reluctance to set foot on this bleak ground. But the deep flowing waters of the Drino excited me in this barren land, and soon I had my line in the water. Mr. O'Cool was right. The trout were magnificent, and my luck was with me. It was almost noon when something really big struck at my fly. Blast! Missed you. Well, I'll get you yet. Who's there?
Be careful you do not fall off the rock.
I can't see you.
Here I am.
Oh, I see you now. Oh.
What is the matter?
But nothing. It's so lonely here, so desolate. I didn't expect to see anyone, let alone a beautiful young woman.
Oh, no. It is you who is beautiful. I watch you all morning.
You've been here all morning?
By the rocks up there. And I say, oh, what a beautiful man. I wonder what it's like to love him.
Oh? Well, is that so?
I see you lose that fish. You're very funny. The look on your face when you say, blast.
Yes, I enjoy that word. Seems to help me carry the burden of my misfortune.
Blast!
I say, you'll frighten off all the fish. They can hear you, know.
Oh, that is lie. But I tell you, I am magic. All morning I make you catch fish. All the fish, all morning.
Well, it's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Now, again you go fish. And I say, you catch the same one you just lose.
I hope you're right. Well, here goes. Cross your fingers or whatever it is you've been doing. Now, into that pool over there. Perfect. Now we'll see.
Yes, you will catch him very soon.
Working your magic?
Yes, magic.
Good. You know, you worry me.
Why?
Aren't you cold, dressed like that?
I am not cold.
Hardly fitting for the rigors of dark mail.
Don't you like?
Fascinating. Inadequate, but there he is again. Got him.
You see, the magic works.
He's a fighter. I'll have to work closer to him.
Oh, be careful that rat you step on.
Now, boy, I've got you now. I've got...
He's slipping. The rat. Oh, I help.
I'm all right. I can just... Ooh.
Oh, what is the matter?
Nothing. I'll be...
Oh, let me help you.
I must have twisted my ankle. I can't put any weight on it.
Here, take my hand.
Oh, you'll get all wet.
No, hold now. So, up, slowly. There now.
Thank you.
Poor, beautiful man. Let me look at your leg. Can't see nothing. It hurts.
Can't put my weight on it.
You come with me to my caravan. I fix you.
Why not back to Ballymoran?
It is too far. My caravan is closer. Come, I show you.
The camp of the gypsies lay in a sheltered pocket of ground surrounded by great boulders and the never-ending scrub of dark mail. There was none of the color which I associated with a gypsy camp and the people of Romany. Instead, here were a grim folk, animating a dismal landscape, who fell silent at my approach and who looked at me with suspicion. There was a cook fire burning in the center of the clearing, an old crone stirring a black kettle. The beautiful gypsy girl helped me into her caravan, a rather disorderly house on wheels. It made me comfortable on a pile of blankets.
Now, I will make you well.
First time I've been in one of these.
It is my home.
It's rather clever at that. Like the tortoise, you carry your house with you.
Yes, like a tortoise. Everything on my back, heavy.
I noticed the others, too. So grim. No smiles.
It is Choron, the head of my tribe.
A hard man?
Hard. Cruel. But he is gone away now to trade horses in the South Country. He will not be back for a long time. Oh, but let us not talk about him. Here, you lie back, and I will fix you.
What is that?
Magic?
Hold on there. The last time you tried your magic, it broke my leg.
Oh, no. My magic only cuts you fish. Anyway, your leg not broken.
Oh, I see.
This is blood of my brother.
Blood of you? In that bag?
Oh, not real blood. Little stone, little glass, and many flowers. I put it on your leg. So, and it will take away the pain. Very magic.
An amulet, eh? Look, don't you think I should get to a doctor? Why did you do that?
You are beautiful. I like to kiss you.
Yes. Does seem to help.
You like to?
I think we should try it again, just to be sure. What is your name?
Benchelina's her name.
Candanamengro.
Benchelina Petulengro, her name.
Sus tu te carrying a knife, Jugal.
The woman who is to marry Choron.
You spy for Choron?
Yes, for Choron.
What the devil is this all about?
Ah, he's Vino, the shadow of Choron. He's the coward who whispers the ugly stories to his master.
Now, look here.
Oh, Gorgio, you rest. This is not your fight. You rest. You, Carlo, what are you doing here tonight?
Choron is coming, Benchelina, you know.
I will not be here.
He will find you.
Then I will be dead. I will not marry him.
So, I shall sit here and wait until he comes.
Do your waiting outside, Carlo.
No. Choron says I watch. I watch.
It will be a long watch.
Not long. Choron comes in the morning.
In the morning.
He is coming to take his bride, the beautiful Benchelina.
You lie. He's in the south.
But what will Choron say in the morning when I tell him the beautiful Benchelina was kissed the Gorgio here?
You will not tell Choron anything.
He will cut you in the face in the morning if I tell him it's not so.
You will not tell Choron anything.
Benchelina.
In the morning, Benchelina.
Not anything! Rhino? Rhino?
Wait. Let me look at him.
What?
Gave him a good one, all right.
Is he dead?
No. No, but what happens now?
We must go. You and me.
Why? Because of this Choron?
If he find us here, he kill you and he kill me. Now is the time to run, to hide. Come.
You are listening to Benchelina and the Fisherman, tonight's presentation of Escape.
In the world of narcotics, a pusher is someone who sells the illegal drugs. Tomorrow evening, CBS Radio's Night Watch police tape record an actual attempt to make a sale, an attempt intercepted by alert night watchers. Every Friday evening, CBS Radio spotlights true, dramatic police proceedings on Night Watch.
And now, Escape and the second act of Benchelina and the Fisherman.
Bino lay unconscious on the floor of the caravan. There was a sickly pallor to his face, and as I looked at his still form, a wild thought came to me. What if he's dead? Not unconscious, but dead. And the name Charon took shape in my mind as something to fear. That maybe the coming morning would bring me to disaster. Suddenly, I found myself drawn into the conflict as surely as though it were myself had struck Vino. From now on, I knew my fortunes were with the gypsy Benchelina. And so we fled the gypsy camp. All night, Benchelina drove the horse cart at high speed over the moor, over the endless miles of dark Mayo, until at dawn the road dwindled to little more than a cow path, and we came to the sea. There was a stone cottage standing alone on a cliff. But something was wrong.
Oh, no, not here, not here.
What's the matter?
I came all the way west, but I take the wrong road. I am lost. Get up!
What are you doing?
I must find the road.
But you're going back.
I must find the road.
It's suicide. We can't go back. Charon is following. Give me the reins.
No.
Give them to me.
No, I
give them.
No.
Now be sensible. If we go back one step, we'll walk right into Choron. He can't be far behind. We'll find some other way. We'll go back to that cottage and ask. Yep.
There is a town. Belle-Clou.
Where is Belle-Clou?
It is in a bay by the ocean. If we find Belle-Clou, we are safe.
Who? We'll ask here. Help me down.
Yes. Now, give me your hand. Your foot is better?
Seems to be. Now, let's see if there's anyone about. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Let's look inside. Deserted. Come,
Don't go in.
Why not?
There is death in the house.
Death. Come now, it's just an ordinary cottage.
Death has been here. Or death is waiting. I know. In my bones, I know.
Yeah. If it will make you feel better, we don't have to go in.
Don't go in.
Then let's look around. Come along. We'll see what we can from the point.
Yes.
There you are. The ocean.
It makes me afraid. The waves, the water. We so high.
You're afraid of many things.
The Romani are afraid of the great oceans.
Good. Maybe that will keep Choron away.
Ah, not Choron. He will follow anywhere we go except... Wait. Look.
What?
Over there. The bay.
Where?
No. Farther along the coast. See? The town.
Oh, yes.
Belclue. I know it is.
The town you were looking for?
Yes. But see, there is no road along the cliffs. No way to reach it from here without going back.
We can't do that. Wait a minute. I have an idea. I'll go down to the water. Maybe there's a boat that belongs to this cottage. If I find one, we can make our way around the point and cross the bay to Belclue. You stay here and keep watch. I'll be right back. By the water's edge, I found what I was looking for. A battered but serviceable dory in a sheltered cove. I was elated, and I hastened back up the path to tell Benchalina the good news. When I reached the top, I called to her. There was no answer. I looked out across the moor, but Benchalina was nowhere in sight. I became alarmed and increased my pace, calling to her again and again. Still, there was no answer. Then, rounding the cottage, I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. There in the sun, sitting on the stone wall, swinging his legs back and forth, was a man. A swarthy man with a handsome, pockmarked face. He was whistling a tune. When he saw me, he stopped and smiled.
Sir, good day.
Then he beckoned to me with the gun he held in his right hand.
Please, come here. Oh, I am so sorry. Your leg, yes, they told me you injured it. What a shame.
You must be...
Choron the Kangalan. I believe you have heard of me.
I've heard of you.
Far enough, stop there. Now let me look at you. I know it's right. You are handsome. Quite understandable that Benchalina should be carried away.
Where is Benchalina?
Out there, hiding behind that big rock.
I don't see her.
No, we don't see her. But I know she is there. She saw me coming, ran to hide. Now she's watching to see what I will do.
And what are you going to do?
You will see. Benchalina, listen to me. It is time to go. I will count to 10. If you do not come before I finish, I will shoot your lover.
Shoot? What kind of man are you?
1, 2, 3, 4.
This is insane.
Don't move. 5, 6, 7. 7, Benchalina, think. Your lover. 7, 8. There she is. Good. Very good. Very wise, Benchalina. Hurry now. It's time to go back. Hello, Romani Chief. You are still beautiful.
Mingo.
Too bad you are still beautiful.
Look, I don't know what you're planning to do.
Giorgio, don't say anything. It is all right. I will go back.
Now, lover, we do not need you. Turn around.
What do you do, Choron?
We leave the Barasan here. Around, I say.
Oh, no, Choron, no!
No!
It must have been a savage blow.
for I lay unconscious most of the day. When I opened my eyes, the clouds had blanked out the sun, and the sky was threatening. I dragged myself into the cottage. It was empty. In one corner, there was a pile of dried seaweed, and I fell across it. For a long while, I lay unmoving. Then came the wind, then the rain. I managed to find fuel to light a fire in the hearth. At least I would be warm. Night came. It was sometime during the early hours when, looking toward the door, I saw it swing slowly open. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. Framed in the doorway was a man. I looked closely, then I recognized that it was Charon. He was standing in the heavy downpour, his right hand behind his back.
I bring you a bride.
I don't understand you.
I bring back your love.
What have you done with Benchalina?
She is with me. You want to see?
Of course I want to see Benchalina.
All right, then, look!
Benchalina, come. Benchalina! It was unbelievable. But only that morning had been a wild and beautiful creature stood before me now. A hag. With incredible brutality. Charon had carved 1,000 deep wrinkles into her face and broken her teeth into ugly snags. Her hair hung lank over her face. Only the eyes showed it was Benchalina. She stared at me, and 1,000 raindrops, like 1,000 tears, poured down her mutilated face.
You like her? Your bride?
What have you done to Benchalina?
She is yours, parasite.
You foul, insane... What have you done?
Do not come closer.
I'll kill you, you evil coward, you rat.
Giorgio, no. He will shoot you.
I'll kill him.
One more step and I shoot.
No, Charon. No! Stop!
Get out of...
Oh.
Benchalina. Give me that gun.
Parasite. Take your hand.
Charon was dead at my feet. Benchalina's body lay a little to the side, her black hair covering her tortured face. I looked at her for a long while, then I went outside. Dark Mayo was suffering under the heavy rain. I walked down the path to the road, and then down the road.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you transcribed Benchalina and the Fisherman by John Daner, starring Vic Perrin with Paula Winslow. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, John Daner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Your announcer, Roy Rowan. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are drifting along the muddy reaches of a South American river. Your diving gear in readiness, the air pump going. Yet you know that in the murky depths below you, waiting in the slime there for you, is a mortal enemy from whom there may be no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Anthony Barrett's story, Blood Waters.
CBS Radio brings you the great news reporters of the CBS Radio newsroom, Edward R. Murrow, Lowell Thomas, Robert Trout, and a long list of familiar names for news. And remember, Every weeknight, CBS Radio broadcasts a complete, up-to-the-minute summary of the Army McCarthy hearings. Throughout the hearings, tune in CBS Radio for complete evening coverage of each day's significant events. Listen for Robert Trout reporting on the news on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are drifting along the muddy reaches of a South American river. Your diving gear in readiness. The air pumps going. Yet you know that in the murky depths below you, waiting in the slime there for you, is a mortal enemy from whom there may be no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Tony Barrett's story, Bloodwaters.
They take you up slowly, always slowly, even in a nothing job like this one. A harbor bottom dive that a beginner would laugh at. I kicked away from the heavy pilings harder than I had to, and I knew I was trying to dull my mind again, not to think about it. Trying to sell myself the same old story. That a diver shouldn't care where he works because the job's always the same. There's something down there. They want it. You get it, period. But it didn't work too well. The story was wearing thin.
There you are, Senor. You want the suit off, or you want to rest first, huh?
Rest from what? A 50-foot dive? Get me out of the suit.
See.
Perhaps the man knows best, Trent.
Murdoch.
A 50-foot dive can be dangerous, but then danger never bothered you, did it?
What are you doing here, Murdoch? What do you want?
Does an old friend have to want something?
I'm not interested in any of your deals.
Really? With this job finished and nothing else in sight?
I'm busy, Murdoch. Beat it.
No curiosity, Trent? Not so much as a, what are you doing in a forsaken hole in Argentina? You never were much at small talk, were you?
Goodbye, Murdoch.
Wait a minute.
Take your hand off me.
Why the rush? Where are you going?
You know it all. You tell me.
All right. I will. What you do between now and tonight does not matter. But at 9 o'clock, I shall expect you at the Café del Rondo, promptly.
And if I don't come?
Can you afford not to come, Trent? It still takes money to live, even down here. I'll see you at 9 o'clock.
You've been talking for an hour now, Murdoch, and you haven't said anything. Get to it.
You have no social graces. Pity. Trent, how would you like never to have to get into diving gear again? To be rich. Really rich. To have everything you ever wanted.
I had everything I wanted once. You remember that, don't you, Murdoch?
How long have you been away from the States, Trent?
What's that got to do with it?
How long?
3 years. 3 stinking years.
And don't you want to go back?
No, I like working jungle holes like this. I like 50-foot dockside dives with native boys that fall asleep on the pumps while you're down there. What are you building?
A fortune for both of us.
What do you want this time? My right eye?
Can't you forget what happened?
Can you?
You're being stupid.
You're out of your territory down here, Murdoch, so talk nice to me.
Look, Trent, in 2 months, we can both walk out of here with more money than you ever dreamed of.
I don't dream anymore.
Gold, Trent. If I told you how much, you would think me mad.
And you want to give me half?
You will earn it.
By diving?
Yes. Did I say something humorous?
So you fell for the national industry. Don't you know there's a peddler on every corner down here selling maps of sunken treasure? I love that. The smooth Vincent Murdoch is a tourist.
And now, do you want to hear what I have to say?
Say your piece.
Did you ever hear of the Gran Chacos Rebellion?
Sorry, I'm late, Senor.
Ah, Maria, my dear. May I present Senor Trent Hall? This is Maria Sandoval.
Senorita?
Senor?
Sit down, Maria. Something to drink?
No, gracias.
You said something about a rebellion.
14 years ago, to be exact. Bolivia and Paraguay were at each other's throats. It's in the history books.
I didn't know you were a reader, Murdoch.
The Paraguayans were getting the worst of it. So they loaded a small boat, the Santa Rosa, with millions in gold for shipping up the Paraguay River. It was to go to Brazil for safekeeping.
Well?
After the boat left Puerto Pinasco, it was never seen again. Nor was the gold.
It's true, Senor.
Storm?
They never even found survivors. Besides, where would they look? Have you any idea of the length of the Paraguay River?
2 governments can't find the gold, but you can.
That is correct. I can.
What do you got? Charts?
Better than that.
What then?
I said before that they never found survivors. I did. The only one. Interested, Trent?
I don't want any part of you, Murdoch. Now or any time. So get off my back.
Don't you realize what I'm offering you?
I understand this. It's over. I'm through with you and your schemes, and I'm not running anymore. Get that through your head, you fat slut.
You listen to me.
3 years ago, I listened to you. 3 years down in this sinkhole is what I got for it. 3 years, you foul, filthy bitch.
Going to cut you a new throat. That's enough.
I don't know how long it lasted. How many times I hit him trying to pay him back for the lonely years. But finally it was over. Finished. And I was back at the waterfront again, tasting the soft breeze coming in from the sea.
Senor? Senor Trent.
What do you want? Oh. Maria, isn't it?
Si. Maria.
Sorry if I messed up your friend Murdoch.
He's all right now. Besides, I have seen men fight before.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. You always follow the winner?
Anger forces words the tongue does not want to say.
My name is Trent, not Murdoch. Plain enough.
I know your name, Senor. Oh, there is a scratch on your cheek, Senor. A little blood. Let me... The woman knows how. Senor. Senor.
Is that the way you kiss Murdoch?
Your eyes, Paulito. The anger is still there.
And it shouldn't be, not after that, huh?
Paulito.
Who are you really kissing, Maria, me or him? What do you want, the gold, Murdoch? Everybody wants something. What's yours?
I want you to come with me, senor.
No more Polito, huh?
Please, come with me, please. I'll show you what I want.
She turned and moved away without ever once looking back, as though she was sure I'd follow her. And she was right. The shack she led me to was less than a half-mile away, no different than any of the others around it. She turned to look at me once as she opened the door, and her eyes were 1,000 years old. She lit a lamp, and I looked where she was pointing. He lay on a bed in the corner, a little Portuguese, maybe 50, cackling softly to himself as though he knew a joke that nobody else would ever know. His hair was pure white, the kind that comes from too much terror, too much shock. And then I saw his hands. From fingertips to elbows, they were a mass of little scars, ugly, needle-like scars that spoke of some past moment of horror. We moved closer, but he never looked up. Just sat crooning softly to a bottle of whiskey cradled in his arm. Maria? Who is he?
Have you never seen a man who has lost his mind to fear? Look well, for he is such a one. Pobrecito. Estoy aquí, todo es bueno. Estoy aquí, pobrecito. Have you seen enough, senor?
Is he
My father. What is left of him?
How did it happen, Maria?
You have already been told.
What?
Murdoch spoke truth tonight when he told of a survivor from the Santa Rosa. Yes, he is.
Later, as we sat staring out at the water, she told me all of it. And it wasn't hard to follow. An old man, driven insane by terror, who clung to Murdoch because Murdoch kept him in whiskey, the one thing that pushed the terror away for a while. Very neat and tidy, the Murdoch touch.
You understand now, Paulito?
Yeah. What do you want me to do, Maria? Make the trip with Murdoch as his diver? Is that what you want?
My father is a child now. Murdoch will use him and then... Oh.
That's all you wanted from the beginning, isn't it? For me to be a watchdog.
He is my father, Paulito.
Yeah. I never asked. You going along?
Si, I go.
All right, Maria. I'll dive for Murdoch.
Oh, gracias. Muchísimas gracias.
It's all right.
Paulito. Kiss me, please.
Gratitude for your father?
No, not this time, querido. This time, for me.
Murdoch was all sweetness and light next morning when I told him he had a diver. You'd have sworn we were old buddies. He balked at only one thing, my wanting to take along Jose, the kid who'd handled pumps for me on the harbor job. But I wasn't about to do any diving without somebody I trusted handling lines. Murdoch didn't like it, but he couldn't afford to argue. Jose turned out to be a real good investment before we ever got started. That night, as a matter of fact.
Senor?
Oh, you finish up, Jose?
Yes. All finished, senor.
You watch him crate the gear?
I did it myself.
I should have known. Thanks.
Senor, how well you know this Senor Murdoch?
Too well. Why? Well, come on, Jose. What is it?
While I was taking care of the gear, he was getting the permisos. How you
the
say?
Permits? Government permits for the interior?
Si. You supposed to name all the people that go.
I know that. What about it?
I saw the paper, senor.
Well?
It's every name there except yours.
Why? Why does he do a thing like that, Senor? What reason?
Save explains later.
Yeah.
Murdoch's got it all figured out, Jose.
Still do not understand. Why are you not on that list?
It's real simple. A man who doesn't make a trip can't be expected to come back from it.
You are listening to Bloodwater, tonight's presentation of Escape. Millions in Asia living on inadequate diets and additional millions in free Europe fighting for post-war recovery are the beneficiaries when you give to CARE, C-A-R-E. Send a $10 CARE package or the $6.95 budget package. For further details, write CARE, New York. That's CARE, New York. And now, Escape, and the second act of Bloodwaters.
It's a thing you gotta see to believe. A thing that exists every foot of the length of Argentina. Get a couple of hours inland from the coast and you've gone back 1,000 years. Nothing but jungle. Jungle so thick and green you can travel a full day without ever once getting a glimpse of sunlight. Bad enough any way you try it, but doing it Murdoch's way was the worst. Murdoch, a gold-hungry, penny-pinching man who hadn't hired enough bearers, who skimped on food, and who hated every minute wasted on rest. Maria took it well, quiet for the most part, her eyes never far from Sandoval. The old man was pathetic, shambling along, falling often, uncaring and never hearing. There was only one sound that mattered in his world, the cork coming out of the bottle. And Murdoch was master of the bottle. 4 days of it, 4 stinking, crawling days. And on the morning of the 5th, we came out of it. Stood there, looking out at the Paraguay River. The gold was showing in Murdoch's eyes again.
Look at it, Trent. Beautiful, isn't it?
It's a river. That's all it is. It's been a long walk. Where to now?
3 days upriver. Do you have any objections?
You're footing the bill.
And you should remember that. Check our supplies while I make arrangements for the boat.
Don't you want me to take a look at the boat before you make a deal? Make sure you get a good winch?
You have a short memory, Trent. I'd say I'm fairly capable of making deals, wouldn't you? You just make sure the bearers don't steal anything when they leave.
I take care of that for you, Senor.
Well, thanks, Jose. Oh, and keep an eye on the old man, eh?
Sí, Senor. Sí.
Ole, hombres, ven aquí.
Paulito.
Oh, Maria, you all right?
Sí. Oh, I'm so grateful to you, querido.
For what?
For everything. Everything. Paulito, you take care with Murdoch. He's a dangerous man.
Yeah. Now listen to me. From here on, it's going to be different.
Different?
We'll all be on a small boat for days, maybe weeks. I won't always be around because of the diving. Here, take the gun. Just take it. And hope you don't have to use it. A couple of hours later, Murdoch came back and waved us down to the river. Instead of being alone, now he had a native with him. A big man he called Batu. A lot of man. Even through the paint on his face, you could see the combination of Mayan and Inca. The 1,000-year-old dignity as he stood looking at us.
Trent, this is Batu. I've just arranged for the boat, and he's going upriver with us. Go help with the loading, Batu.
Batu, help.
What are we taking him for, Murdoch?
He wants to go upriver to his people, and he will work for his passage. We can use him.
You keep adding people, somebody's going to have to swim alongside. That ain't much of a boat.
Now, Trent. This is no time to be at each other's throats. I know we are on the right track. Sandoval started getting excited the moment he saw this part of the river.
For a guy in his condition, you're doing a lot of depending on him.
You let me worry about that. All you have to do is handle your end of things, and that won't begin until we start diving.
You're wrong, Murdoch. I started worrying 3 years ago, remember? 2 days on the river. 2 long days with Murdoch never once taking his eyes off Sandoval. Watching each slightest reaction, the bottle always ready. And the old man needed that bottle now, his terror growing by the minute, and Murdoch loving it because it told him we were getting closer. That night, I was laying out my gear back in the stern when Batu, the big native, came toward me. He wasn't the calm giant anymore, just a man, a terrified man with words tumbling out of his mouth.
You tell Batu. You tell.
Tell you what?
About crazy man.
Sandoval? Well, what about him?
Hands.
The scars? You mean how did he get them?
Yes.
I don't know what happened to his hands, but what about him?
Why you come here?
To dive. To bring something up from the water. Why?
No. Not go in water. No.
Why not? What's wrong?
Not go. Devil water. Devil water. You not go in devil water.
And that's all I could get out of him. Just that. It was a long time before I got to sleep that night. Late on the 3rd day, we dropped anchor just outside a small cove. Murdoch was out of his mind with excitement. But it was too dark for diving. We start in the morning. Batu wanted to go ashore to see his people. Swore he'd be back before sunup. Murdoch didn't like it, but he had no choice. We needed the big man on pumps. In the morning, we were up at dawn, and Batu was back aboard. He didn't say much, but he was never more than a couple of feet away from me, and his eyes never left me. But I didn't have time to think about it. I had my own troubles.
What's taking you so long, Fred?
Oh, you and your penny pinching. You've been had, Murdoch.
Well, what's wrong?
Well, not a thing, except this winch is on its last leg.
Well, let's not argue. Repair it the best you can.
Talk's cheap, but I'm the guy who goes down there.
Listen to me, Trent. We're close, really close. Sandoval swears it's right beneath us. He has to be right. He's pointed out landmarks all the way.
Wait a minute. What's that?
It's native drums, Probably a welcome. Get that chute closed, Trent. We're losing time.
You remember what I say about clear lines down there, Seno, huh?
I'll remember.
And don't you forget. Look, Seno. Look on the shore.
Natives, 6 or 7 of them.
It's part of Batu's tribe.
What's that they're carrying?
It looks like a pig or a goat.
And the throat is cut.
What is it, Batu? What are they doing?
Make sacrifice to river god.
But why now?
Save you.
From what? What's down there?
A native superstition, Trent. Where's your intelligence? Are you ready?
Batu.
You not stay in water long. Kataya!
On the beach, they heard his command, and the pig was thrown into the river. A moment later, Jose had bolted my helmet in place, and I was being lowered over the side of the boat. Everything was forgotten now. But the work is staying alive. That's how it is with diving. You can do it 1,000 times, but it's always new. Jose knew it. Through the phone, I could hear him worrying with me.
You all right, Seno?
Yeah. Read me.
See? 11 fathoms.
Stay with me. I'm going to have a look around. I checked my lines and started toward a large mass of shadow. Distances underwater fool you. I was on it almost before I started. It was a ship, or what was left of one. Her back had been broken in two, and her stern was right in front of me. I read it aloud. Santa Rosa.
What's that, Seno?
I found it. Start a line down.
He's found it. You hear? He's found it.
I went in carefully, slowly, making sure of my lines. It didn't take me 20 minutes to find it. A tremendous iron-bound chest. I scratched the slime off with my knife, and there it was. The official seal of Paraguay. There wasn't any doubt now what was inside. I got a line around it, told them which way to swing the winch, and managed to get it out in the clear for the trip up. I just about finished when I felt a signal on my line. What is it?
Batu says to get up here quick. You've been down too long.
Why?
Friends, this is Murdoch. Let's get the gold up first. Another moment won't hurt you. Let's not take chances on a foul line.
Let's not take chances on me. Tell Jose to take me up.
face it, I shall shoot him. The gold comes up first. Stand clear, Trent.
Murdoch, listen. My knife is across the line. You turn that winch and I'll cut the line. You hear me?
You're insane. I could cut your air hose.
Go on, cut it. I'm tired of living with you on my back anyway.
Oh, all right, Trent, all right. Don't get excited. We're taking you up.
Slowly, they began taking me up. And then I realized why. Murdoch knew once I started up, I couldn't possibly cut the line that held the chest. He took me up just far enough to get my hands on the bottom rung of the Jacob's ladder and hang there helplessly. Then, through the phones, I could hear the creak of the winch as he started hauling up the chest. Looking up through the water, I could see Murdoch leaning over the rail as he waited for the chest to break water. And then it happened. A sudden sharp sting on my hand. And when I looked, I saw blood. Blood and a 6-inch fish racing in for another bite. In a second, there were more of them. Little needle-toothed devils plunging at the canvas suit, even trying to bite through the steel of the helmet to get at the flesh inside. And at last, I understood everything. Why Batu called it devil water. Why Sandoval had gone insane. And what happened to the crew of the Santa Rosa. That 6-inch fish was the South American piranha, a cannibal so deadly it strips a man to the bone in 30 seconds. Then I heard something else. The winch. Murdoch had been driving it too fast, even for a good winch. It started to crumple just as the chest broke water. Murdoch saw the chest, inches from his hands, start slipping back. And the thought of losing the gold drove him crazy. He grabbed for it. Even as the chest pulled him down past me, he was still holding on to it. Even as the piranha left me to strip easier pickings than seal and canvas, he held on to it. And I knew he'd never let go. How could he? Hadn't the gold pulled him halfway around the world? And then climbed out of the water to get him?
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Bloodwaters by Tony Barrett, starring Vic Perrin. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Lillian Bayef, Tony Barrett, and Barney Phillips. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are one of 4 people trapped in an isolated trading post somewhere in the Yukon Territory. The blizzard outside making escape impossible. And you know that before the spring thaws release you, before you can leave this cabin behind you, one of your companions, by consent of the others, will be killed.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Les Crutchfield's story, Judgment Day at Crippled Deer. Every weekday for 90 solid minutes, Arthur Godfrey Time presents that redhead himself, coming up with one surprise after another. And every Friday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, we take the top surprises, the best songs, the biggest laughs out of the daytime shows, and glue them together into a big once-a-week treat. Tomorrow night, don't miss the Arthur Godfrey Digest at the Star's address. Daytime is a gay time with Arthur Godfrey Time on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the 4 walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. are one of 4 people trapped in an isolated trading post somewhere in the Yukon Territory. The blizzard outside making escape impossible. And you know that before the spring thaws release you, before you can leave this cabin behind you, one of your companions, by consent of the others, will be killed.
Listen now as Escape brings you Les Crutchfield's story, Judgment Day at Cripple's Deer.
I think it most unlikely that you ever heard of Crippled Deer Crossing. And you would have great difficulty locating it on a map. Even though the Yukon, for the most part, is vast and empty. Crippled Deer is a trading post. One sprawling pine log building, nothing more. But it's been my home and my business for 20 years now. And in the course of time, I have grown fond of it. Even grown fond of the bitter cruelty of the Great North. Yes, fond, too, of the long winters. Snowbound, dark. When the trappers and miners have all gone outside, and we wait alone for the coming of spring. But of one such winter I am not fond. I still wake at times from dreaming of it, lie shuddering and fearful in the darkness. That was the winter of the black snow, when the horror came moaning on the wind and no man could look in another's eyes without shame and loathing and hate.
Listen, LeClaire. Listen to it. I know that sound and the gray skies and the black in the west. It's going to hit us before tomorrow morning.
Oh, it's close, all right. What do you think, Joe?
Many wolf track in snow last night. Much hunting. They're now asleep. I think maybe one day, maybe 2, then big blizzard come.
All right, 2 days then. That's still cutting it too close. He ought to be here by now.
Real anxious, ain't you, Bella? Just can't wait. Honey, what Marco got that we ain't got?
You wouldn't know, Higgins.
You would, though, wouldn't you, sweetheart?
At least he's got a civil tongue in his head. And he's also got a lot of things you'd give your right arm for, Higgins. He knows how to laugh and live and how to make other people laugh and live.
I'll bet he does.
And he knows how to treat a woman.
Yeah. Any woman, the way I hear it.
You shut that mouth of yours right now or I'll make you wish you had.
You will.
Well, Higgins, in a day or two now the blizzard comes. Close the trails. And we here, then all of us together the rest of the winter. Here, this one building, no way to get out. I tell you once and for all, I will not have this kind of feeling.
Then let him shut up.
Can't take a joke.
That's enough, Higgins. He's got a right to be worried. I'm worried myself. Marco and Blakey don't have enough grub up there. If they get snowed into that mine, they can't possibly last out the winter. And that blizzard is close. Should have come down by now.
I was just funning her, LeClaire. Sorry, Belle.
Then watch what you're saying.
Don't worry. They'll make it all right. Why, Marco Moore knows more about this country and the weather than most people.
No talk. He's down. Well, what is it, Joe?
Dog keep. Sled coming.
Marco. Must be Marco and Blakey.
Where's those binoculars? Maybe we can see them when they come through the gap, huh?
Higgins, help me open the window.
Might not be them, Belle. Could be Robertson.
Not him. He's too smart a Mountie to get snowed in this far from Dawson. Come on, push.
Yeah. All right, here. Let me see now. It's nearly too dark to... Hey, there's a sled, all right, coming out of the gap.
It's them. It is them, isn't it?
I can't quite make... No. No, it's only one man.
A Mountie.
No, not Robertson. It's Blakey. But Marco is not with him.
What?
Blakey coming in alone.
Alone?
2 partner go. 1 come back very bad.
No, shut up, Joe. Don't pay any attention to him, Belle. Marco is all right.
He better be. For Blakey's sake, he better be.
Well, they've been partners 3 seasons now, Belle. There's no reason to think anything is wrong.
You look dog team, lead dog. Marco's dog.
What?
He's right. It's that big husky with the white star. Marco got him 2 years ago.
Start up the man, gents. Bring up the girl. Blakey's back.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Prodigal son, gents. Starved for a fatted calf and maybe a glass or 2 of rye whiskey.
Blakey.
Well, Leclerc, uglier than ever. Indian Joe, what do you have in the tribe, huh? Oh, Higgins, look at that paunch. And Belle. Ah, sweetheart, you make up for all of them. Gorgeous.
Blakey, where's Marco?
Marco? Well, ain't he here yet?
Should he be?
Well, he pulled out a few days before I did. I stayed on till yesterday working the claim. Of course, he might have stopped off someplace.
Where? Stopped off where?
Well, maybe at Jackson River. The factor at the post there's got a pair of mighty pretty daughters, Belle.
You better get your dogs out of harness, Blakey, and get your stuff inside. It may start snowing.
Yeah, looks like it's building up a good one.
Say, Blakey, that lead dog there, he's new, ain't he?
Why, I guess you could call it that. That's Marco's dog. Marco traded with me. He figured I'd be running closer to the storm, so I'd need a better lead dog than he would, so he traded with me.
I see.
You see what? What's this all about? You act like it's a matter of life and death.
The 4 of us talked it over while Blakey was unpacking his sled. It didn't add up. We agreed on that. At least it didn't add up the way Blakey was claiming. He was a born liar, we knew that, and Marco should have been at the trading post by now, even if he had stopped off at Jackson River. When Blakey came in, we ate, and then we waited some more. Still no sound of another dog sled or Marco.
Wind seems to be slacking off some. Blizzard ain't far off. Wind always slacks off first. Who's for a game of pinochle? What's the matter with all of you? You ain't spoke one decent word to me since I got here. Anybody think I was a wolf that sneaked in out of the woods or something? Well, why don't somebody say something?
How'd you get that bruise under your eye, Blakey?
How'd you get that bruise? You sit around and stare at me for a couple of hours, and then the only thing you can think of to say is, how'd you get that bruise?
What happened? Did you get in a fight with somebody?
I got the bruise from a rock.
But how?
I was working in the tunnel we drove. Some rock fell out of the roof.
You're lying.
What's the matter with you, Belle?
You're lying.
I ain't fought with nobody. Why would I fight his partners?
Was Blakey?
I mean,
What did you fight about, Blakey?
Listen, we didn't fight about nothing.
You gotta have some reason, Blakey. Partners don't start fighting over nothing.
I mean, we wasn't fighting. Look, I don't know. Mine, he said he was going to be here. That's all I know.
He left before you did. You said so yourself. Where is he, Blakey?
I don't know. What's the matter with all of you? You think I killed him or something?
Yeah.
What?
That's right, Blakey. We think maybe you killed him.
Oh, come off of it. You're out of your mind. You're kidding. That's what it is, a joke, huh? Me killing old Marco. That's a laugh for you.
You're going to tell us about it, huh?
About what? There ain't nothing to tell. Now, look, if I had done something, why would I come straight here where you're all friends of his, where you're expecting him?
Where else would you go?
To Jackson River. All right, I could head for Dawson or south to Whitehorse.
Storm too close. No time. Here only place.
All right, answer me one thing. Why? Why do you think I'd kill him?
Show him, Leclerc.
Yeah. This might be the reason, Blakey.
You've been going through my stuff. You got no right.
We did it anyway. Now, what about this?
was going to tell you about that. I figured I'd wait and make it a kind of surprise.
Surprise?
It's rich quartz, Blakey. Must have opened up quite a pocket.
It's the richest lode between here and Mackenzie Bay.
Not rich enough for two?
Marco didn't even know about it. I stumbled onto it after he'd already left. That's why I was keeping it for a surprise.
These two, Blakey? Were you keeping these for a surprise? I gave him those gloves and that writing tablet. And I knitted that pair of socks last winter.
Well, he told me to pack up anything he'd missed, bring it along. That proves he was figuring to come here.
Why?
Well, look, I know you're worried about Marco and all.
Do you?
But you're thinking the wrong way, all of you. You're all wrong. You're mixed up.
You're saying you didn't kill Marco. But you ain't saying it very good. Joe, show him what you found in the sled.
You've got no right to bother my things.
This. That's your knife, Blakey?
It was a fox. I shot it on the trail. Skinned it for the dogs. That's how the blood got on it.
You skinned fox. What'd you do with skin?
I left it. I'm a miner, not a trapper. I don't know anything about skins. Now look, the whole bunch of you. I'm getting fed up with this. Questions accusing me. What do you think you are, a court of some kind? I don't have to answer anything. I ain't on trial. I'm going to turn in.
Next morning, the barometer dropped again, and we knew that blizzard would hit any minute. All that day, we sat huddled around that wood stove, not talking, just thinking about Marco and Blakey. And just after dark, Blakey went outside to settle his dog team. By the time he came back in, we decided.
What are you all staring at?
Blakey, we're going to give you a trial.
A trial for what?
Jury of your peers. That's the only law we got. That's all we're likely to have till spring. Robertson bypassed us. He got on through to Dawson to beat the blizzard. It's just you and us, Blakey.
You're crazy. You ain't the law.
If you got anything to say in your own defense, any explanation...
I ain't doing no more talking. You can't do nothing to me.
Whatever you say, Blakey.
Let's vote. Get it over with.
If he won't talk, there ain't no use asking him anything else. I say he killed Marco. One vote guilty.
2. Of course he did it.
Joe?
He killed.
That's 3 guilty, and mine makes 4. That's unanimous, Blakey.
And just what do you aim to do about it?
Well, we got to decide.
Well, I'll decide for you. You ain't going to do nothing. And you know why? Because of this.
Grab him, Joe.
Hold it. Don't none of you move. Looks a little different now, don't it?
Put it down, Blakey. That rifle won't get you out of this.
It won't, huh? Well, I'd say it's made some changes already. 4-1. You felt mighty big, didn't you? Well, how do you feel now? Things is kind of even up a little, ain't they?
You can't hold us at gunpoint all winter.
I ain't figuring to. I'm getting out of here. And none of you better try to stop me.
Where are you planning to go?
That's my business. But I sure ain't going to stay around here no longer. Now, all of you, stay right where you are.
He's crazy. Where could he get to? Nowhere's maybe, but he ain't thought that far. All he knows right now is he's going to get away.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Get your rifles. We go after him.
You are listening to Judgment Day at Crippled Deer, tonight's presentation of Escape. Saturday night on CBS Radio's thrilling Western series called Gunsmoke, meet United States Marshal Matt Dillon. Marshal Dillon faces another problem this Saturday, a problem as real and vital as the Old West itself, and just as full of action as well. Don't miss the exciting, unusual drama on CBS Radio's Gunsmoke, Saturday night on most of these stations. And now, Escape and the second act of Judgment Day at Crippled Deer.
Tracking down a fellow man is not a pleasant thing, even though he's crazed with fear. But there was no choice. The four of us stood a moment longer looking at the door that had slammed shut behind Blakey, and then...
Ready?
Yeah, let's get it over with. Come on.
Don't let him get away.
Joe, you see, can you pick up his trail?
He couldn't have got far. He ain't had enough time.
Here.
What?
Tracks start here. Come.
It's pitch dark to me. How can you see any tracks?
Me see. Come.
He seems to be heading back on the trail.
On foot, without even snowshoes. He's out of his mind.
Guilt and fear, they do funny things to a man.
Leave trail now. Turn this way.
Into the woods.
Come.
Run. Get away from them. That's all he could think about there in the cabin.
Crazy. Clean out of his senses.
Go on back. Stay away from me.
He's holed up in that storage shed up on the creek bank. I saw the flash.
Why don't we leave him there? Let him get snowed in. Let him starve.
No. When a man begins to starve, it gets dangerous. He has that rifle, and there's a whole case ammunition in that shed. He could hang around the cabin and pick us off one at a time.
Me go. Me bring him.
You think you can slip up on him, Joe?
You talk. Shoot gun. Make noise. I go.
Blakey!
Get out of here. Go back to the post.
Maybe this'll shake him up a little.
You're wasting your time. I got cover and you ain't.
A dirty murderer. I'll blast him out of there.
No,
the last thing I
hold it. You might hit the Indians. Why don't you tell us about it, Blakey? About Marco. Get it off your chest. Where did you bury him?
I didn't bury nobody.
You mean you left him for the wolves?
You don't stop saying that, I'll get every last one of you before.
Hey, Joe must have got inside.
You come now. Everything all right. No trouble. You come.
All right. Let's go get him. We dragged him back to the post. We tied his hands together behind his back and locked him in one of the bunk rooms. Then we sat, the four of us. We didn't say much. Not looking at one another, knowing what we had to decide, putting it off as long as we could. And then it was Belle, who had been in love with Marco and was ready not to go to pieces any minute, finally brought it out in the open.
We can't sit here and put it off all winter. We got to decide what we're going to do. Get it over with.
I suppose you're right.
You know I'm right. What's the matter with all of you? What are you afraid of?
It's a big responsibility, Belle.
Not from me. Maybe you can feel sympathy for him, but I don't. He don't even count. 100 of him would make up for Marco.
Perhaps you're right, Belle, but what I was thinking, storm ain't hit yet, and as long as there's a chance Robertson will still come, well, maybe we ought to wait and leave it to him. After all, he's the law. It's his job.
Redcoat no come now. Blizzard too close. You go very fast to Dawson. No one spend winter here.
Joe is right. We can't figure on turning Blakey over to the police. Robertson's already probably in Dawson. And we can't try to keep him prisoner clear through the winter. I guess we all agree on that.
You know what I agree on.
So I guess we better make up our minds, huh?
Mine's made up now. You know that.
Yes, I know that, Belle.
Love, my people say, man who kills friends must die always.
I don't know, LeClaire. Killing a man in a fight or a battle when you're crazy mad, that's one thing. But doing it in cold blood like this, well, it ain't easy to face it. It ain't the same.
I guess we all feel that way about it. None of us want to do it. It looks to me like we don't have much choice.
We don't, and the sooner the better.
I don't know. The Mountie might still come.
Make up your mind, Higgins. If you're afraid, say so.
Well, it ain't that.
You agree with the rest of us then, or don't you?
Yeah. I agree.
Well, it's settled then. Well, we might as well get it over with, huh?
How are you thinking to do it, Leclerc?
Well, hanging, that's the usual way, I guess. That roof pole outside the front of the cabin, we could take him up on the roof and tie the other end of the rope to that pole. And then make him step off.
How much of a fall does it take?
I only seen it done once down in the States.
You wouldn't do that. Have it go wrong. No call for him to suffer any more than that.
No, we'd do careful. We plan it all out.
Stop talking about it and do it. Do it and get it over with.
We're going to, Belle.
Well, get on with it.
Oh, Joe, get a ladder up against the eaves out there, huh? Higgins and me, we cut a piece of rope.
Good.
No, I guess we better tell him.
Hang me? You've decided to hang me?
Blakey.
You don't even know what you're saying. People don't sit down and decide they're going to hang somebody and expect to get away with it. You can't take the law into your own hands.
You're just making it harder for us, Blakely.
Harder for you? I'll make it harder for you when Robertson shows up.
Robertson ain't going to show up.
You're out of your mind.
We're going to have to drag you, Blakey.
You'll drag nobody. I'll walk. Let's see just how far you're planning to go with this.
All right, we go out through the main room.
Belle, you know what they're figuring to do?
Yeah.
Well, do something. Stop them. You're a woman, Belle. You're different.
I wish there were 10 of you, Blakey, so they could hang you 10 times instead of once.
Belle.
Get him out of here. Take him out and get it over with.
Yeah, come on.
She's crazier than the rest of you. It's all crazy. It's like a nightmare.
Watch your step, Leclerc. That crust is freezing. It's slick.
Yeah.
Like it ain't real. It really happened. Not to me, anyway.
You know, that wind has died down some.
Always does just before the blizzard hits.
All right, Blakey. Climb up on the roof.
Roof?
Yeah.
And you climb the ladder, you'll want us to help you.
I can climb.
To go up there by the ridgepole, Blakey, up there where Joe is standing.
Yeah, better let me help you. A lot of snow on the roof. Ain't easy with your hands tied that way.
All ready, rope tied. Everything ready.
Oh. Well, might as well we get on with it, huh?
Maybe you better tie it around his neck, Leclerc.
Huh?
Hey, you've seen it done once.
If I can remember. Hey, Blakey, come stand closer to the edge here, huh?
Careful, Leclerc. It's dark. Don't slip.
Yeah, that's fine. Right there now.
Well, it's a joke, huh? That's what. You gents are just trying to scare me so we can laugh about it afterwards.
Hold still, Blakey.
A joke.
Hold still.
A real good joke.
All right, that's fine.
That's very funny.
Well, looks like we're ready.
Yeah. Well, you got any last words, Blakey? I guess you better say them now.
You jump now.
Joe.
You jump.
Stop pushing.
You jump now.
We went inside. We left him swinging there, figured to take him down in daylight and bury him. I opened a bottle of brandy and we drank some fast in gulps. We needed it because it wasn't easy to do it. Not in cold blood that way. It didn't change much either when we stopped to think about it. It didn't bring Marco back to life, killing Blakey. Even Belle, who was crazy for revenge, was feeling sick. Then we got to thinking about Robertson, too, how he never missed stopping by before on his last trip out to Dawson. And then Joe heard it.
Dog. Here, dog. Sled come.
Robertson. I told you we ought to wait. Now we're in for
We
it.
gotta do something. We gotta think of something to tell him. Make up a story.
What, with Blakey still hanging out there? What story?
Well, we gotta do something.
All we can do is tell him the truth and hope he sees it the way we did. He's an old-timer in the North. He'll understand.
We'll make him understand. He'll be snowed in with us here. All us together for the rest of the winter. We'll make him understand.
We did right. At least we know it. I think he will.
Got a steak and a drink for a hungry man? Well?
Marco.
Why all the surprise? I promised you I'd be here, didn't I, Bill? Stopped over a couple of days in Jackson River. Dang near got snowed in. Say, did Blakey make it all right? He was going to leave the mine a couple of days after I did.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Judgment Day at Crippled Deer by Les Crutchfield, starring Lawrence Dobkin with Harry Bartell. Featured in the cast were Lou Krugman, Georgia Ellis, James Nusser, and Clayton Post. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are standing alone in a mountain village somewhere in the puppet country of Andorra, the high crags of the Pyrenees trapping the last of the daylight. And you know that in one of the stone houses facing you, behind one of the doors that is closed against you, is a beautiful woman whom you must find before she meets her death.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Kathleen Height's story, The Wall. Saturday night on CBS Radio, gangbusters reveal the true facts behind a fantastic hotel holdup in which three comical bad guys with a wicked sense of humor terrorize Manhattan hotel guests, rob them, and vanish into the night after commandeering the hotel for their own high profit without interference. Hear Gangbusters' true crime case history Saturday night on most of these stations. Listen while you work. Enjoy Young Dr. Malone every Monday through Friday in the daytime on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are standing alone in a mountain village somewhere in the puppet country of Andorra, the high crags of the Pyrenees trapping the last of the daylight. And you know that in one of the stone houses facing you, behind one of the doors that is closed against you, is a beautiful woman whom you must find before she meets her death.
Listen now as Escape brings you Kathleen Height's story, The Dark Wall.
Black quiet of the night settled over us. I could hear only the silky ripple of the River Segre nearby, and a thin whisper of wind in the high pines above us. The strange silence of the day was over. Joyce was sleeping quietly now, a few feet away. I sank into my sleeping bag and prayed that things would go better tomorrow. Something roused me.
Some sound. In a glance, I saw the gray of the pre-dawn, and then I saw Joyce. Poised at the side of my sleeping bag, wild terror in her eyes, and in her upraised hand, a heavy tire iron. Joyce!
Don't wake up, Alan. Don't.
Joyce, for heaven's sake, give that to me.
No.
Give it to me. Let go. Let go. Drop it. Let it go.
No, I won't. Don't, Alan.
Let it go.
Oh.
Joyce.
Oh, you were supposed to wake up. Why? Why did you have to wake up? Oh, Alan, I'm so afraid.
No. You're all right, Joyce. Joyce, don't be afraid. No.
Oh, Alan. What's wrong?
There's nothing to be afraid of.
It's so awful to be so frightened.
Well, what frightens you? Can't you tell me?
I was going to kill you.
What?
I wanted to kill you.
Joyce, are you afraid of me?
Oh, it isn't you. I love you.
And I love you, darling.
Oh, I know you do. Alan, please, can't we go now? Can't we get away from here?
I knew now that Joyce needed care, quickly. Her sickness, whatever it was, had been a growing thing. As we drove through the narrow, winding roads of the Pyrenees toward the tiny state of Andorra, I tried to forget what had happened. Tried to ignore the mounting wall of silence between us. Something in that silence told me that Joyce's fears were greater than mine.
Why are you stopping here?
The road forks up there just ahead. I want to look at the maps. I'm not sure which way we're supposed to turn.
Aren't there any towns?
Well,
Are we ever going to see people and buildings again?
You can't be too far from Andorra la Vieja, but I doubt if this road we're on is even on the map.
Then let's go back, Alan.
Let's see now.
If we don't know what's ahead, let's go back to Lerida or Barcelona. Anywhere but here.
It was a long way back, Joyce.
I don't care. This place, all tanglewood and pines, and narrow paths that twist and wander.
We're not lost, darling.
Then where are we? I don't like it, Alan. It's just a wild, lonely place. And it frightens me, and I beg you to take me out of here.
All right, darling. Don't worry.
I know what's behind me. The ahead, it's all unknown. Oh, I'm afraid of what's ahead.
No, you mustn't be afraid, Joyce. I won't let anything happen. We wound steadily higher and higher through the wooded Pyrenees. We met no one and saw no one. Only 192 square miles in all, but that morning it was an endless, stretch no man's land. A lonely place with no name and no face. Then finally we came upon it. Not a town, really. A village with one great house and a few smaller ones. Perched there on the rocky ledge, it looked like the last stop before oblivion.
It's so quiet. Wonder where the people are.
I wonder if there are people. It's not a town at all. Perhaps we should have turned back when you said to.
Look.
Huh?
Look at the window.
Where? What?
Well, I know I saw a face in the window.
Oh?
There's someone here, Alan. Someone.
No, you don't want to stay here, darling. Even if we find someone, this isn't the place for us now.
Look, you see? The door, it's opening. Alan, someone is here.
But, Joyce, this isn't the...
You have lost your way?
We were told there was a town here.
There is.
Well, is this all there is to it?
We do not require more.
Please. I'm tired. I need rest. Can't we stay here?
Is there a hotel? Any place where we can get a room?
There is what your eyes tell you there is, and no more.
Is there a larger town anywhere near here?
You are in Andorra. Nothing is far away. Nothing is easily reached.
What's the matter with you people? But you always talk in riddles? Can't you answer questions? Can't you...
Please. We must stay here somehow. Just a while. I need to stop a while.
She is your wife?
Yes.
There is no hotel.
I see there isn't.
This house has many rooms, but we are a large family.
Please. Please, understand me. I've got to stay here. I can't wind around any more narrow trails. I've got to stop and rest. Can't you understand? Can I make either of you understand?
Darling, it's all right. We'll find a room. You'll rest. Now, you mustn't worry, Joyce.
I must sleep. I must. No matter what happens, I must sleep.
Can't you do something?
Lady, you come. Woman!
Almost as soon as he called, a squat little woman appeared in the doorway. They exchanged only a look, and then she came and led Joyce into the house. At first, I thought the man meant for me to stay outside. He moved as if to stop me from following. Then he stepped back, and I walked into the house. Joyce was stretched out on the bed when I got there. The bed was the only piece of furniture in the room.
It's nice, isn't it, Alan?
Well, it's a room, a bed. I wish it were more.
Oh, I'm so tired.
Yes, darling. Now, you go to sleep. When you wake up, as soon as you feel like it, I'll take you to Andorra la Vieja.
Yes, Alan. When I wake up.
Sleep well, darling.
She sleeps?
Oh, she's very tired.
The woman says she trembled. The woman says she is full of fear.
I don't suppose there's a doctor anywhere around here.
We have no need for doctor.
My wife is ill. We have need for a doctor.
You will not find one here.
I know. Hey, what? Hey, get away from that car. Now, go on now. I said, get away from it.
You are the intruder, not they.
Oh, they can leave the car alone.
They have.
Who are they?
My sons, my brothers, their sons. We are the family here. We are called Valera. We tend sheep and our own affairs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm worried about my wife. I didn't mean to shout at them.
Most of the time, our mountains protect us. We do not like intruders. It is not so bad in winter. The snows fall deep into the passes, seal them, and keep the intruders out.
We are not intruders. We don't want to be here. We don't mean to be here. And I promise you we won't be here long.
Sometimes the intruders come to hide in our mountains, to be lost from the world. Always the intruders are troubled people, full of fears and discontent. The worst of the world. They find their way to Andorra.
I walked away from him, along the crude cobble of the village path, away from the great house and the smaller ones. And everywhere, the sons, the brothers and their sons of Valera watched me with silent distrust. I walked to the rocky pinnacle that was the edge of the village, and beyond, as far as I could see, the awesome Pyrenees reached higher and higher, like a great wall, closing out the rest of the world. I went back to the house where Joyce slept.
The woman is with her. She called out, and the woman went into her.
Well, I shouldn't have left her alone. I must...
Wait.
What?
The woman has brought her quiet. That is enough.
I wouldn't try to keep me out here if I would... How is she, woman?
She is quiet now. The woman would not leave her so if she were not quiet.
Oh, Joyce, darling.
They said you'd gone.
No. Only for a little while. Only while you slept.
Don't come any closer.
Oh, Joyce. What is it?
Please. Leave me alone. I want you to leave me alone.
Oh, we're going to get out of this place, darling. Together.
No, I won't go. I won't.
We'll find the right road. It can't be far. And I promise you, darling, everything will be all right. We won't come here again, ever.
Why don't you listen?
Huh?
I talk to you and you don't listen. I'm not going with you. You can't make me go with you. No.
Joyce, wait.
Don't let him take me away. Don't
Joyce was clinging to the woman. Valera stepped in front of him as I came back to the front room, and beside him, from every corner of the room, the rest of the Valera men began to form a wall between Joyce and me. A wall of men, silent men, with staring distrust in their eyes.
What are you trying to do? Oh, can't you see she's sick? I've got to get her out of here. Don't you know that?
I'm taking her with me. And the whole lot of you can't stop me.
No, you...
You are listening to The Dark Wall, tonight's presentation of Escape. One advantage in having several radios about the house is that they make it possible for housewives to listen while they work. A kitchen set, another in the living room, perhaps a third in the bedroom. Keep them all tuned into CBS Radio for our great roster of daytime dramatic stories. And now Escape and the second act of The Dark Wall.
I roused from a sleep that was tortured and full of pain. A bright afternoon sun shone in a haze about me, and when my vision cut through it, I saw nothing my eyes had seen before. I was in my own car, pulled to one side of a road that was wider than any I'd seen for days. And not far in the distance, I could hear the approach of other cars, but none were yet in my view. I got out, stood in the roadway. For all the stiff pain of me, it felt good to be a part of the world again. But then I remembered Joyce and the wall of Valera men, and I was lost and lonely and sick.
Hey, you should not walk in the middle of the road.
No, I shouldn't, only...
You are hurt? An accident?
No, I'm all right. I just don't know where I am. What road is this?
Oh, you're in Andorra. You know that?
I know that.
Then, straight ahead on this road, the direction your car is pointing. No more than 4 kilometers lies the capital, Andorra la Vieja.
Straight ahead, Andorra la Vieja.
I promise. I have just come through there myself. You are sure you are right? Not hurt?
No, I'm much better now. Do you know this country well?
Oh, well enough to drive through it quickly. My home is in Spain.
You wouldn't know a village. Near here, maybe a small village where everyone is called Valera?
No, I would not know it. There are many such villages in Andorra, if you can find them.
I must find it.
Perhaps in Andorra la Vieja?
Perhaps. My hopes were high for Andorra la Vieja. There would be answers for all my questions. There would be concern and help and interest. I told myself these things to keep my mind from filling itself with Joyce, to keep the pain quiet. Some corner of my mind held the memory of all that had happened in the house of Valera. I could not be sure I wanted to remember.
I do not see why you have come here, to me.
I didn't know any place else to go. I need so much help, I thought surely the police could do something.
There has been a crime?
No, my wife is ill. Very ill. She's with strange people in a strange village. I've got to find help for her and go back there.
Then why do you not do this? Why do you bother me?
I've told you... Will you try to understand me? I don't know where the village is. I don't think it's far away, but I don't know where it is.
It has a name, the village?
I don't know that. The people there are called Valera.
There's a river called Valera.
No, I saw no river. No, not there. It was high, on a rocky crest of a mountain, just a few houses. You must know where it is.
You were there?
Guessing.
Then you must know where it is.
No, I don't. I don't have any idea where it is.
But you were there this morning. And now you are here.
Look, I don't know how I got there. Can I make you understand that?
I think none of this is important.
Well, it's all important to me. My wife is ill. She needs care.
You tell me that. Perhaps then you would tell me why you left her in a strange village you do not know, with strange people you do not know.
I didn't leave her.
But she is there. And you are here.
Oh, you won't even try to help me.
Help you? Help you what? Find a town where you have been, and I have never been?
All right. All right. I can't talk anymore.
There is a hotel across the plaza. You will find other intruders there. Among them, a doctor.
I wasn't sure I'd heard him clearly, but there were no questions left in me. I stumbled out into the glaring sunlight again, steadied myself against a pillar, and when I could make out the hotel across the plaza, I walked there, held together, I know, by the thin strand of hope that I would find the doctor and there would be help for Joyce.
Here, drink it, Don.
Oh, whiskey?
Good whiskey. You need it.
Oh. Oh, good. It helps. But you do understand, Doctor, that I have not come about me.
But your wife, I know. I understand that.
Oh, I'm glad someone does. You think the priest can help us? You think he'll be able to find the village?
Well, the padre will direct us there if anyone can. Meanwhile, there's time. Now, tell me about your wife as much as you can, as much as you know of her illness.
Well, I've called it illness. I suppose it's that. Fear. Unreasonable fear is an illness, isn't it?
Oh, indeed it is, yes. Has she known these fears long?
I don't know. We've been married less than a month. I knew her only a short time before that. No, it was all pretty sudden. She was alone, I was alone, and then we were together.
Did you, happy together?
Oh, yes. Very happy. Very much in love.
Until this strangeness came over her.
Yes, that's right. May I?
Oh, please do. Help yourself.
Thank
you. How was it you described the difference in her, the difference in your relationship?
Like a wall, a mounting wall of silence.
Mm-hmm. And in this silent time of hers, she is much different? Not at all like the girl you married?
She doesn't even look like herself. Her lovely, gentle face contorts into a wild thing, like she was an animal. Oh, it's ugly, Doctor, and so real. I couldn't imagine that, could I?
No, I don't believe you could. She was like that early this morning when she tried to kill you?
She kept saying that she had to kill me, that she wanted to kill me. And all the while she was so frightened. So very frightened.
But do you know what frightened her? Do you know any reason why she should want to kill you?
Well, I thought she must be afraid of me. She'd have no reason to be, but I thought that must be it. I asked her, and she said, "It isn't you. I love you." Oh, the poor darling.
And she said that after she tried to kill you?
Almost immediately afterward. It's a complete contradiction, I know, but that's the way it is. As if Joyce were two persons. Two directly opposite persons.
That may be precisely the case, you know.
I don't understand.
Two persons. One almost entirely good, gentle, kind. The other almost entirely evil, terrifying, menacing, fiendish at times. Two persons occupying one body. That's schizophrenia.
Oh, no. No, not Joyce, Doctor.
Oh, I'd have to be sure, of course, but from what you said, still, I'd have to see her and talk with her, or there are many steps to take. No, the important thing now is to see her as soon as possible.
Schizophrenia, that's hopeless, isn't it? I mean, there's no cure, is there?
Well, it depends largely, I should say, on how long these two personalities within her have been warring one with another, the good and the evil, and the moral and the immoral. If the cleavage is minor at this point, if the breach between her two selves, as it were, is not yet great, then there is a measure of hope.
But she couldn't go on this way indefinitely, being two people. Mustn't one of herselves, as you say, win this war?
If it progresses unchecked, well, then, yes, one self will emerge triumphant. She's a
poor war word here, for in such an instance the evil almost inevitably triumphs over the good.
Can we go to her now?
Yes, I'm sure the Padre will have our directions.
The priest's directions were perfect. As I'd assumed, the village was not far away, but the drive was an eternity for me. The strain of the last days was beginning to tell. I was wound tight and knotted by all that had happened and torn deep by all the doctor had said. I stopped outside the great house of Valera. The doctor touched my arm.
Perhaps it's best that I see her alone at first.
Oh, but I've got to see her.
Oh, I know, and you will, but you don't know what happened here before you left. The last you remember, she was terrified of you. I'll send for you soon, I promise.
Tell her I love her. Will you?
Oh, indeed I will. Oh, there's one thing I neglected to tell you, one important facet of this.
Huh?
If we find what we fear most, you must take this comfort to your heart. A girl you love, who loves you, has no knowledge whatsoever of her other self.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, you ponder that. I shan't be long.
I watched the house door close behind him. And there in the high quiet alone, I took the comfort he offered me. The choice I loved me. That was all there was, really. All in the world I needed to know.
You will not go in there. The woman, the doctor, they have brought her quiet again.
I am going in. I will kill any or all of you who stand in the way. Move. Move! There. Anyone else want his head bashed in? Good. We'll make a real mess of things, won't we? Come on. I like to crack skulls. What's the matter? Come on. Keep me from that door. Make one little move and I'll tear you loose. Men of honor, I see. Where is she?
Don't let him try to kill me again.
Look at her. Look at all of you crawling, shrinking cowards. What are you? Gentlemen? You make me sick. All of you. I killed him, you know. He was a gentleman. Dear, gentle Alan. He won't be with us anymore.
Oh, please, somebody do something.
Easy now. Somebody will. Come on. I'll tell you, Joyce, what I told him. And you must take this comfort to your heart. Alan, the man you loved you very much. He didn't know this other self ever existed.
There were faces all around me. A wall of faces. Senseless, staring faces. And beyond them, a strange girl wept softly. All strangers. Strangers staring at me. And I stared back at the wall.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Dark Wall by Kathleen Height, starring John Daner with Joyce McCluskey. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Edgar Barrier, Nestor Paiva, and Fritz Feld. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are in a farmhouse on the southern coast of England. The autumn countryside around you desolate and bleak. And you know that in the dusk outside, waiting patiently for you, silently watching for you, is an enemy from whom there may be no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Daphne du Maurier's story, The Bird. A reminder for drama and adventure fans, two of CBS Radio's best-known thrillers, Gangbusters and Gunsmoke, both heard Saturday nights, will be moving to Monday evenings on most of these same stations after this Saturday's performances. Follow the latest crime clues and true crime-smashing drama on Gangbusters this Saturday night, and don't miss U.S. Marshal Matt Dillon's latest Western adventure on Gunsmoke the same evening. Then, after this Saturday, remember to listen for them both on their new night starting next Monday, July 5th. Listen while you work. Enjoy Argyle Sunday, Monday through Friday on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are in a farmhouse on the southern coast of England. The autumn countryside around you desolate and bleak. And you know that in the dusk outside, waiting patiently for you, silently watching for you, is an enemy from whom there may be no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Daphne du Maurier's story, The Bird.
On December the 3rd, the wind changed overnight, and it was winter. Until then, the autumn had been mellow, soft. The earth was rich where the plow had turned it. I didn't do the plowing, no. My wartime disability had seen to that. They gave me mostly the lighter repair jobs to do in the 3 days a week that I worked at the farm. A bank to build up or a gate to mend at the far end of the peninsula where the sea surrounded the farmland on either side. Deborah and I had taken a cottage up here to try again, for the sake of the children. And it seemed to be working fairly well. I enjoyed my work on the farm. It was pleasant to pause at midday to eat the lunch that Debbie prepared and brought to me. We'd sit there on the cliff while I ate, and we'd watch the birds.
There are many of them, Mac.
Yes. Oh, the autumn's better than spring for watching them.
Oh, why?
Oh, well, in the spring, they're content. They're full of purpose. They know where they're going. There's no delay. But then in autumn, it's different. The birds that don't migrate seem to follow a pattern of their own.
Pattern?
Great flocks of them here on the peninsula. Restless, uneasy, wheeling, circling, coming to rest, and flying again. The land birds and the gulls down there in the bay. Strange sort of rhythm in their movements.
They don't really go anywhere. doesn't seem to be any purpose to it.
No. Well, if there is, we don't see it. Restlessness. They're more restless this year than usual, seems to me. Do you know, this morning 2 gulls flew so close they knocked off my cap?
You said yesterday when the school bus let her off, there was quite a few of them overhead, as if they'd been following.
Oh, well, I suppose it means a hard winter. They always seem to know. Perhaps a message comes to them in autumn. A warning.
About winter?
And about death.
No.
Many of them will die, and I think they know it. Perhaps they feel they have to spill their emotion out before they die. Like people who know their time is up and run about stupidly driving themselves.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Nat. That black side of you that stirred up the trouble between us before.
Oh, I'm sorry, Debbie. But it's come over me lately as I've watched them. The land birds mingling with the sea birds in a sort of strange, unnatural partnership. Land and sea. Life and death. That night it turned colder, and the wind strengthened. Around 2 in the morning, the sound of it beating against the house woke me up. I lay there with this slow, even breathing of Debbie beside me, and I thought of Jill and Johnny in the room across the hall. We seemed safe, secure. And then I heard it. A tapping on the window. At first I thought it was a loose shutter, and then I realized it wasn't. I got out of bed, went to the window, opened it. Suddenly something brushed against my hand. It jabbed at my knuckles, and then was gone over the roof and behind the cottage.
Nat, what?
It's all right, Debbie. It was a bird. I don't know what kind.
Bird?
Wind must have driven it against the windowsill. My hand's wet. It's blood. Little beggar drew blood.
Good sleep, Nat.
Must have been frightened and stabbed at me in the dark. Well, for the...
Nat, the window seats are distracting.
I've already seen to it. It's some bird trying to get in.
Send them away. I can't sleep with that noise.
All right. All right. Oh, well, up with you. Why, little... Stay away from my face. Out. Get away.
Never in the world.
Did you see that? There were half a dozen this time. They went for me. They tried to peck my eyes.
Oh, Nat.
I'm not making it up, Dick.
Huh? What? It's Jill. Go see what's the matter.
Right. Coming, Jill.
You keep flying at me.
Where's Johnny?
I'm just playing at it. What's the matter?
Quick, get the children out of here.
Birds. The room's full of birds. And my face.
Get the children out of here and shut the door. Quick. I pushed them out of the room, and now I was alone with the birds. I seized a blanket, and I used it as a weapon, sweeping it right and left. And I could hear the thud of bodies, but they kept coming at me. They're jabbing my hands, my head, trying for my eyes with beaks as sharp as pointed forks. And I wrapped the blanket around my head, beat about with my bare hands, blindly. I don't know how long I fought them. Finally, the beating of wings lessened, and then... But still, I unwrapped the blanket from my face. The cold gray dawn had seeped into the room. The floor was littered with the tiny corpses of the birds. Robins, finches, sparrows, larks. Some had lost feathers in the fight. The others had blood. My blood on their beaks. Sickened, I went to the window. The fierce sea broke harshly in the day. But there was not a bird in sight. Not a sparrow chattered in the hedge, no early thrush or blackbird pecked on the grass for worms. There was no sound at all but the east wind and the sea.
Ned?
I'm all right, Debbie.
Oh, I didn't know. What? You're covered with blood.
Some of it's the birds. Look on the floor.
Oh. So many of them.
Yeah, 50. I counted them.
It's horrible.
Come on, darling. I'll clean the room later when I have more stomach for it.
It must have been ghastly for
Are
you.
the children all right?
Yes, I put Jill to work making tea. Johnny's in our bed just now asleep. Not why.
The birds? Well, it must be the weather. The sudden change confused them. It has to be that.
The tea's ready, Mummy.
Oh, good.
Did you drive away the birds?
Yes, they're all gone now, Jill.
I hope they won't come again. Perhaps if we put breadcrumbs for them outside the window, they'll eat that and fly away.
Perhaps.
I've already had breakfast. I'd better hurry or I'll be late for the school bus.
But, I'll walk with you to the road, Jill.
Yes, I think that'd be a good idea.
I'll go get my coat and book.
I didn't want her to walk alone.
Nat, they wouldn't come back again.
Well, I'll go over to the farm and find out if they heard anything during the night. You keep all the windows and doors closed, Debbie, just to be on the safe side, Hello? Anyone about?
Hello, Mr. Hawkins.
Was the mystery around, Mrs. Trigg?
Summer's about, but can you tell me where this cold is coming from? Russia? I've never seen such a change, and it's going on, the wireless says. Something to do with the Arctic Circle.
We didn't turn on the wireless this morning. Fact is, we had trouble in the night.
Oh, Kitty's poorly.
No, not exactly. No, we had some trouble with birds. Why, it sounds absurd, but they flew in the window and attacked us.
Attacked you? No, Mr. Hawkins.
No, I'm not making it up, Mrs. Trigg. There are 50 dead birds on the floor of the children's bedroom.
Foreign birds.
No, the kind you see about here every day.
Really? Well, you ought to write up and ask the Manchester Guardian. They have an officer for it.
Morning, Hawkins. Mr. Trigg.
Mr. Hawkins been telling about some birds last night.
Oh?
He says they attacked him.
Attack? Are you sure?
Quite.
Never heard of a thing like that before. Hungry, maybe. Looking for food. You put out some crumbs.
Yes, of course. I'll be up tomorrow as usual. Good morning.
Ordinary birds, he says.
Attacked him. Now, what did you take us for, coming around with a story like that? He's a strange one, he is, with those superior airs. You see the look he gave us when we didn't swallow his story? Attacked him. I think he reads too many of those books.
Nat, did you find out anything at the farm?
No. The Triggs' brilliant advice was to put out some crumbs. Debbie, I looked all around this morning. There's not a single bird in sight outdoors.
Where's they've gone?
I don't know.
And the Triggs had no trouble last night.
Not only that, they clearly thought I was imagining it. Oh, I heard Trigg mutter something about my superior airs and reading too many books as I walked away. Nothing's real to those clods until it hits them over the head.
Well, they're nice enough people, Ned. Just that they're isolated up here.
Well, that's certainly the polite word for it.
I haven't been able to face going into the children's room. The birds...
Oh, yes, I'll go and clean it up. I suppose the least I can do is give the little beggars a decent burial. I dropped the dead birds into a sack, went down to the beach to bury them. The wind was bitter cold. I dug a pit in the sand with my heel and started to empty the sack into it, but the wind caught the birds and whirled them along the shore. There was something ugly in the sight, but the tide would take them when it turned. I looked out at the crested breakers, and then I saw them. The gulls. Out there, riding the seas. Thousands. Tens of thousands. They rose and fell in the trough of the sea like a mighty fleet at anchor, waiting for the turn of the tide. Waiting. They stretched as far as my eye could reach. They covered the sea. I started up the steep path home, almost running. Someone should know of this. Someone should be told. But who? And then, as I opened the front door, I saw Debbie beside the wireless listening.
Damage and even attacking individuals. It is thought that the Arctic airstream is causing the birds to migrate south in immense numbers, and that intense hunger may drive them to attack human beings. Householders are warned to see to their windows, doors, and chimneys, and to take all precautions for the safety of their children. Further bulletins will be issued later.
They've been repeating it every few minutes since you left.
Well, perhaps now those empty-headed idiots at the farm will know that I will...
You sound almost glad.
Oh, don't talk rot, Debbie. It's just that when people with half a brain try to tell me that
Can't you forget that superior attitude of yours, even now?
Don't use that word superior to me. I'm sick of it.
So am I, Nat. So am I. You... Oh, I'm sorry, Deep. This thing has made me a little nervy, I guess.
Yes, I'm sorry too, Marty.
Nat, one of the bulletins said the birds seem to be waiting. For what?
I don't know. They said the birds are hungry.
What are you doing?
No, the hammer. I'm going to get some boards and see to the doors and windows as they tell you to.
You think they could break in with the windows shut? The sparrows and robins and such? How could they?
I wasn't thinking about the smaller birds. I was thinking about the gulls.
The gulls?
Debbie, have you ever been close enough to get a good look at a gull's beak? There must be 100,000 of them out there, riding the sea, waiting. The rest of the morning, I worked upstairs, boarding the bedroom windows. And I wondered whether they'd take these precautions up at the farm. I doubted it. It's probably a big joke to the Triggs. But according to the wireless, it was no joke. At first, some of the bulletins had been light in tone, but as the morning wore on, the concern in the announcer's voice became more and more apparent. Well, after I'd finished upstairs, I took the rest of the lumber down, boarded up the lower floor windows.
What they ought to do is call the army out and shoot the birds. That would soon scare them off.
Debbie, how are we off for food?
Now, Nat, whatever next.
Now, never mind. What have you got in the larder?
Shopping there tomorrow, you know that. I don't keep uncooked food hanging about. It goes off. But I can put some things in tomorrow.
Tomorrow? It's only 3 in the afternoon, and it's almost dark.
What? Why, yes. The sky looks so heavy. Nat, what's the matter? You've gone quite white.
Look. The tide's turned. The gulls.
They've risen.
Circling over the sea. Not a sound from them.
Nat.
I'm going for Jill. I'll wait for her at the bus stop. You keep Johnny inside and keep the door shut. Outside, I looked for a weapon, but a hoe was all I could find. Then I went to the top of the hill and waited. Surf was booming below, and a smudge rose behind the clay hills in the distance. It widened, divided, and spread north, east, south, west. It was a vast cloud of birds. It passed close by, heading inland up country. They had no business with the people here on the peninsula. Rooks, crows, jackdaws, magpies, birds that usually preyed upon the smaller species. But this afternoon they were bound on some other mission. They've been given the towns, I thought. They know what they have to do. We don't matter so much here. The gulls will serve for us. The others go to the towns. And finally the bus came. When Jill got out, I took her by the hand.
What's the horse for, Daddy?
Oh, I just brought it along. Come along now, darling. Let's go home. It's cold. No hanging about.
I want to play a bit in the rain.
Not tonight. Now, come on. No dawdling.
Look, Daddy. Look over there. Look at the gulls. They're flying in from the sea. They're so quiet.
Yes, do hurry, darling.
Where are they flying to?
Oh, up country, I dare say, where it's warmer.
Don't go so fast. I can't keep up.
Hurry.
The gulls, they're circling. It looks like they're waiting for something.
Yes, a signal, an order.
What?
Nothing. Come on, dear, faster.
But I can't go faster.
Wait. There's Trigg in his two-seater.
Looks as though we're in for some fun, Hawkins. Have you heard the news? Everyone's gone bird crazy, talking of nothing else. I'm going to take a crack at him with my gun.
Could you run Jill home first?
Oh, yes, of course. Not room for you too, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's all right. Just get Jill home. Get in, Julia.
You like to come shooting with me?
No, thanks. Have you boarded your windows?
No. A lot of nonsense. They like to scare you on the wireless.
I'd board them if I were you.
Oh, go on. You're windy. Well, see you in the morning. Give you a gull breakfast.
I watched Trigg drive Jill toward the cottage, and then I followed on foot. The sound made me look up. The gulls were approaching. The order had been given, and the farm was their target. The black-backed gulls were leading, and there were bigger birds. Gannets, terns. And suddenly one of them dove at me, missed, rose to dive again, and then came the others, 6, 7, 8 dozen. I dropped the hoe, covered my head with my arms, and ran toward the cottage. They kept coming at us from the air with beating wings. Each stab of a swooping beak tore my flesh. I had to keep them from my eyes. And with each dive, they became bolder. And they had no thought for themselves. When they missed, they crashed, bruised and broken on the ground. And as I ran, I stumbled, kicking their spent bodies in front of me. Another aim got better, closer to my eyes, closer. And then I reached the door of the cottage. Let me in! It's Nat! Let me in! And then, above me, I saw the gannet, poised against the sky for his dive. The gulls drew back, only the huge gannet. The wings folded suddenly to its body, and it snapped like a stone at me. The door opened, and I flung myself in.
It slowed. What was that?
A gannet. It had stripped my skull.
Better now?
Yes, thanks. You're quite the wound dresser. Are the children?
In the other room, I didn't want them to see you that way.
No.
Your hands are the worst.
I'll be all right. We'd better all sleep here in the kitchen tonight. I'll bring down the mattresses.
All right. I'll fix something tasty for supper and we can prepare.
Wait.
That sound. What is it?
The birds crowding against the outside of the house, trying to find a way in.
Nat.
Don't. They can't get in. I tell you, they cannot get in. The boards will hold.
For how long? How long?
Stop it. Here. I'll turn on the wireless. That'll drown them out. There. That's better.
Yes. Anything so I can't hear that horrible rushing.
It's only the food that worries me, Debbie. Now, I've noticed that the birds come in with the tide, but the tide will go out about 9 tonight, and we should have a lull of about 6 hours. I could slip out during that time and go to the farm, see if they can give us something.
Here's London. A national emergency was proclaimed at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Nat.
Measures are being taken to safeguard the lives and property of the population, but it must be understood that these are not easy to effect immediately. due to the unforeseen and unparalleled nature of the present crisis. It is absolutely imperative that everyone remain indoors until further notice. The birds, in vast numbers, are attacking everything in sight. The population is asked to remain calm and not to panic. There will be no further transmission from any broadcasting station until 7 a.m. tomorrow.
It's like this all over, then. All over.
Debbie. About supper, let's forget it. Let's all just try to get some sleep.
Wake up.
Huh?
Nat, they're back again.
What time is it?
A little after 3.
The tide's come in again.
There's been a queer smell the last few minutes. Rather like burned feathers.
What? Burned feathers? The chimney. I forgot to keep the fire up. They're coming down the chimney.
No.
Where's the oil?
On the shelf.
There they are. They're squeezing through the chimney. Stand back. They're going to throw the oil on the coal. That'll get them.
Nat, I can't stand it.
Get me paper, wood, anything it'll burn. Hurry. Their charred bodies kept dropping down the chimney. I raked them to one side, but more came. I threw on the rest of the oil. We piled papers on it, kindling, anything. The flames roared higher. More bodies. The stench was unbearable. I kept at it. Finally, they gave up. And I went over to the basement. I was sick. Around 9 in the morning, the rustling ceased. I opened the door a crack. Crushed birds were deep about the house, but there was not a living bird in sight. The tide had gone out. Now was my chance to get food and fuel. I ran all the way to the farm. There was no smoke from the chimney. I came round the corner of the house and stopped in the doorway. Almost covered with dead birds were Mr. and Mrs. Trigg. What was left of them. Beside him was his gun. Beside her, a broken umbrella. I loaded the 2-seater with all the food I could find, enough for perhaps 3 days, and drove back to the cottage. I told Debbie that Triggs didn't need their car for a while and had told me to take it. She said nothing. And towards nightfall, the birds came back again. We sat by the fire and listened to the rustle as they crowded against the house. But this time there was a new sound. They brought up their heavier forces against us, the birds with larger beaks. I could hear the sound of tiny bits of wood being thrown away.
They'll go till the tide turns. Then they'll leave. Then they'll come back again. And they'll keep coming back. Nat.
Yes?
The Triggs. They're dead, aren't they?
Yes.
We're all alone. Strange. I feel closer to you than I've ever.
That it should take something like this to bring us. Debbie, you may be interested to know that right now, I do not feel very superior.
Don't, Nat. No, Nat. That's what I do.
I don't know, Debbie. I do not know. I listened to the sound of the splintering wood, and I wondered how many million years of memory were stored in those little brains behind the stabbing beaks the piercing eyes, now giving them this instinct to destroy mankind with all the depth precision of machines. I switched on the wireless. It was dead. I reached for the cigarette. There was only one left in the packet. I lit it. I threw the empty packet on the fire and watched it burn.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Birds by Daphne du Maurier, specially adapted for radio by Robert Wright, starring Ben Wright with Virginia Gregg. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Ann Morrison, Ann Whitfield, and John Dodsworth. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Standing in a moonlit clearing somewhere in the Burmese jungle, the ruins of an ancient temple at your back, while gliding silently across the grass towards you, the knife in her hand held pointing at you, is the beautiful yet deadly high priestess of the cult you have profaned, the exotic girl who must now take your life. Listen now as Escape brings you Kathleen Height's story, Eye of Evil.
I studied Fairchild as he read the letter. He was not a man I would ordinarily turn to for help, but I was not acquainted at Mandalay. Then, too, he knew Campbell. I mean no slur against Fairchild. He was bright enough as government office clerks go. I had simply hoped for more formidable assistance.
This is the last letter you received from Campbell?
The last word of any sort until I cabled him to meet me in Mandalay. He cabled back that he would and named this hotel at noon today.
Well, he's only 2 hours late. 2 hours doesn't mean much in Burma.
I'm not especially concerned about these 2 hours.
The letter, eh? Well, I can't say I blame you. Odd sort of letter. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
No, nor to me. Nor to anyone at the Historical Society.
I hate to suggest this, but it sounds as if the old boy has cracked a bit, wouldn't you say?
That's more or less what I've been sent to find out.
This part here, he says, I shall fail if where I look my eyes see no beauty. Can't deny it has a certain ring to it.
When was the last time you saw Campbell?
Let me see. It was well before the rain set in. I should say a good 6 or 8 weeks before. That would make it late February or early March.
Campbell's letter was posted here in Mandalay the 14th of May. You're certain you didn't see him around that date?
Positive. Of course, just because it was posted here doesn't mean Campbell himself was in Mandalay.
Oh?
Probably sent it up here from Pugan by Mang Ba.
Mang Ba?
Burmese boy, devoted to Campbell.
There's
been all sorts of help to him with all that probing about he does around Pugan, ruddy ancient shrines and pagodas. The place is crawling with him, you know.
Yes, that's what I understand.
Mang Ba does a lot of that sort of thing for Campbell. Errands, supplies, comes up the Irrawaddy by boat, you know. There's no train down to Pugan from Mandalay. I don't suppose Campbell relishes the boat trip often.
What was he like the last time you saw him?
Seems normal enough. We lunched here at the hotel just as we're doing.
From what you've said, that's about 4 months or so ago. I guess a lot could happen to a man in 4 months.
It could in Pugan. Nothing but those miserable pagodas and shrines. I don't take much to ruins myself. You mean that, haven't you, Loring?
No. This is my first trip to Burma.
Oh. Well, they might just give you a word about the people, all sorts, of course, but those around Pugan seem to be given to all manner of strange beliefs, superstitions, odd things. Well, the evil eye, for example.
You serious?
Dead serious.
Well, we can't be talking about the same thing. If I remember correctly, the archaic belief in the evil eye is that if one possesses it, anything or anyone he looks upon will die.
Quite right. Only it isn't entirely archaic. It's a widespread belief in India, parts of Egypt, Arabia, and certainly here in Burma.
Oh, that's fantastic.
If I may, Loring, you're apt to find a great many things in Burma fantastic. Not so much in Mandalay, perhaps, or Rangoon, but around Pugan and to the west and north. There's a feeling, a mystic something that's been known to take hold of men.
You're suggesting that Campbell...
I don't know. You'd have to go there to find out.
As Fairchild left me, something drew my attention across the room. She was alone. And quite possibly the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Utterly, strikingly beautiful. And the look in her eyes was a compelling invitation. In no time at all, I accepted.
You were a very long time.
Matter of seconds after I saw you.
But you were a long time seeing me. I have been looking at you for almost an hour.
Not like that, you haven't. No, I'd have known.
I wonder. Your face, a very nice face, has been clouded with concern. And so would mine have been with your luncheon companion.
He was a bit drab, wasn't he?
I saw no reason for you to spend more time with him. Gina decided you should spend your time with her.
Gina. I like that.
And I like the name Stephen Loring.
How on earth could you know that?
Either I have the gift of clairvoyance, or I paid to look at the hotel register.
Oh, well, in either case, I'm flattered. And because I haven't much time, I agree with Gina. I should spend what time I have with her.
How much time?
Today. Perhaps tonight.
And tomorrow?
No. Tomorrow I'm off to Pugan and feeling a mystic something that's been known to take hold of men.
You joke about Pugan.
Oh, no, not really. I was quoting my drab friend. I've never been to Pugan myself.
I do not think you would like it there.
Oh?
Pugan is very different. I should think you would find Mandalay much more to your taste.
I should think I would, too. And Gina, knowing Mandalay was strange to me, wrote out instructions that would lead me to our rendezvous that night, and she was gone. I found it difficult to believe our meeting had ever occurred, except that the memory of her was vivid and haunting. I lingered over a brandy and was preparing to leave the dining room.
Greetings, Takin. You are, I am certain, one Mr. Loring?
Is everyone in Burma clairvoyant?
No, Takin. I am pleased to be Mungba.
Who?
Mungba.
Oh, Campbell's friend from Pugan. Well, where is he? Isn't he with you?
Regrettably not with Mungba. Esteemed friend remains in Pugan. Ask that you understand and kindly to return to Pugan with Mungba.
Oh? Well, is anything the matter with Campbell?
To say again, esteemed friend remains in Pugan. Ask that you understand and kindly to return to Pugan with Mungba.
No, I understand you all right. I'm inquiring about Campbell. Is he well?
To say again, esteemed
No,
friend,
all right.
remains...
No, I understand. I am to come with you to Pugan. Campbell is there.
Good.
Good.
To leave now is to arrive at Pugan as the sun rises.
No, not good. Not today. Tomorrow morning, when the sun lives again, we will go.
To say again, to leave now...
No. Never mind that. I said not today. You understand? Tomorrow morning, you and I go to Pugan.
Not good.
Very good. Now, here. Can you lead me to this address or show me how to get there? See?
To answer, Mungba is able to lead to this address.
That's splendid. Then meet me here at the hotel at 7 this evening.
No, thank you, Takin.
Oh, no. Now, what's all this about?
To beg pardon, Takin. Though able, Mungba think not wise for one Mr. Loring to present himself at stated address. So, Mungba not lead him there.
And he smiled and bowed and scurried off. It didn't matter. I knew that somehow I would find my way to Chino that night. When evening came, I left the hotel and began a bewildering tour of the countless bazaars. By asking a direction here and a question there, I came finally to a dark cluster of buildings in a remote section of the Zegyo Bazaar. And there, at the proper door, I stopped.
You are the most welcome one.
I'm Stephen Loring.
Machina waits for you. Kindly enter.
Thank you. It's a bit dark in here, isn't it?
The lights of 1,000 candles are soon to come, Takim. One moment.
I took a few steps on past the servant, and suddenly I felt a pair of arms around me. I struggled to free myself, and then a blinding pain flashed through me, and I felt myself sinking to the floor. Faintly I heard the voices, and only one did I recognize. That of the little Burmese, Manbao.
Takin.
Takin. China.
To wake from a dream, not always pleasing, Takin.
Mungba. What happened?
Not to remember, often rewarding.
Yeah. Oh, we're on a boat?
Soon to land at Pugan.
Mungba, last night, you followed me. You saved my life.
Not trouble to serve friend of esteemed friend.
Oh, yeah, yes, Campbell. I wonder how I'll find him.
In time, Takin, all questions are answered.
No, you're wrong. Some questions are never answered, and maybe that's just as well.
Spoken like man of wisdom, enlightenment.
Very little of either this morning, Mungba. It is morning, isn't it?
Sun warm and new, like Mungba, has much to learn before it dies.
So we all do.
To beg pardon, Takin, some more than others. People of village are in their hearts good people, but wisdom to them new, and fears old.
Yes, so I understand, but what is...
People of village require patience. Leader who shows patience and no fear can bring my people to enlightenment, away from superstitions and ancient religious teachings.
What? Oh, no, you've got the wrong idea. I have not come to lead your people any more than Campbell did. Now, understand, I've come only to get data on the ancient shrines and pagodas nearby and to help your esteemed friend Campbell.
Takin to see many past glories of Pugan, but, beg pardon, villagers of Pugan also there.
The village, when we reached it, was somewhat inland from the river port of Pugan proper. Wood and bamboo huts lined the four sides of a square that served as a compound. A pack of wild dogs swarmed ahead of us, yapping a signal to the groups of villagers bunched together near a central hut. Mung Ba raised his hand in greeting. After a moment of frozen silence, the villagers turned and ran.
They run from us. Something very wrong.
Not much of a welcome.
Must walk ahead to hut of esteemed friend. Must smile, show no fear. Come, Takin.
I fixed this smile on my face that Mung Ba ordered, and I followed him. If I showed no fear, it was not because I felt none. There wasn't a soul in sight, but my back straightened rigid with the feel of 100 eyes upon it. Mung Ba's steps slowed at the sound of the bell, his head cocked slightly to one side as if to listen. We walked on slowly now until we came to the central hut. There, Mung Ba stopped cold.
No. No, not so.
What is it? What's wrong?
The evil eye. It has come. The evil eye.
You are listening to Eye of Evil, tonight's presentation of Escape. Each week, CBS Radio issues an invitation to go on the prowl in a real squad car. You'll hear the stories of real witnesses in real cases as you join us on CBS Radio's Night Watch. It's unusual, thoroughly factual, and thoroughly exciting. Night Watch, every week on most of these same stations. And now Escape and the second act of Eye of Evil.
Mung Ba had disappeared as quickly and completely as the others, fled in terror from a crude sign I could not understand at the door of the central hut. The temple bells tolled ominously as I walked inside, not knowing what to expect. Mung Ba had called this Campbell's hut, but there was no one inside, only the strange signs and symbols affixed to everything in sight. I wanted to run too, desperately, but something told me that if I were safe at all, I was safer inside the hut. As the silent day wore on, I found many of Campbell's papers. Garbled and strange, they were a chronicle of the steady deterioration of a man. When I finally put them down, it was night.
Takin, Mung Ba falls before you.
Are you hurt?
Only with hurt of shame, Takin.
And get up.
When duly forgiven.
I said get up and tell me what this madness is all about, these signs, this poppycock about the evil eye.
Mung Ba, upon seeing the signs of evil eye, forgot his enlightenment.
No. Did you find out about Campbell?
He is said to be possessed.
And that accounts for these signs?
Signs are charm to evil eye. Take away power. So say my people.
Your people are insane.
Only frightened, Takin.
Look. Can't you talk to them, reason with them, tell them they have nothing to fear, that even if they did, these obscene charms of theirs are no answer?
Not Mung Ba. Takin must do.
Me? That's ridiculous.
To say again, Takin must do. The evil eye is on this house. Only Takin can prove this is not so. So say my people.
But how?
Tomorrow, Takin look upon chosen one. If chosen one not die, spell of evil eye broken. If chosen one die, not good.
Oh, of all the idiotic...
To beg pardon. To do this, only way to save esteemed friend and self.
There was no sleep. The Pugan night spent itself slowly, weirdly, washed in moonlight and filled with strange sounds. The paddy birds, the barking deer, the cries of wild cattle, and always the eerie toll of the temple bells. I could feel it building in me, a fusion of strangeness, a fear that was somehow compelling. Drawn to an opening at the back of Campbell's hut, I looked out. And there I saw a moonlight fantasy. In a clearing before an ancient pagoda, a single dancer performed. And then, somehow, I was outside the hut, walking slowly across the compound.
No, Takin, no!
Get out of my way.
Hear me. Here, Mungba. You must not answer the call of the temple bells.
Stand aside.
To follow is to die.
I tried to free myself from Mungba's grip. I could not. And if the dancer danced on, and if the bells tolled longer, I don't know. Because suddenly the night was black and silent, and the madness was gone. You know, each night I don't know how I got to bed, yet every morning I find you here.
Takin, sleep well?
Like I was hit on the head. Mungba, was there really a dancer out there last
Mungba,
night?
fix tea. Takin, feel fine.
Was there a dancer?
What has gone before belongs to the night, no longer to us.
I don't understand your bloody country, Mungba, or even you.
I am pleased to be a simple man.
You've saved my life twice now. Why?
Takin, Mungba, friend. Life of friend, more precious than own life.
Mungba, what happened to me last night? What happened to Campbell before I got here?
Mungba, not know. 60, Takin, feel fine.
Everything here plays on your feelings. Your emotions, the cries of the animals, the tolling of the bells, the sight of ruin after ruin, pagodas and shrines in crumbling decay. Is that it? Does the very decay here hold the power to degenerate a man? Oh, temple bell again.
Hour has come, Takin.
What hour?
Before bright sun and my people, Takin, look upon chosen one. Only way to save esteemed friend and self.
Outside, the villagers lined the compound. Some wore coverings over their entire heads. Others, with the same fear that I might possess the evil eye, hid their faces from my view. All of them, so far as I could see, wore signs and symbols as charms against my spell. It was madness. All of it. Madness.
Takin, ready?
Just tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Chosen one will walk to center of clearing.
Yeah.
Temple bells will stop. That becomes signal for Takin to look for first time upon chosen one.
When the bells stop. Yes, all right. Well, let's get on with it.
Kindly turn back, Takin.
All right. Have them make quick work of it.
Takin, have nothing to fear.
My heart very nearly stopped with the bells. Slowly, I turned around to look upon the chosen one. He stood proudly straight, smiling comfortedly at me. My little Burmese friend, Mungba. And I looked and smiled and watched him fall. Mungba! Mungba! Mungba, how in heaven's name?
Not Takin, esteemed friend. Campbell, he...
Campbell? Poor wretched devil. Mungba was dead, and I was alone. I started to lift him to carry him back to the hut, and then I saw the thin arrow in his back, a blowgun. I looked up in the direction the arrow must have come. There it was, The ancient pagoda where the dancer had been the night before. It was also the direction of the temple bells. And this time, without anyone to stop me, I walked into the ruins of the temple. Campbell! Campbell! Where are you? I'll find you. You know, Campbell? Campbell?
Over here, Loring.
I can't see you. In these shadows.
I'm here in the dark, and you can hear me. If your eyes fail you, follow your ears.
Why did you do it, Campbell? He worshipped you. Why did you have to kill Mungba?
Mungba?
Cowering in the darkness won't help you, Campbell. There's a window down there. Why don't you stand proudly in the bright sunlight, as he did?
Mungba died proudly? How very gallant.
You're mad. Come here. Here to the light. Now, stand there and tell... Campbell.
Are we at the window now, Loring?
Campbell. You're blind.
Do I stand proudly in the bright sunlight?
What happened to you? Who did this to you?
I shall fail if where I look my eyes see no beauty.
Look, Campbell, we didn't understand in your letter. None of us understood. Tell me, who did that to your eyes?
Where one sees no beauty, no good, one sees evil. And once the eye becomes absorbed with evil, it is said, the eye must no longer see.
Campbell, listen to me. We'll go now, you and I. I'll take you home.
I am home.
No. We'll go to England. Now, together. Do you understand me?
You don't understand me. I want to be here. I must be here.
But why? Why? This place is strange and terrifying.
And beautiful, Loring. But you must go before you see its beauty, before it draws you and holds you and never lets you go.
There's no beauty here.
Have you not seen our beauty, Stephen Loring?
Trina.
Have you not watched the dancer by moonlight and felt compelled to follow her?
Go, Loring, go now. It's not too late for you.
Campbell, did Trina... Did she do this to you?
Go, Loring, while you can.
You were supposed to die in Mandalay, Stephen.
You tried to have me killed.
My people are happy as they are.
Believe me, Loring, and go now. Too late is very soon upon you.
I'll go. I've had my fill of this madness.
Is it madness? Are you sure? You must be very sure. It might be madness. Or again, it might be a feeling, a mystic something that has been known to take hold of men.
I ran, hard and fast, from the ancient pagoda, away from China, away from Campbell. Through the compound I ran, toward Pugan and the river, and freedom. And when the river was in sight, my legs became heavy, leaden. And in my mind, I knew I would run as far into the world as I could. But I also knew that someday I would have to come back.
Under the direction of Norman McDonald, Escape has brought you Eye of Evil by Kathleen Heights, starring John Daner. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen and Jack Crucian, with Parley Bear and Ben Wright. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are adrift in a small boat somewhere in the English Channel, the fog lying heavy on the greasy moving waters, while in the dark ahead of you, moving through the war-torn night towards you, is a threat of death from which there may be no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you David Devine's story, Flood on the Goodwin. This coming Monday night on CBS Radio's Gunsmoke, you'll discover, along with United States Marshal Matt Dillon, that the problems facing a U.S. Marshal of the Old West were just as vital and real as those facing law enforcement officers today. Remember, Monday nights on most of these same stations, CBS Radio presents realistic Western thrills on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You're on the English Channel in wartime, on a harrowing night crossing the gray, cold waters in a small boat. And at the tiller, the threat of instant death is in command, from which there may be no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you David Devine's story, Flood on the Goodwin.
Dundas, is that one?
Where?
About off the starboard.
No, it's the mattress.
Lost in fog. Couldn't see the living, let alone the dead.
I don't think we'll be finding any more bodies.
Not the way the stuff's settling down now. Where do you figure the cutter is?
She ought to be about a couple of 100 yards to port. Take it easy now, Uncle. Don't want to ram her.
Don't you worry about me, Dundas. If you start singing out.
Cutter! Ahoy! Cutter! Ahoy! Ahoy! Captain Mack of the Mary D.
She sounds to be dead ahead, Mac. Better cut it back. I see her.
We'll come about her.
We're coming around your stern. Get in, boy.
Yes. 3. Watch out for those dingers.
I see them.
There, a hand there. 3 more coming aboard. Any alive?
No. All drowned.
Come on, Mac. Let's get them up there.
Oh, don't you bother, Dundas. Hey there. Can you send down a couple of men?
Sure.
My mate here, he's only got one flipper.
Now, look, Mac, that doesn't make any difference.
What's the matter? You proud of it?
No, but... Where are the bloaters, mate?
A bloater? Oh. Then up forward there.
Forward? Right. We'll roll them in the tarp and toss them up to you one at a time. Right.
Hey, you sure I get my top back?
Right.
I better get you, boy. There's lots of one-armed men working these days.
You have to talk about it.
I don't mean no harm. Better than being one of those they're hoisting there.
Just don't remind me of my arm, that's all.
Bloaters, they call them. Man's been floating around dead in the water. He gets bloated, see? Bloater.
Very pretty. You know what they call an old man like you?
Never mind now, never you mind.
Oh, it's a bunch.
How many been brought into you so far?
Counting your 3, that makes 30.
30? Don't
Lucky we got this fog. We'd be sitting ducks without it for spookers or message ships that might be about.
Or U-boat.
Oh, U-boat, that's right.
Was it a U-boat sent the tanker down?
No, a man they brought in an hour ago, he said it was a time bomb.
Sabotage?
Yes, went off in the forward hold. Boom, bubble, 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 bubble.
Who'd hear that, Dundas?
I heard.
Oh, my nephew lost his flipper in the RAF. Taking it real hard.
Oh, you shouldn't take it hard.
No, who says I shouldn't?
No, I don't get sore, laddie. I'm just trying to cheer you. You know,
cheer me by getting off this boat so we can shove off.
Sure, laddie, sure.
Casting off. Going back to Dover? Might as well. Fog's in for the night. We'll just make it by dark.
Right-o.
Bite his head off.
Lay off, Mac.
Oh, he didn't mean any harm?
I said lay off, Mac. Lay off.
All right.
First,
That's what he did, huh?
Can you imagine doing a thing like that? Can you see a man doing it?
Well, it's war, you know.
War. Fighting is war.
They didn't all drown.
No. Only 29 of them. Did you say one was alive?
Yes.
The awful to drown. Awful way to die.
Wonder if it'll clear tomorrow.
Wharf up ahead.
Yeah. Good navigating, Dundas.
Ought to be right ahead of us. Mary,
Dundas?
coming in. Dead ahead, Mac.
Right.
There. Now jump it.
Hello, you two.
Look out, Mary.
Oh, Dundas. How was it, Mac?
Oh, terrible, dear. Just terrible.
Were there many?
30.
Oh, dear.
That's it. Mac, how's the fuel?
Ample. We didn't use a quarter of it.
Are you going to fish tonight?
That's Mac. His boat.
Fishing tonight, Uncle Mac?
In this fog, I should say not.
But Dundas can navigate for you, and the water, they say it's calm as a bathtub.
Well, I don't know.
I brought your food, Dundas.
I think that husband of yours needs some sleep.
Are you going to start again?
Well, what's wrong?
Oh, all day long he's been complaining like an old woman, just because he had the bad luck to lose his arm.
Shut up.
See what I mean?
Well, you know you are a little rough about it, Uncle Mac.
Oh, what ought I do? Help him feel sorry for himself?
Now cut it, both of you.
There was a man to see you, Uncle Mac.
Oh, who?
Well, he didn't say. Said he'd drop back.
What did he look like?
Oh, very tall, distinguished looking.
Who's that, Mac?
Oh, got me. Tall, you say?
Yes, he's carrying a little briefcase.
Comes for the payments on the boat, Mac.
No. Huh. Would this be him?
Yes.
Oh, you were looking for me?
Yes, you're Captain Mac.
That's right.
And who is this?
It's Mr. Dundas, my nephew.
The husband of this lady?
Look, mister, who are you and what do you want?
Well, that's very simple, but you must forgive my questioning. When one is engaged in my work, one can't be too careful.
Your work?
Intelligence.
What's that got to do with us?
I want to charter your boat for a trip.
Government work, huh?
Yes. The secret mission.
Oh. Well, where did you want to go?
To Ostend. Tonight.
Belgium? That's a fair haul. And there's the U-boat.
The fog will cover you.
What do you pay?
Well, the Crown provides handsomely in these cases. £100.
You're on.
Wait a minute.
Uh-huh.
Would you mind showing us your credentials, mister?
I wouldn't mind at all, my dear fellow, but the fact is, I'm not carrying any.
You're not, eh?
Well, this isn't what you'd call a casual visit, you know.
Use your head, Dundas. He's going where the Nazis are.
No credentials. And would you mind explaining why you're sniffing around a little fishing boat like this when you could cross on one of those big, fast torpedo boats they got over at the yard?
I find this man insufferable, Captain. Now, what do you say? Time is going short.
Why don't you take the torpedo boat? Or the sweeper. They got sweepers there, you know.
Well, as a matter of fact, and you should be able to understand, those are government boats. They might be seen by one of the enemy's shore stations.
In this fog? You're a liar, mister.
And you're a very astute fellow.
A gun?
Yes, it's my ticket to Ostend, Captain.
Yeah, put that thing down.
Look out, Mac. He's serious.
Indeed I am. Now, in.
Dundas.
Do what he says, Mary.
Now you, Captain.
Make me.
Shall I? Get in.
This is crazy.
And you, untie the rope. Now, you, miss, you sit up there.
Why, you don't stand a chance.
We'll see.
Free and clear.
Okay, Mac.
You're very reasonable. Captain,
What?
I'll sit up in the front with the lady.
Front? You don't know much about boats, do you?
No, and I shan't pretend to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, listen, mister. The harbor entrance is closed up. They got the submarine nets in there.
But I happen to know that they're open until 8. And I better warn you. No tricks. Because I'm very good.
You are, eh? Dundas, he says he's very good.
Shut up. And let's go.
So you're a Nazi.
That's right.
You talk like an Englishman.
Oh, really?
A Nazi. Well, what are you, a spy?
You could say that.
What are you going back to the continent for? The war's not over.
What time do you think we'll reach the Belgian coast?
Round 2, but you didn't answer my question.
What was that?
Why are you leaving England? You scared?
If you like. As a matter of fact, I'm returning because I've completed my mission.
And what was that?
A matter of a bomb.
Sabotage.
That tanker. The one that went down off the coast. Is that your work?
Yes.
Oh, you stinking, filthy, bloody.
No, let him tell. I find him an amusing old gaffer.
30 men dropped because of you.
30? Well, dear me, there were 45 aboard, you know.
It was 29, Mac.
29, 30, what does it matter? This Nazi, this sneak in the dark with his mission completed. What's the time, Douglas?
1:45.
Ought to be passing Goodwin Sands.
Tide will be over them, though.
What time do they explode?
Low tide's at 1.
That means we got a fast ride back, anyhow.
If he lets us come back.
Lousy Nazi. How do we know you won't kill us when we let you off?
You have my word.
Word?
Don't take on, dear.
I can't help it. I'm frightened.
Let her come back here with us.
No. You see how tough he is? He shoots women.
If necessary.
I'd like to see you get that close to me.
Would you?
Yes. Look, Nazi. I'm walking towards her.
Mac, don't.
Why not? Yeah. Point that gun at me.
You're asking for it, you know.
Bloody Nazi.
Don't take another step, Captain.
Bloody...
He can't hear you, girl. Don't slow down.
I want to pick him up.
He's dead. He's very dead.
He was a good man. He deserves burial.
And burial he's got. Now push your throttle back up.
No.
Your wife next.
Thunder!
Yes. Now we continue our little voyage. How much longer, Dundas?
About an hour.
I noticed you change course from time to time. Why is that?
Channel current. You ride with it, you make better time.
I see. And you'd like to be rid of my company as quickly as possible.
That's right.
Well, I'm glad you're being reasonable. The old man was a fool.
You think so, eh?
Well, of course. And so do you.
Why do you say that?
You've seen the war. You know how it is.
That's right. I know how it is.
Dundas, don't talk like that.
I was wrong, Mary.
Don't talk with him. It's not right.
We find each other very interesting, Mary. Don't we?
Yes, indeed. Tell me, how did you lose your arm?
RAF. It was a navigator.
And a very good one, I imagine. Did it happen in England?
No. Bremen.
Bremen? I see. You did a very thorough job in Bremen.
Yes.
You ought to be complimented.
Thank you.
Dundas.
Relax, Mary, relax.
Oh, Dundas.
No, you must understand, Mary. May I call you Mary? You must understand that it's a very extraordinary thing for the soldiers of warring nations to get together for a chat like this.
Take a nap, Mary.
What?
Yes, why don't you? Here, you can pull this tarpaulin over you.
Not that. What? It's got blood on it, that tarpaulin.
Blood? But really, the old man was over there. Don't you see?
Not from him.
Oh?
We spent the day picking up after you.
Oh, I see. And you used the tarpaulin for the body?
Yes.
Well, then, of course, we mustn't use that.
Oh, please. May I sit by my husband?
No, you may not.
Just be very quiet, Mary. Everything will be all right.
Of course, a lot depends on you, Dunn.
Why do you say that?
But don't you know what I'm talking about?
No.
That wrench you picked up about 15 minutes ago, it's right behind you on the ledge.
What?
Thwart. It's right behind you on the thwart. Would you mind dropping it overboard like a good fellow?
That would be a foolish waste. Wartime, you know. Wrenches are hard to come by.
Yes, I'm sure. Then why not slide it over here?
All right.
Slide it. Even if you could hit me accurately enough to disable me, the gun would go off and... Oh, you know.
I know. Here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dundas. Now, what are you steering?
Why don't you come and look?
No, I don't think I'd better.
Why not?
Well,
Well, you may have another wrench there, or perhaps you'll try to take my gun. In which case, I'll have to kill you. Then where would I be? I might steer all the way back to Dover without knowing it.
That's so.
And then I'd have to kill your wife so that she couldn't inform. You see how it is.
How do you know I'm not tricking you?
I'm sure you're not. If we don't arrive by 3, I'm going to kill her. And then if you should continue to be stubborn, there are ways of forcing you.
You mean torture?
Ordinarily, it's very difficult to do alone, but in your case, one arm, that should be comparatively simple.
Let's not waste words on all that. I'm taking you where you want to go, and I'm counting on you to keep your word to allow us safe departure.
Of course.
I don't believe in Dundas.
But why not?
Because you are what you are. Oh, Dundas, don't you see? They'll torture you. He's lying, Dundas.
Please, Mary, please don't worry.
You have my word. My word of honor as a gentleman.
You see, Mary? We have nothing to worry about.
Yes, it must be wonderful to be out of the fighting.
Not bad.
I'll be glad when it's over.
Think it'll be over soon?
Oh, yes, quite soon. You've heard about buzz bombs.
Yes.
But that's only the beginning. We're developing weapons 1,000 times as terrible. 10,000 times as effective.
Really?
Oh, your wife seems to have gone to sleep.
Well, I can't see very well in this dark.
Against my knees.
About your new weapons. You wouldn't tell me all this if it were your intention to allow a safe departure, now would you?
Well, I'm sure your agents know this by now.
I don't know.
How much longer until we reach the shore?
Not long now. I'm bringing her into a deserted beach a few miles outside of Ostend.
I see.
If you'll look ahead, you may see lights soon.
Straight ahead?
Yes.
Huh. Impossible. This fog is much too...
I've got it! I've got the gun!
Give me that. Stand back. That's it. Now raise them good and high.
Oh, Dundas, I thought he'd never drop his wrist. I waited and waited.
Good work, Mary. Take the wheel.
Yes, Dundas.
Well.
Remarkable woman, your wife.
Yes, indeed.
Unfortunately, there's no cartridge in the chamber.
Pointed at your gut, why don't I pull the trigger and see if you're telling the truth?
Perhaps you'd better not.
I don't see why not. If it's empty...
No. It's loaded. You... I wonder if you're the type who can kill the man he's facing.
I don't know. I've never done it.
It's very difficult, you know. Just think of me as a fellow human being, flesh and blood like yourself. Think of the infinite genius that went into making this body of mine. The skin, muscles, arteries, veins, organs, vessels. And the blood. The blood. You know, murder is a very difficult thing when you're face to face with the murder.
I know. I don't feel as though I could kill you right at this minute. Suppose I try. All I have to do is squeeze the trigger ever so little.
No, wait, no, don't.
Why not?
My life is worth a lot to me. More, believe it or not, than my pride, my honor, my love of Germany. Much more than that.
All right. You have a proposition?
Dundas.
Still, Mary. I know what I'm doing.
Yes, you keep out of this.
What is your proposition?
Money. You're going to need money, aren't you? A man with one arm has a tough time of it in peacetime. Jobs are hard to get.
Go on.
Well, I have several accounts in London banks. Big accounts. I can write you a check. You can cash it tomorrow.
How much?
£1,000.
I can't hear you.
Dundas, don't do this.
2,000. 3. 5, and that's all the money I have in the world.
What about on you?
Yes. In the briefcase, £150. I'll get it.
Don't move.
But the briefcase...
I'll take care of that after you leave. Write the check for £5,000.
Oh, Dundas, please don't do this thing.
Your wife doesn't understand these things.
No. For this, I let you off at the beach. Of course, I want to warn you against mentioning my name.
Oh, but of course, yes, I'll make it out in cash. There's the check.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to shoot?
No. Bargain's a bargain. I'll follow through.
You are an honest man.
Deal's a deal.
Yes, that's right.
Better take the wheel.
Shall I take the gun, Dundas?
No.
Please, Dundas. Please let me hold it.
No, Mary.
But why in the name of heaven can't I? You can't steer and cover him at the same time. Not with your one hand.
If you take the gun, you'll shoot him, Mary. I know you.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would. That would be dishonest, Mary. We've made a deal, this man and I.
Yes, we have. An honorable deal.
But how to steer and all, that does pose a problem. Mary, bring me that big wrench.
All right, Dundas.
What are you going to do?
Since I can't handle the wheel and the gun, since Mary's not to be trusted, I'll keep the wrench for just in case. Solve the problem very simply.
Oh, Dundas, you fool. Idiot.
You threw the gun in the sea.
And you, sir. You'll find a fishing line with lead on the end of it right up there in the front locker.
Huh?
I'm going to slow down now. We're almost there. You'll do the sounding for me.
Yes, of course.
You deliberately threw the gun overboard. You're selling out.
5,000 pounds.
I have the line.
All right, throw it ahead of you. Then feel when it touches bottom. Then measure the depth by your spread arm.
Here goes.
Oh, Dundas, I know the war is a shock to you, losing your arm and all, but don't do this. You'll regret it all the rest of your days.
Hit bottom.
How deep?
2, 3, 4, 5, that's all.
We're closing in on the coast. Swing again.
All right.
We'll hear the surf in a minute now. It'll not be very strong. Low tide, you know.
2, 3 and a half.
All right. Get ready to jump.
Jump.
This boat hasn't wheels. You'll have to walk the last 10 feet in.
All right.
Get ready. Here we are. The minute you hear a grate, jump out and push the bow around.
Right.
Dundas.
Quiet, Mary.
All right, here goes.
Good night.
Good night, sucker.
Why, sucker?
That check. The bank is short of funds in the name I signed.
Oh, really? Found the beach?
Yes, I'm on it.
Take a few steps.
Why? It's stuck. There's water beyond.
The bank is short of funds. That beach is short of sand.
Where am I?
You're on Goodwin Sands. Dover is just 6 miles that way.
Which way?
I didn't say. And if you're thinking of swimming, I can tell you don't stand a chance.
You see! Murderer!
It's low tide now, but wait a while. In a few hours, it'll be 10 feet over your head. Drowning's not pleasant, not safe. If you had your gun, you could shoot yourself. You could hang yourself with your belt, but there are no trees. So think about those men you drowned today. Think about them while you wait. I may be around to pick up your body soon. Maybe. Wait! Wait! Good night! Closer!
Escape has brought you the David Friedkin Morton Fine production of Flood on the Goodwin. The story is by David Devine and adapted for radio by James Poe. Featured in the cast were Betty Harford, Vic Perrin, Joseph Kearns, and Ben Wright. Also heard were Richard Peel and Alec Harford. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leif Stevens. Next week.
You're in the jungles of Haiti, outside of Port-au-Prince, in a night heavy with tropics and small sounds of terror. Below you, a sheer drop of almost half a mile. And back of you, a man with a submachine gun, from whom there is no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you the Friedkin Fine story, Night of the Gun. Stay tuned for...
Yeah. Here's a buck, mister.
Permit me to refuse the money. Permit me to return to the matter of the Yankee merchandise.
Josh just told you, poet. We sold out our stock of shirts, our ties, our socks.
You are the men who have a catch and have saved the Caribbean from Miami?
Yes, sir. We're the men who have a catch and have sailed.
That's who we are, poet, and
So
you...
it is a simple matter, then. Since you are these men, it is a simple matter. We will make arrangements for the removal of the merchandise.
Now, look, mister.
Rene, my name. Permit me. That is my name.
Thanks. It's this way, Rene. My understanding of things poetic is a little shaky these days.
Mine, too.
Yeah, his, too.
Are you trying to be clever? Or perhaps it pleases you to tweak my fashions? The merchandise. Permit me, but the merchandise. When shall we remove it from your boat?
Mr. Rene, I simply have got to explain something to you. It's evident that you're mistaken.
We are not mistaken. You have the merchandise. We will pay what...
Bid Rene a fond farewell, Josh. He needs to keep his head covered from this hating sun.
But it is a matter of... No, you cannot. The merchandise. You cannot refuse about the merchandise. You cannot refuse.
Josh and I walked on. I looked over my shoulder and saw Renee's face become suddenly gray, suddenly old, and then a blur fading into the crowd that swarmed the narrow streets. Episodes of the dream trip, cockfight followed by a native poet making calypso on a type of merchandise that didn't exist. Poet. Also dealer in intangibles, souvenir to be stored away. Anecdote to regale the young ladies of New Kensington, Pennsylvania on our return. When the dream money ran out and the place to come back to was New Kensington, PA. But now, unguided tour of Port-au-Prince and a side street you never believed you'd walk.
Non?
Fry? What are you thinking about?
I was thinking I like it. I like what we're doing. I like where we are.
Me too. Yes, sir, me too. It's all around you. It's wonderful.
There's no regret, huh, Josh?
You mean we gave up a nice-going haberdashery business and took off?
That's what I mean. I talked you into it. No regrets, huh?
What do you mean? You talked me into it. This idea, this dream, if you will.
I will.
I remember to this very minute the night it germinated in my brain. We were sitting in the dorm of the good old University of Pittsburgh, stripped to the waist, it being a hot night prior to graduation and a bottle of beer in the hand.
And you said, Haiti, someday let's buy a boat, you said.
See? You conceded it was my idea.
Sure it was, Josh.
Then you said Haiti.
Then I said Haiti.
Why?
Huh?
The Citadel.
What about it?
Just I gotta see it, that's all. The Citadel of Henri Christophe. Ever since I was a kid, I've been reading about it and wondering...
We'll see it.
When?
Look, something I gotta explain to you, kid. A couple of fellas like us, they hit a new country after an ocean voyage. You know, they need time to condition themselves, become acclimated, mingle with the group, meet
In
some of
my reading on the subject of young women of Haiti...
Yeah.
I have read that the young women of Haiti are sheltered and circumspect, and a formal introduction arranged by a mutual friend or acquaintance is the etiquette to be followed when a visiting gentleman has the wish...
Show me where it says.
Right, I just want to make sure you and me...
Yeah. Visiting gentleman, that's what. Le Café de Pavillon de Toulon.
Now, don't change the subject, Rye. What?
Le Café de Pavillon de Toulon. Translation, Cafe of the Pavilions of the Small Moon. Oh, my.
Ah, you feel okay? The heat, the excitement of the new...
That sign over the cafe there. Come on, Josh. Let's go get moonstruck.
I want to.
Oh, my.
Me too. set on graduating from the University of Pittsburgh.
After me, kid. Bartender.
Au plaisir, monsieur.
The pleasure presents no problem, bartender. First, we want rum.
Oui, monsieur. Right.
Hush, kid. Let there be hush. Leave the bottle, bartender. We made it, kid. We made the dream. A toast, huh?
Sir Hades, I love you.
Dessalines, Toussaint, and the jeweled Bay of Gonaives.
And to the jungle mysteries and the delights of them.
And to the jungle mysteries and the delights of them. Hey, you turn a phrase, monsieur.
Then may I propose still another toast?
Be our guest.
To the young lady who sits there.
Where?
At the table in shadow. And the fall of carried sunshine across her cheek. There, you see?
I see. Oh, my.
Where? I don't see her. Where, Rye? Show me, too.
You could look upon her with nearness?
I could. I'm just a chap who could.
Come then. She has whispered it to me. Bring them to me. Bring the voyagers to me what her whisper.
Rye, where?
Lady whispered, Josh, and it's a call I've been waiting for.
Rye?
Bring the bottle, Josh.
Oh, now I see her. Oh. I'll bring the bottle.
After you, monsieur.
Pepe.
After you, Pepe.
Bibi, the voyagers for whom you have whispered.
Merci, Pepe.
Seat yourself with Bibi, monsieur, for the nearness.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm Josh Ford from New Kensington, PA, and this is my buddy, Ryan Dixon. He's from New Kensington, too. At present, we're retired haberdashers.
I am busy, and I have longed for the time of our meeting.
Pepe.
Are we?
You did a splendid job of greeting us.
And you no longer have a need for me, huh?
And we no longer have a need for you.
Then I shall make my small departure.
No hard feelings, Pepe. It's
Au
just...
revoir. Till another scene.
Yeah. Till then. You were lonesome for us, Phoebe, for both of us.
The moon was full and it grew slender. For the passage of this time, I've longed for you.
Oh, you don't even know us, baby. We live thousands of miles apart in different worlds. How could you...
Josh.
You ever been in New Kensington, baby? University of Pittsburgh?
Josh.
What the mamselle said.
And for your boat. And the things of your boat. For these two I have longed.
Huh? You talk in puzzles, Miss Baby. I don't...
The merchandise of your boat.
Baby.
Oui?
A poet of your country said merchandise to us. We gave him $1. It's a tired subject that isn't worth a nickel more.
You have sold it then to the other.
We haven't sold a thing. We gave him $1. And I don't mind telling you, the budget we've got worked out for this trip is...
Then it is a matter of more money.
Could be. More money for what, baby?
Haggler. Bargainer. Hawker.
We're not haggling, lady. All we got on our boat is a few supplies. Some canned fruit juices and tins of dried beef. You want
Then
them?
not enough more money for the merchandise you have brought from Miami. We will pay it. And there will be no delay.
Baby, we started out real good together, and suddenly you... Josh, how do you tell a beautiful girl she's lousing everything?
Well,
in the room at the end of the passageway upstairs. It is where I shall be. With the more money. In 10 minutes. Be there. Haggler.
She moved away from us, and she moved like some uncoiling phrase of primitive melody. It took her maybe a half minute to cross the floor and vanish behind a glass-bead curtain that made small songs as she moved through it. That left maybe 9.5 minutes to toast the many things about Bibi that were worth drinking to. And then all that was left was to find out what it was all about.
room at the end of the passageway upstairs, she said.
Uh-huh.
You know what I think?
No, I don't.
I think she's got us confused with somebody else. A couple of entirely different fellows. I said I heard you. It's funny you got to admit.
Uh-huh.
Funny. First a native poet, big song and dance about some merchandise we haven't got. Then this Bibi. What merchandise we're supposed to have, right? Right.
Yeah.
That noise. It's already happened to us once today.
But now it's inside.
Hey, That came from down there. That's where she...
Come on.
It's locked, Rye.
Phoebe! Open it! Open!
All right, you and me, kid.
Yeah. Rye? Luke?
What lay on the floor wasn't worth looking at. Thin lines of blood crisscrossed Phoebe's face and throat like some abstract design in horror. The new twist on death in the afternoon. Young lady, beautiful young lady, slashed to death by the spurs of a gamecock. The bird jumped to the windowsill and crowed the death once more. And across Canal Bay, a pretty pink and blue sign smiled, "Welcome to Haiti." One thing about being in the haberdashery business in New Kensington, Pennsylvania, is that you've got the world ahead of you. Keep in mind that anything is possible when you finally get to Haiti and come across a beautiful woman slashed to death by a fighting bird bred to kill. Accept it and then run. Like Josh and I did, 3 blocks until a sign said Hotel of 7 Sisters, fans in every room. We paid for 1 night in advance. The sign wasn't kidding. There was a fan. This one you grasped in the hand, waved back and forth under the chin, creating refreshment. And letting the sound of the island drift in through the open window.
Rye?
Huh?
We shouldn't have run away.
We're strangers in a strange country, baby. Who knows what we're supposed to do?
Anybody who dies is a concern of...
I'll get it.
Meet me.
Hey, Josh. Look who, the poet. Come in, come in. How'd you find us?
I inquired of 2 Americans running in the noonday heat.
Why are you looking for us?
An explanation of the events at the Café de Pavillon de Teluna. The killing of the girl Bibi was a mistake. Permit me, what is the hour?
Almost 2:30.
Good. An excellent time. For a punctual compatriot of mine will arrive in a moment and deal with the consummate...
You're doing it again, Rene. You're talking riddles.
Oh, forgive me. Like so. The merchandise you have brought, those of us across the water there, the small way across the water, we wait for the gun, so...
Gun?
The final way to purchase human dignity.
Boy.
Huh?
Get the picture? This guy's a revolutionary. Hey, you're a real revolutionary, aren't you? You think we've got guns for a revolution or something? You know what they're going to say in New Kensington? They're going to...
Josh. Renee, what about the girl? Why did that beautiful girl have to die like that?
Bibi. Unfortunate. Like so. She was killed because... Oh, permit me, the compatriot whom we are expecting.
Well, tell him it's like so. Somebody's got our boat mixed up with somebody else's, huh?
Hello, Renee.
Renee.
He's dead.
My intention. Quickly now, come.
Now listen here.
Or you will lie down beside this man, also dead. Quickly.
Where are we going?
Quickly.
I asked you.
Pistol barrels lacerate so. Now, quickly.
The front sight of his gun had cut my cheek, and there was nothing to do but put my hand to it. He prodded us outside. The man in goatee, U.S. Army surplus, and German Luger into a waiting cab. Unhappy driver looked at my cheek and then at the upholstery, then shrugged about the whole thing.
You'd better take us somewhere where he can get his cheek attended to,
said my friend Josh.
Sure.
It was the stir my friend Josh created. In a while, the bleeding stopped. We got out in a part of Haiti where it was no longer Port-au-Prince, where it became the apron of jungle around the city. A mansion of columns and glazed brick and flamingos looking coy behind royal palms. A butler in knee breeches told us we were late, that everybody was in the auditorium.
A private theater, gentlemen, that you may watch if you wish. I'll tell Etienne you're here.
Etienne? Who's he?
You try to make a break from here, you'd be shot down before...
What kind of a name is that? Etienne.
In there.
Golly.
Voodoo. Native dance Haitian type.
Boy.
Frankly, gentlemen, I wouldn't be that impressed. As you appear to be, I mean. They're all of them professional dancers, $20 each for the performance. Who are you? Your host. Etienne? Yes. This way, please. And you're the man who can tell us. About Bibi, about René. You.
It's about guns. It's all a mistake.
I know.
Somebody got our boat mixed up with...
I know. In here.
Now.
What's the matter? Why are you looking so unhappy about it?
How to tell you what I must.
It'd be crazy if we tried to run, wouldn't we?
Oh, yes. You'd be shut down.
Like the poet was.
With more sadness. You are innocent, you see. René was not.
Oh.
An enemy, as also was the girl. They have their cause, we have ours.
And both of you after the guns.
We have them. They came on another boat, not yours.
What am I supposed to say? Use them in good health?
It's just that nothing like this is... Well, we don't know what...
You don't realize what's happening to you now, do you?
A little bit. The sliced cheek I have.
Yes, that's an indication. The reason, of course, I haven't offered you a physician or even iodine should be coming apparent now.
Correct me. Josh and I know there's a thing about guns. About a revolution coming up close by.
Also, about 2 murders.
And you can't let us go.
I don't mind telling you. I am a patriot. Murder is necessary, it seems. It goes with the word. We will have to take you far away. And you must be lost forever. Please try to understand.
Said with grave concern. And the door opened and some men walked in. The man who had picked us up at the hotel and 2 others, also looking grave, also looking concerned. Tight-fitting dark suits, so tight you could almost tell the caliber of guns the Bulgars made. We went then on a boat ride. A boat called Bumba.
Look there. The Citadel.
Floating on a sea of tropic moon. The Citadel of Henri Christophe.
Ever since I was a kid, Ryan.
Ever since you were a kid.
You admire our Citadel?
Listen, Etienne.
Of course.
The Citadel is practically all we came to see in Haiti. We're getting a fine view now. Really, all of it we want. So why don't you say the word to turn this boat around?
There is a saying, the dead are silent.
Now, look.
And yours will be privileged. You will die a hero's death in the cause of human dignity.
Human dignity. The poet used the same words. On opposite sides, and both of you using the same slogan.
Regretful. Ormelu. Joanneau. Par ici. The both of you now onto the ground.
And this is where...
Quickly. Move quickly.
Friend, if you didn't have that gun, I have it. Straight ahead.
One thing I'd want before this is over.
The tour through the Citadel.
Yeah.
Josh.
Uh-huh.
We can't just let them shoot us down and leave us here to rot in a sinkhole like this.
You think we ought to make a break for it?
I would say so. Listen, just before we hit that clearing up ahead.
You there. You two. If you are discussing running away, you will be shot like pigs.
Right. I still think we ought to try.
Uh-huh.
Like now?
Like... The man who stood ankle deep in the stinking waters was the man we had seen before, Pepe. A man in a bar called the Pavilion of the Small Moon. A man who had taken us to Bibi.
You recognize me, I can tell.
A bandolier of bullets over his shoulder, the snout of his submachine gun sniffing a circle at our belt buckle. Etienne and the others who had brought us here face deep in the mud. The brown marsh water washing their blood away slow. Very slow.
Eventually, I knew they had to come here, where the guns are cached. See, those cases. The guns, the cause of everything.
Boy, are we glad to see you.
Truly?
I don't like the way you said that. What'd you have in mind?
These whom I have slain. They were going to kill you, correct?
They said it wasn't because we'd been nice to Beebe and the poet, but because...
You were nice to them?
Well, sure.
My heart is filled with kindness for you both, for they were my friends.
I asked you something. What'd you have in mind?
Surely you know. You must die. Word must not leak out of what happened here. This of the guns, this of the killings.
Right?
Yeah. Listen, you.
Oui?
A favor.
Huh?
My friend here, all he wants to do is take a look at the Citadel.
Hey, May, there it is. Look.
My friend here, he wants to take a look up close. This was his dream trip, the Citadel of Henri Christophe, his dream place.
I see. Oh, oui.
Crazy monument built by a crazy king.
You see all those cannons pushed through those embrasures?
That's the step.
You see all those cannons, Ryan?
What about them?
Not one ever fired. You know what else?
What else, Josh?
This was built on an exact line with the Great Pyramid of Egypt and a Great Pyramid built by the Mayas of Central America.
That way. Enough. Look down. Christophe used to force his slaves to jump from this spot. He enjoyed their screams. Will you scream?
I don't think so.
Good. Please do not believe I am vile, messieurs. You were unlucky enough to stumble on a small war. Neither side can afford your staying alive. Pity.
Some pity.
Now, alive or dead from a bullet. Jump.
Now, hold it a second. One more word with my friend. Josh.
What do you want?
All of it. Your fault.
Mine?
Leaving the business, the boat, Haiti, all of it.
Oh, how can you talk like that?
And a Citadel. What is it? Brick and moss. Hope you get a nice view of the East Wing on the way down. You know what you are?
What?
A child, a bird brain of a child.
You're not going to talk to me like that.
Square sod-kicking knucklehead.
Why, you miserable...
You got to do better than that. Miss America, five before you die.
Roll the baby right against it.
Yeah. Hey, walk out there. Why, grab him? Fry? Fry? Yeah. I'm okay. You?
Okay. What about him?
We'll tie him up, leave him. I don't know, something.
All right.
What?
You see that over there?
See what over there?
That slab.
Well, what about it?
That's Henri Christophe's tomb. He was buried there. Right where he was killed. Right over there. Something, isn't it? Really something. Boy.
Escape has brought you Night of the Guns, a story written and directed by David Friedkin and Morton Fine. Featured in the cast were Herb Ellis, Byron Kane, Jack Crucian, and Jay Novello. Also heard were Lillian Bayef, Shep Mencken, John Daner, and Paula Pascal. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leif Stevens. Next week.
You are adrift in a native canoe somewhere off the Solomon Islands. Ahead of you lie the unknown terrors of native savagery. And closing in on you is a white man whose gunboat will smash you to the bottom of the sea.
So listen next week when Escape brings you John Russell's story, The Price of the Head.
Down under that top knot of yours, my boy. I'd like to tell you how grateful I am. Wish I could show you.
Listen, Karaki, me one big fella friend, long you, Sabi.
You one big fella friend long me, sorry? Me too big fella friend always. What?
Yes, my word.
Oh, Karaki, you kill me.
And thus did Christopher Pellet express his gratitude to the quiet savage who had with rarest self-sacrifice saved his life again and again. And now that he was thoroughly sober, he could understand it no more than Mummery had back in Fufuti. 2 days later, under a beautiful dawn, they sailed into Bougainville, into a bay that was crystal blue, and right up onto a dazzling white beach. Pellet was the first ashore, and he ran up to a rocky point to see all the charm of the place for himself. Karaki, in his simple and efficient way, proceeded about his own affairs. He landed what was left of the supplies stolen at Fufuti. A few minutes after, Pellet heard a gentle footstep behind him and turned to find Karaki standing there with the rifle at his hip and the axe in his hand.
Me like.
Me like, too. Great place you've got here, Karaki.
Me like 'em head.
Huh? What? Oh, me like 'em you too, Karaki. We big fella friend, right?
Me like 'em too much. One fella belong along you.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Red hair. Fine red whiskers. Big prize here. Smoke 'em head. Make him Karaki, big man on island.
You mean you got my head?
Fine head. Very fine head. Cut him off now.
That was the way of it. That was all the mystery. In Karaki's country, a white man's head, well smoked, was indeed a prize. But that of Mr. Christopher Pellet, with his precious red whiskers, was a thing to be desired above the love of women. And the simple, patient, enduring Karaki had served hard to win it. And did it really matter to Pellet how or why he died, since his own race would have hanged him for murder anyway?
Escape, produced and directed by David Friedkin and Morton Prine, has brought you The Price of the Head, a story by John Russell and adapted for radio by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft, Hans Conried, Ben Wright, and Jack Crucian. Also heard were Clayton Post and Herb Butterfield. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
There's a fortune in the cabin of an airplane crashed on an island somewhere in the Caribbean. And only you know where it is. By your side, sailing the treacherous channels, a smiling killer with a knife, from whom there is no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you E. Jack Newman's story, The Coward. There's music on Melody Ranch tomorrow on CBS Radio when the popular galloping cowboy with the golden voice returns. He's Gene Autry, as singing a saddled man as ever rode the range. Meet Gene Autry at the Old Corral when he returns to Melody Ranch tomorrow on most of these same stations. Stay tuned now for Night Watch, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Where there's Gunsmoke, there's Western Adventure, Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are adrift in a native canoe somewhere off the Solomon Islands. Ahead of you lie the unknown terrors of native savagery. And closing in on you is a white man whose gunboat will smash you to the bottom of the sea.
Listen now as Escape brings you John Russell's story, The Price of the Head.
The possessions of Mr. Christopher Pellet were these: a bad name in the island, the suit of ducks in which he lived and slept, a continuous thirst for liquor, and a set of fine red whiskers. And strangely enough, he had a friend, Karaki. Now, no man can gain friendship except by virtue of some decent quality attaching to him, and Pellet had none. How then explain the loving devotion lavished upon that drunken brute by the gentle native? This was the mystery at Fufuti. But mystery or no, Pellet himself became unendurable to the decent, peaceable folk of the town.
Next shot's gonna kill you, Pellet. So help me, I'd put a bullet in your drunken brains. Get out.
All right, I'm going. In the Silver Isles there lived a wench whose eyes were blue and nose was... Hey, Mummery! You missed the fun, Mummery. Mummery.
Take your hands off me, Mr. Pellet. You're an offense, sir.
You're an offense, sir. Karaki! Where is that boy?
One day Mr. Howe may be obliged to shoot you.
Hey, shoot me, that'd be murder. Murder's fine talk for a company agent, Mr. Mummery. Where's that boy? Karaki! Come here, Karaki!
Karaki, come quick. Here's shot. You all right? No hit pellet anywhere?
No, I'm fine, Karaki, fine. Go fetch one bottle of rum. You come along home, huh?
Me go along, Mr. Howe. Pay for trouble. Catch 'em bottle. Wait here. Me no be much long. You wait.
Fine fellow, that Karaki, eh, Mummery? Only friend I got in this filthy island.
May I suggest, Mr. Pellet, that perhaps if you behave...
Suggest nothing. I got a headache. You tell Karaki I've gone to the beach, huh? In the Silver Isles there lived a wench whose eyes were blue.
All right, Karaki. He'll pay for this mess, but next time he blows off, I'll put a bullet in his leg.
No, Mr. Howe. No shoot. Karaki all time. Pay good.
Well, Mr. Mummery. Beat it, Karaki.
I'd like a chat with you, Mr. Howe.
Right with you, sir. Boy, Jack, give Karaki a bottle of rum and get this mess cleaned up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Howe.
Come into the office, Mr. Mummery. We're more cozy there. That Pellet ought to be in jail. The man's a mad beast.
He is, and particularly so on your rum, Mr. Howe.
Oh, come now, Mr. Mummery. You can't lay Pellet's sins on my doorstep. Nothing I can do, as long as he pays his bills.
Well, I'm a fair man, Mr. Howe, and I won't order you to stop selling Pellet your rum if there's any other way to handle the matter.
Well, to be honest with you, sir, I do make a small profit on Karaki's pearls, what he pays me with. Though nothing enormous, mind you. Still, I'd do without it not to have Pellet about.
When I walk down the street, I have a feeling the natives are laughing at me just because I'm a white man, too.
If I haven't, it's true. And something must be done at once.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Howe, I'll try talking to him like a gentleman, but I'll be firm with him. Now, if you'll send Moy Jack with a message that I'd like to have him for tea tomorrow.
Tea? You don't mind my saying so, Mr. Mummery. Tea isn't...
All right, then. Tell him there'll be whiskey.
That'll do it, sir. And good luck with him.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Tagara? Tagara, whiskey for Mr. Pellet, girl.
It's been years since my throat's been wet by good Scotch whiskey, Mummery.
Yes, I am sure.
And you live well here. Fine house, good liquor, servants.
I work hard, Mr. Pellet, and I stay sober.
Should have been a preacher, Mummery. You missed your line in Copra.
Now, if you please, Mr. Pellet, we are not discussing my career.
No, well, go on, Mummery. As long as I'm drinking your whiskey, I'll listen to your chatter. Girl?
You make it difficult, Mr. Pellet.
I mean to.
Yes, I suppose you do.
I didn't expect you'd invited me here out of friendliness, Mummery.
Well, you could have friends, Mr. Pellet, if you lived decently.
I live the way I want, and I've got a friend.
A savage.
It's odd. Never thought of Karaki as a savage. I suppose he is.
Yes, civilization lies lightly on these people, Mr. Pellet. At heart, Karaki is nothing but a heathen from Bougainville.
Bougainville. Yeah, you know, Karaki likes it there. He's always talking about it. Well, you must probably talk about your home.
But there is a vast difference, I'm sure.
Karaki's quite a serious little man. You just haven't got to know him, that's all.
Well, we scarcely find much in common, I fear. Good heavens, Mr. Pellet, surely you haven't sunk so low as to have forgotten everything we stand for out here?
I've no use for any man, except Karaki. He's the only friend I ever had.
But how do you know what is going on in that head of his? How can you tell?
I don't have to. So far, he's treated me right, that's enough.
But you have no respect for the position the rest of us here must maintain. You disgrace us in the eyes of every native on this island.
I'm impressed. Didn't know I was that important a figure, Mummery. Tagara, whatever your name is.
You're beyond reasoning with Mr. Pellet.
You can go on trying, Mummery, as long as the whiskey holds out.
Have you no pride, man?
I cleaned out a bar in Sydney once, alone, against 9 sailors.
No, that's not exactly...
I engineered a mutiny aboard an Arab dhow in the Gulf of Oman some years back. I sold a cargo at Bahrain for a pretty figure, Mummery, pretty figure.
Well, that's certainly compounding a crime.
That cargo was illegal in the first place, Mummery. Slaves it was. Little boys and girls from India.
Mr. Pellet, I must ask you once and for all...
The bottle's almost finished, Mummery. What do you want?
Will you take a job if I offer you one?
A job? Mummery, I stopped working 9 years ago. I'm against working.
All right. Then I must ask you to leave this island on the next boat.
I like it here, Mummery, and I'm staying here.
Well, I can't make you go, I suppose.
You suppose right.
But I do have certain powers. The company controls the sale of liquor here, Mr. Pellet. And if I order that none be given you...
You'd do that?
I would.
Unless I take a job of leaves, huh?
Exactly.
Well, I'm not working. I'm not leaving, Mummery.
Then you won't be boozing either, Mr. Pellet.
Give me the rest of that bottle, girl. I've earned it.
Good day, Mr. Pellet.
That night, the order went out to serve Pellet no more rum. However, the alcohol he had taken on at the agent's house saw him through until noon the next day. He awoke then with a terrible thirst, and by evening he was raging. You cannot cut off alcohol from a man who has been continuously drunk for 9 years without results more or less violent. Karaki, with the patience of a saint, bore the brunt of it all. Karaki, the little heathen from Bougainville, a place where some people were smoked and others eaten. It took 2 days of awful torture to break Pellet's spirit, and on the morning of the 3rd, the man was shattered.
Feel much better today, no?
No, Karaki, it gets worse.
Karaki pulled bus from ocean last night. You want him fight big fella shark. Drink blood, you say.
It's out of my head. Clean out of my head.
2-3 weeks, you'll be fine once more, my word.
I can't wait 2-3 weeks. I gotta have a drink, Karaki. I'll die if I don't get a drink.
Wait a few days. All fine.
You don't understand, Karaki. I can't make it. Go tell Mumry I can't make it. Tell him I'll leave on the next ship.
No, can't leave. We plenty much all the time. Good friend, Karaki and Pellet.
Yeah, I know, but I'm no good dead, Karaki. You go tell him now.
No, can't leave. Wait.
You tell him or I'll tell him, Karaki, but I'll have a bottle if I have to kill together.
Not now. Sleep for a long couple hour. Then go, maybe.
No, now. I'd rather go myself.
No, please.
Karaki, let go of me. Go, I'll smash her. I'll have my rum and no man will stop me.
No, can't leave. Not now.
Mr. Pellet, please. Come in, man, come in.
Mummy, I need a drink.
No, Mr. Pellet, not a drop here or anywhere else in Fufu.
Give me a drink, man. I'll get on your blasted ship.
Oh. Well, then you agree to leave?
Yeah.
And on the next ship?
Yes, on the next ship.
You can have your rum, but you'll be on that ship when she sails.
I'll be on it. Give me a drink, man, quick.
So you can get a drink at Mr. Howe's. I'll send a message to him.
Mummy was all I could do to get this far. I need a drink now.
All right, Mr. Pellet, but just one. I will not have you disgracing me in my own house. Yeah? Take it.
One more.
No.
Give me that bottle. Now, Mummy, if you come to Michael Howe's with me, I'll buy you a drink.
No, thank you, Mr. Pellet. I'd rather not be seen in your company.
Write a note to Howe. Tell him to sell me rum. I'll take it with me.
Do you have to get drunk now, Mr. Pellet?
Now. You back out of this and I'll kill you, Mummy. Now.
All right, Mr. Pellet. But it will be a happy day for all of us when you're aboard that ship.
I'll find me another island, Mummy. Maybe you'll be transferred there one day.
God forbid. I'll write you your note, and I want to see no more of you till the day you leave.
That's good enough for me. You're dull company, Mummery.
At least I'm a gentleman, Mr. Pellet. And I have enough respect for myself not to become a walking insult to me and my race.
The note, Mummery, the note. You can come to Howe's and preach to me. I don't mind it there. Hurry, man. Hurry.
You are listening to The Price of the Head, tonight's presentation of Escape. Sometimes it's fun to escape with an adventure story, as you're doing now. At other times, it's fun to relax with music. Tomorrow on CBS Radio, you can enjoy the second in our series of Helsinki's festivals. The program will open with the Sibelius Symphony No. 5 in E-flat major and continue with 4 more of his most impressive works. Enjoy easy listening on World Music Festivals tomorrow over most of these stations. And now back to Escape and the second act of The Price of the Head.
In the days that followed, Pellet became a sodden lump of flesh preserved in alcohol. He did not smile, nor dance, nor exhibit any of the amiable eccentricities that sometimes recommend the drunken to a certain toleration. He was a brute, and he behaved like a brute. But all the time, waiting for the day the ship would arrive, Karaki remained true and showered more devotion than ever upon his friend. He spent his evenings outside Michael Hull's bar, patiently waiting for Pellet to get drunk enough to take along home. Night after night, Karaki waited, while the white man stood roaring inside.
Boy, Jack, bring me another bottle. Please, Mr. Pellet, close up now. You plenty too much drunk already.
Now don't tell me when to drink. I'll go get that bottle. Jump.
All right, Mr. Pellet, all right. I get bottle. I fix you bottle.
And hurry it up, you bald clown. Who told you to open it? This time I'll open the bottle. If you want a broken head, Moy Jack. Where's Hal?
Mr. Howe gone home. Very good rum, yes, Mr. Pellet?
Oh, it stinks. So do you. So does everyone on this bloody island.
No like rum?
Here's what I think of your rum. Now come here, Moy Jack. Because I'm going to crack your head. I'm going to crack your head.
Karaki! Karaki! Take him along home now, Karaki.
A few minutes later, the wiry little Karaki had the white man across his shoulder and bore him down the beach to the miserable shelter of pandanus leaves they called home. There he eased Pellet to a mat, bathed him with cool water, and carefully brushed the dirt from his bright red hair and whiskers. Then he sat by with a fan and kept the mosquitoes from the drunkard's bloated face. He sat there all night while Pellet slept. It was midday before Pellet awoke and groaned his way out of a painful fog of alcohol.
Rum, Crocky, rum.
Coconut more better. Here. Drink milk. Feel fine soon.
You'll find sooner if I had some rum, Karaki. Haven't you got a bottle around here, son?
No rum. You drink long too much rum last night. Too much Moy Jack rum.
Huh? What do you mean, too much Moy Jack rum?
Moy Jack put white powder in bottle. Make you sleep.
White powder? So that's... What a little rat.
Moy Jack him all the time laugh.
I'll tear his throat out.
You be careful. Moy Jack him all the time carry knife. Cut face all up.
Little wax man. I'll murder him. Come on, Karaki.
You watch out for knife. When Moy Jack him plenty fast.
I'll kill him.
Watch him fella close. Pellet no get face cut.
I'll handle him, Karaki. Don't you worry.
Half in anger and half in anticipation of the pleasure of beating a man, Pellet staggered down the beach toward Howe's bar. It was the noon hour of repose, and all Fufuti was asleep. Pellet reached the bar and found Moy Jack dozing peacefully among the bottles. He woke him with a savage kick.
Get up, you dirty scum. Get up so I can bust holes in you.
No, hurt me, Mr. Pellet. Let go.
Leave me a minute, will you? Not again, you won't.
Now, I cut you. Cut you, Mr. Pellet.
Would you now? Well, I'll just fix me a knife, too. Come on, boy. I want to twist this bottle around in your face. That'll learn you to fight with a red-headed man. That'll learn you. He's dead. I killed him. I killed him like I said, Karaki.
Yes. Dead. Plenty trouble now. Police?
Yeah. Come on, let's get out of here. Where we go, Karaki? I gotta hide someplace.
You go along house on beach. Wait there. Me fixin' boat. Leave Fufuti quick.
What boat? You got no boat.
Me find a boat. Me hide. Tell a friend, Pellet.
All right. I trust you, but hurry, man. Hurry.
Pellet waited in terror in the shack on the beach while Karaki broke into the boat sheds and with an axe smashed the bottoms out of the 3 craft sheltered there. Then he opened the trade room and quickly gathered together a bundle of supplies, including a rifle and a box of cartridges. Next, he carried everything out onto the beach and loaded it into a stout outrigger canoe that belonged to Mr. Mummery. Finally, he fetched Pellet from the shack, and together they hurriedly launched the canoe in the lagoon. Karaki rigged the big mat sail and then paddled out into the breeze just beyond the harbor entrance.
We made it, Karaki. We're safe.
Yes.
Hey, look, where are we headed for anyway? What island we go, Karaki?
Bougainville.
You crazy? That's 800 miles from here.
All the same, we go a long way home.
800 miles?
We go. All fine. Always one bring you along my home.
All right, Karaki. I don't know why you're doing it for me, but I'll see you through.
It was not the beginning of a very pleasant voyage for Mr. Christopher Pellet. The fear of being captured and hanged was great enough, but added to it were the horrors brought on once more by the lack of alcohol. The first night he was too seasick to care, but by morning he was raving.
Rum. Give me rum, you blasted heathen.
No got him rum.
You bloody fool, why didn't you pack in some rum?
Need water. No need rum. Got plenty water.
Curse you, Karaki, I don't drink water.
Better you drink water.
Well, I won't. Turn back. I'll take hanging to this. Turn back, I tell you.
Oh, soon catch him. One big fella wind. Blow straight to Bougainville.
No. How could you find Bougainville anyway? No. We're going back, I tell you.
Karaki easily tied the weakened white man hand and foot and continued to sail off into the open sea. Now and then he threw a dipper full of seawater over the white man and occasionally fed him with coconut milk. Karaki was an excellent nurse. He even combed Pellet's red hair and whiskers twice every day. By the time they reached the Santa Cruz region, Pellet's condition had improved and Karaki released him. They were now in an area peppered with tiny islets, and Karaki decided to land on the lee of one in order to replenish their water supply. He had dropped sail and was paddling slowly into the beach when suddenly, from out of nowhere, a cutter carrying 2 white men appeared behind them.
Ahoy! Big two! No catching Karaki and Pellet. You go away. Big two!
Put the gun down, Karaki. We're in enough trouble now.
Okay, I shoot. Oh.
For some foolish reason, the 2 white men did not believe a native would dare resist them. And for their mistake, they were both killed. Karaki, however, wasted no time sailing back into the open sea without his precious water. And 29 days later, he was doling out the few remaining drops to Pellet, taking none for himself. His every gesture was one of sacrifice, that his white companion might survive. Finally, on the 36th day, they sighted Choiseul, and by noon they came ashore. There they stayed for a week, fattening themselves on the unlimited supply of coconut.
So you think Bougainville is just under the horizon, eh, Karaki?
Yes.
Mighty good thing, too. You know, this is the limit of British authority, my boy. Big fella British master stop him here. No can go that side, eh?
Yes. No can punish Karaki for anything he do Bougainville side. My word. No catch Pellet. Never.
What makes you so sure of that?
Me savvy.
Well, all right, old chap. You got me this far. I trust you. You know you fight a fella, Karaki?
Yes.
Sure don't talk much, though. My heaven, maybe Mummery was right. I'd sure like to know what goes on under that topknot of yours, my boy. I'd like to tell you how grateful I am. Wish I could show you. Listen, Karaki, me one big fella friend, long you, sabe? You one big fella friend, long me, sabe? Me 2 big fella friend always. What?
Yes, my word.
Oh, Karaki, you kill me.
And thus did Christopher Pellet express his gratitude to the quiet savage who had with rarest self-sacrifice saved his life again and again. And now that he was thoroughly sober, he could understand it no more than Mummery had, back in Fufuti. 2 days later, under a beautiful dawn, they sailed into Bougainville, into a bay that was crystal blue, and right up onto a dazzling white beach. Pellet was the first ashore, and he ran up to a rocky point to see all the charm of the place for himself. Karaki, in his simple and efficient way, proceeded about his own affairs. He landed what was left of the supplies stolen at Fufuti. A few minutes after, Pellet heard a gentle footstep behind him and turned to find Karaki standing there with the rifle at his hip and the axe in his hand.
Me like, too. Great place you've got here, Karaki.
Me like him head.
Huh? What? Oh, me like him you too, Karaki. We big fella friend, right?
Me like him too much. One fella belong along you.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Red hair. Fine red whisker. Big prize here. Smoke him head. Make him Karaki, big man on island.
You mean you got my head?
Fine head. Very fine head. Cut him off now.
That was the way of it. That was all the mystery. In Karaki's country, a white man's head, well smoked, was indeed a prize. But that of Mr. Christopher Pellet, with his precious red whiskers, was a thing to be desired above the love of women. And the simple, patient, enduring Karaki had served hard to win it. And did it really matter to Pellet how or why he died, since his own race would have hanged him for murder anyway?
Escape, produced and directed by David Friedkin and Morton Trine, has brought you The Price of the Head, a story by John Russell and adapted for radio by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft, Hans Conried, Ben Wright, and Jack Crucian. Also heard were Clayton Post and Herb Butterfield. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
There's a fortune in the cabin of an airplane crashed on an island somewhere in the Caribbean. And only you know where it is. By your side, sailing the treacherous channels, a smiling killer with a knife, from whom there is no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you E. Jack Newman's story, The Coward. Music on Melody Ranch tomorrow on CBS Radio when the popular galloping cowboy with the golden voice returns. He's Gene Autry, as singing a saddled man as ever rode the range. Meet Gene Autry at the Old Corral when he returns to Melody Ranch tomorrow on most of these same stations. Stay tuned now for Night Watch, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Where there's Gunsmoke, there's Western Adventure, Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
There's a fortune in the cabin of an airplane crashed on an island somewhere in the Caribbean, and only you know where it is. By your side, sailing the treacherous channels, a smiling killer with a knife, from whom there is no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you E. Jack Newman's story, The Coward.
You.
Buenos dias, senor.
Ryan around?
Your name, please?
Frank Dorian.
You've come for employment? The employment office is located...
I'm an old friend of his.
What is it you wish?
I wish for you to keep trying with the Inglese, baby. You're doing fine.
Un momento.
Never mind the phone. I'll tell him I'm here myself. You keep enjoying the heat and checking those field reports, honey.
Yes.
Frank Dorian.
Dorian. Thought you were dead.
I'm not. It's a nice little secretary you got there, Ed. Can she spell?
Maria does fine. Come on in.
How's the oil business?
Okay, lots of work as usual. How are your legs?
Took 18 months in a hospital in Mexico City. But they're okay now.
What do you want, Frank?
You giving it to me, too?
Give you what?
The look, the cold meat stuff.
We don't need any pilots. Nothing open here, Frank.
I'm not looking for work. I'm looking for a boat.
Give up flying, did you?
For the moment, yeah.
Well, what's on your mind?
One of those power launches out there. Like to rent one for about 4 or 5 days.
Why?
Oh, flown over these waters a million times. Guess maybe I want to get a little closer to them. Do some fishing. Relax before I go back to the States. How about it?
Those are company boats. You know I can't do anything like that. Sorry.
Got $500 for you.
No, thanks.
$750.
Nope, not for $1 million.
It's not a very friendly way to talk after 18 months.
I didn't know whether I'd ever see you again, Frank, but I told myself if I did see you, I'd put it right on the line. You're yellow. You let 4 people die. You bailed out of that plane and you didn't even tell them how to get into that parachute harness.
There wasn't time.
But the Board of Inquiry report said there was time enough for you to get out. Maybe that's okay for the Board of Inquiry, but I say it was your job to look out for your passengers first. So I'll tell you again, you're a coward.
Anything else?
Too bad they didn't have to chop your legs off, Dorian. It put you closer to the side. You really are. Now get out of here.
Well,
I thought I'd find you here.
where else you go on a hot night in a Mexican town? Even outside like this, it... Oh, sit down.
Gracias.
I like you better out of the office. What's your name?
Maria de Silva.
Where's your home, Maria?
Here?
And lots of Americans around gives you a taste of what it's like in the good old USA, huh?
See. I want to go there very much. To the United States.
Maybe one of those American college boy engineers working for Ryan will turn the trick for you.
With the short haircuts and the things they say with the wink of the eye, I hate them. I hate all of them.
Still your best bet. Well, I had enough of this. See you in the States sometime, huh?
You go now?
Nothing around here.
I am around here.
Huh? Hey, you are trying, aren't you?
Maybe. Yes, what is... You laugh at me?
Nah, with you.
It's warm here. You walk by the water?
Sure, I'll walk.
It's funny.
What's funny?
The way you came in to Senor Ryan today and asked about the boat. You tell me about it later.
Yeah, Ryan and his lousy boats.
I think about this all day. That is why I find you. I think you want to rent a boat bad. Very bad.
You talk like you got one.
In a little way, I do have one.
What you got? A fishing jig? Your papa, your brother got a little squirt of a bark that I can stand up and take through the surf?
No. It is a power launch. Flat those over there.
Power launch?
Belongs to someone I know. You buy it from one of the old company 2 years ago and make it over. Use it for big fishing. It's a good boat, very good. Maybe he ran it to you if I ask him.
Where is it?
There. Want to look?
Sure. Where's your friend?
He's away now.
Calls this a boat, huh?
It's good enough for fishing. That is why you wish a boat. Yes? You see a good engine.
Yeah, I'd have to hear him. You can't tell by looking.
He go out many times in this boat. 4, 5, 6 days at sea.
Well, Maria, I'll tell you what you do. You tell your friend I'm interested in renting it for 5 days. Tell him I'll give him $300.
You would laugh at this.
You can take it or leave it.
You would leave it.
And I guess it's no deal. Thanks for showing me.
This is the only boat around here that is not owned by the Salazar Oil Company. You do not take this one, you take nothing.
All right. Nothing.
How will you go fishing?
Huh?
Maybe I should say, how will you get to the island without a boat? 2 months they searched for the plane, and then it was decided to crash into the sea. But it did not go into the sea. It's still out there somewhere on one of those islands. And you need a boat to get there.
You're crazy.
I know there was a payroll on that plane. $80,000.
Huh. You got it all figured, haven't you? Suppose what you say is true and I took this boat. What then?
Huh.
Suppose I just let it lay. Suppose I didn't hear what you just said. Suppose it means nothing.
Then I go to the police and tell them what I think.
You think they'd listen?
If I told them how anxious you are about a boat.
The police here and the insurance company and the bonding company and the oil company have asked all the questions they want. They were on me for 3 months while I was in the hospital with my legs in a hoist. So maybe you haven't got such a good thing as that.
No.
So we know where we stand there. Now, what about your friend?
I would pay him for my hat.
All right. Sunday morning, 6 o'clock. Enough fuel and food to last for 5 days. Put the things in shape. If your friend's okay, and if I feel like it, I might take a trip.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Come aboard. Come aboard. I am Rico. You are the Americano?
How's your English, Rico?
Good. See, very good.
Where's Brown Eyes?
Brown Eyes?
Maria.
Oh, Maria, she's in the galley. She fixes food. You hungry?
I could eat.
Maria, good cook. Fine, fine. Hey, we have not shaken hands yet, buddy. I shake, buddy. We in business.
Okay, buddy. See if you can shake this bag below.
Oh, see. Glad to, buddy.
Hi, Maria.
Hello.
You come down to see us off?
I'm going with you. Okay?
Okay by me. Matter of fact, it'll make it nicer. You do something to a boat, baby.
You meet Rico, yes?
Yeah, I met him. He's some clown. What's he always smiling about?
Rico's a very good sailor.
He acts like he's getting ready to go to a circus.
Don't have to worry about Rico.
Okay. I won't.
As long as you keep your hands off me. Stop it.
Hi, buddy.
Rico.
Well, we're all ready to go. The engine is fine.
Then what are we waiting for?
You?
Headed for Canizaba Point.
Canizaba? And then what?
And then I'll tell you.
Bueno.
All right. What are you standing there for? Let's get going.
Okay, buddy.
Huh?
I am afraid.
What now?
Rico, he's dangerous. You know, like the way you act to me. And the way you make him embarrassed.
He'll live.
What will you?
He wants to get to that island, doesn't he?
Yes.
And I'm the only one who knows where it is.
That is true, but
But what?
I am thinking of the time after we have been there.
Think he's feeling that, huh? Come here.
What?
Let's settle it now. Rico?
See?
Give me a match.
Hmm?
Fosforo, Sabrillo. Match.
Oh, I know how much.
I do. Here. Light me.
Light yourself.
Get up. Now light me.
Okay, buddy.
Any questions, Rico? Maria? And I guess everybody understands everybody. Hmm?
You are listening to The Coward, tonight's presentation of Escape. French, German, Italian, Swedish. Nobody has trouble understanding the language when the language is music. Tomorrow, CBS Radio presents the classic works of the composers round the world on our World Music Festivals. Hear it tomorrow on most of these stations. And now back to Escape and the second act of The Coward.
Rico? See?
Where are we?
Canisaba. That is the point there.
Never seen this from the water. It looks different.
That is it.
Okay, let's look at that compass of yours. Uh-huh.
You know what you do?
I know. Okay, we set here. You steer this line.
See?
And keep on it.
Oh, how long? There's no island that way, only the open sea, no island.
You ever been that way?
No.
I have.
Okay, buddy.
Maria, you asleep?
I'm asleep. What's you and Rico?
Huh?
He laughed at you, Frank. He laughed at you all the time, even though he lied the match. He laughed like you know more than you know. Can do more than you can do.
Go to bed. You're shivering.
I wish nothing to happen to you.
I don't get it.
Get it?
You and Smiling Boy, when all this is over, what happens?
Rico and Guy go to United States.
I thought it was something like that. So why worry about me? I'll tell you. Even with $40,000, you might not be able to make it. Immigration's tough, and the money wouldn't help much if they were looking for you. U.S. immigration can be awful tough on illegal entries. You got something like that in mind?
I'll speak to you later.
No. Right now.
My arm.
This trip isn't going to last much longer.
Is that close to the island?
Be in sight tomorrow morning. Once we get that cash in our hands, Rico isn't going to play along if I got him pegged right.
Pegged?
You know what I'm talking about, baby. Probably told you how he's going to stick that knife in me so you and him can take the whole works, right? Yeah. You two have talked it over. Let me tell you this. Rico isn't going to be able to get you into the United States, but I can.
You?
If you are my wife.
Oh. Frank, what could happen to Rico?
What do you think?
By golly, buddy, you're right. What island they call this?
They call him nothing. But they're the string end of the Santa Gabriel's as near as I can figure it.
Which one? Which one we go to, buddy?
I'll head her in for that point of rock there.
Bueno. I better check the deck.
Frank,
Huh?
all night I think of what you say.
Yeah?
I am with you.
Okay.
What you do with that gun?
I need it.
Why?
Get rid of him right now. We don't need him anymore.
But the boat?
I can handle it.
Hey, buddy, come here quick.
What's the matter?
Come here quick. Oh, it's the reef. The water's not deep enough. We hit the reef, we lose the boat.
We have to go in this way.
Lose the boat, dangerous.
I just changed my mind about something. You troll from right here, Rico. You take soundings as fast as you can. I'll take the wheel. It'll take both of us, but we'll find our way through the rocks.
No, it's no good.
I need a light, Rico.
Huh?
Give me a light, kiddo.
Okay, buddy.
Now get your line out and let's get those engines revved up.
Now 6. Now 5.5. 5. And now 4.
Okay.
We cannot clear.
We draw 3 feet. That gives us a foot extra. Hold on to your hat, buddy.
My wall! Shut up! Oh. By golly, after this, I hope you picked the right island, buddy.
The right one, all right.
I hate to think I'm doing all this for nothing. Look! Hey, there, the island, the plane.
Yeah. Just the way I thought you.
By golly, buddy, a long time I think maybe this is just a trick. You're not sure the plane did not burn, but you want to look. I want to look, too. Now I see. You okay, buddy. We all be rich, eh, Maria? That is what you want, Carina? Well, by golly, we have it now.
It's getting late. Let's hustle it up and get out of here. I don't want to spend the night on that island.
Why not?
Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. It's hot day and night. Rico, take her in as close as you can, and we'll wait.
Okay, buddy.
Frank,
Yeah,
is all right?
fine. Nothing to worry about now. Nothing at all.
What do you mean?
You and I can bring it back to the rocks alone.
We are here.
Okay, let's go. I'll give you a hand over the side, Maria.
Roger.
Here.
Why is it the plane's not find her?
They didn't look in the right place. And she's half buried in a loose rock. How you doing?
Bueno.
Plane, a mess. Where in it is the money, buddy?
In the baggage compartment.
I go pull the door open. By golly, she's stuck hard.
I'll give you a hand.
You can get it now.
Yeah. Got it. It's locked. Give me your knife.
Huh? Oh, here.
$80,000.
See, this is treasure.
Yeah. Just about enough for a man to enjoy some things.
Huh?
Thanks for the knife, Rico.
Where's the buddy? Where's the buddy? You wanted my knife. Now you got it. Adios, buddy.
You kill him.
Herida, all of it will happen to him, now, too.
Yes, but you also. You bleed.
Scratch only, querida. But he, my buddy, he will die. I think it's nice. You should stay here and watch. You can die with him.
No, Rico, no.
It's what you wanted, to be with him. You have him now.
No.
Adios, querida mía.
Maria.
You hurt bad, Frank.
You telling me?
Don't let that move.
The boat?
Gone. You made me stay. You say we can die together.
That isn't going to help. Shut up. Shut up.
You die, Frank.
No. Not if I can help it. Look in the plane. Must be a first aid kit in there somewhere.
Kit?
Bandages, tape. Hurry up, take a look.
No, Frank.
Try the cabin. The cabin.
I cannot go into the cabin. The bodies are in there. The bodies from the wreck.
Go on. You want to stay here and die, or you want to try to get help?
I look. That Frank. This is it?
Yeah. Come on, get it open. You all right?
I'm all right.
Okay. Let's see what kind of surgeon you are.
Better now?
Yeah. Knife must have bounced off a river. I'd be dead by now.
What will happen to us?
We got to get some help. Make flares, signal, something.
Do you think anybody sees?
Somebody has.
We need food. There's no food. Only sand and rock.
The radio. The radio on the plane.
I look. It is smashed to pieces. We die, Frank. We die here together.
Suppose you could build a fire? You awake, Marie?
Yeah.
I keep dozing off. Guess I lost a lot of blood.
Sleep is best now. You not think.
Maybe it's better to think. Look, I still have the gun.
What?
When the food problem gets tough, I mean, when it gets too bad, maybe...
Oh.
No way to go. Starving, I mean.
All my life I tell myself, someday I go to the United States to live there. Wear pretty clothes like in the magazines. Drive a nice car. Live in a clean place. And I die on this dirty little island.
We both die if that's any comfort. My fault.
Your fault.
You got you into this. I didn't mean for it to end this way. Maria, I'd like to tell you something.
Hmm?
When that plane ran out of gas, I tried to tell those 4 workers how to get into the chutes. I really tried. They didn't speak English, and I didn't speak their language, and there just wasn't time. I could have stayed with the plane and died then. Maybe it would have been better, but I bailed out, and I saw it crash here. In the hospital, I got the idea about the money.
Why you say this to me?
I hate to drag you with me. You don't deserve it. Just a kid who wanted to go to the States. I'd have been proud to take you there.
You loved me?
Yeah.
I believe you. Oh, it is a good feeling. He truly died, but it is a good feeling. The boat!
What?
The boat, it is back. Rico's back. Can you walk?
I can try.
Help. He did not leave us here to die. He came back.
I can't believe it. Wait.
What?
She's stuck in the sand. She's unmanned.
He did not come back for us?
No, that boat just drifted in. Come on. Oh.
What?
On the railing. He couldn't get out. He couldn't get through the reef alone in the knife fight. He bled. He's dead, Marianne.
And now we will live.
Five.
4.
4.
You make it?
We made it this far, baby. We're clear now. Open sea ahead.
Open sea.
We're safe.
What happens when we get back?
You mean the money?
See?
Goes to Ryan for the whole story.
Everything.
It'd have to be everything.
But they might put you in prison.
If they did,
I wait. I will wait for you.
we haven't got anything to worry about, Maria. Take the wheel.
Escape, produced and directed by David Friedkin and Morton Fine, has brought you The Coward, a story by E. Jack Newman. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips, Virginia Gregg, Lou Merrill, and Herb Butterfield. Your announcer, Bill Anders. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are running over the fog-locked cliffs of Dover. By your side, a girl who believes you are a madman. And pursuing you, bent on destroying you, a man whose terrible secret you've stumbled upon, and from whom there is no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Walter Brown Newman's story, 2 and 2 Make 4. Some people like to spend their Sunday afternoons fishing. Some like to relax at home. But whatever the pastime, CBS Radio adds to a restful day with Eddie Gallagher on a Sunday afternoon. Music by Antonini and by Russ Case. Vocal melody by Stu Foster and Louise Carlisle. And pleasant chatter by Eddie Gallagher. All right here for you tomorrow on most of these stations. Stay tuned now for Night Watch, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are running over the fog-locked cliffs of Dover. By your side, a girl who believes you're a madman. And pursuing you, bent on destroying you, a man whose terrible secret you've stumbled upon, and from whom there is no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Walter Brown Newman's story, 2 and 2 Make 4.
Head hurt. I sat up and opened my eyes. Fog all around, thick and close and still. I could see trees and a few yards of dirt road. My watch was gone and my wallet. Rolled, slugged and rolled and dumped. But where? I scrambled to my feet and I stood there in the ditch, suddenly worried about the time. It would be bad to be late going aboard. As for the ship sailing without me, I stepped onto the road. Which way led back to Calais? Someone was coming. Hello? Qui est là?
Why don't you answer? I can't see. Oh!
Down the road, then across the field, alongside a brook. I ran till I thought my lungs would burst. I stopped to listen, but the blood was pounding so I couldn't be sure I wasn't followed. I ran some more. The brook went under a small bridge. On it, leaning against the stone wall, looking down at me, was a girl with a knapsack on her back. I climbed up the bank. Mademoiselle, s'il vous plaît, mademoiselle.
I'm sorry, I don't speak French.
Did you hear those shots?
Shots?
A few minutes ago, right past my ear, almost blew my head off.
Well, you should tell the police or something. I have to be going. I have a long way to go.
No, wait a minute.
Sorry, I really...
No, wait. What time is it, please?
Well, not quite 6:45. The way it looks now, we'll have fog at least until noon.
Noon? You mean it's 7:15 in the morning?
Well, yes, of course in the morning. Well, I've got...
Hold on. Which way is Calais?
Calais? Well, that way, about 20 miles.
20? I've got to make my shift. You mind if I walk along with you?
Well...
My name's David Parker.
Mine's Haydock, Emily Haydock.
I'm in the Merchant Marine, second mate on a freighter. You on a walking trip or something?
That's right.
I figured. The knapsack. American?
Yes.
Me too. I thought you were French at first.
Why was that?
Took it for granted. Most people in France are.
Well, I don't understand. We're in England, not France. Why should you think that you...
What do you mean, England? Didn't you just tell me we were 20 miles from Calais?
Well, yes, but Calais is somewhere out there across the English Channel in France.
And where do you say we are, you and me now?
In England, of course, about 2 miles from Dover.
Now, look. I've been robbed and dumped out here in the countryside and shot at, so please don't make jokes.
I'm not.
What's today, quick?
Thursday, 10th of July. Why?
Then we're in France.
Look, I tell you...
When I registered at the hotel in Calais last night, I noticed the date. It was the 9th of July.
Now, look. You asked me where we are, and I told you. England, near Dover.
I suppose I didn't see the sunrise in Calais just an hour ago.
Sunrise?
Sunrise.
What sunrise? I've been up since 5. There's been no sun for a week. It's one of the worst fogs they've ever had.
Oh, drop it. I tell you, I saw it.
You're either joking, or lying,
or
crazy.
Wait a minute. No more of that lying, that crazy, do you hear? No more of that crazy.
Well, what else am I to think when you say you were shot at and you saw the sun? Sun today. And you insist you're in France when you're in England.
All right, Miss Haydock. Turn around. Now, what do you see alongside the road?
Gate. Stone wall.
Yeah, and in front of the gate.
A mailbox. Why?
And what does it say on the mailbox? Villa Montbijou. I don't know what bijou means, but it's French. What do you say now?
We're in England.
You don't know where to stop, do you? All right. I'm going into this villa, whatever it is, and phone for a taxi to take me to my ship. I was going to offer you a lift, but now I'd sooner cut my tongue out. How do you like that?
Oh, go to the devil. You're in England!
Bonjour. Parlez anglais? Anglais compris? Say, is there anyone here who speaks English?
I speak English.
Oh, good. May I use your phone to call a taxi?
Of course. Won't you come in?
Thanks. I have no money on me, Mr.
Putney. Dr. Putney.
I haven't a penny with me, Doctor, but I'll be able to get some from the clerk at the hotel, and I'll send you whatever the call costs with the taxi driver.
Oh, not at all. There's the phone.
Thanks. Hello? Oh, come on.
Service is always a bit slow at this hour.
I'm sorry. The fact is, I got angry with a silly girl out on the road.
Did you?
Yeah, she tried to kid me. Well, the joke will be on her when she's trudging along the road and sees me riding in my ease to Calais. Oh, come on.
Riding to Calais?
In a taxi. I wouldn't have minded if she'd let the joke drop, but no, she went on and on about this being England and that I was crazy to think otherwise.
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand the joke. I mean, this is England.
Look, I don't find it funny, Doctor. I thought I made that clear. The next one who tells me I'm in England when I know I'm in France, I swear I'll take...
You know you're in France?
Yes. Yes.
Sit down, young man.
Isn't this France?
England. Near Dover. How can I show you? Here's a copy of the London Times, yesterday's.
Wednesday, July 9th. But the name on the mailbox, Villa Watsis, that's French.
Most of the villas have names like that. Montbijou, Sanssouci. Still, it's England. Sit down. I'm a physician, and I'd like to ask you...
Oh, no.
Young man! Young man!
Two and two make four. I repeated it like a charm, like they told me in the hospital. When you feel unsure of yourself, remember 2 and 2 make 4. There's an explanation for everything. Don't doubt yourself. After a while, I stopped trembling. I opened the gate and went out onto the road. And there was the girl.
Oh, everything all right?
Did you come back to say I told you so?
No, I thought you might need help. I thought that...
Watch out, there's a truck coming.
There's an inn just around the curve.
Get down! He might shoot you again. Get down.
Mr. Parker, please, that was a backfire. That's all it was.
Backfire?
Of course. What else could it be? There's an inn just around the curve, and I have money. Wouldn't you like to have breakfast there and talk?
Oh, I'm all confused.
Anyone would be after a blow on the head.
No, it's not just being slugged. I wish it were only that, but with a case like me,
You're not a case.
Oh, that's just it. I am. About 6 weeks ago, unloading cargo, a crate hit me on the head, scrambled my memory. They sent me to the hospital, and the ship sailed without me. She's due back in Calais this afternoon. I was to report aboard if the treatment proved successful. They told me it was successful and discharged me yesterday, or maybe it wasn't yesterday, and none of it happened, and I'm imagining it all.
Try not to worry. It'll all come back to you.
Yeah, but suppose what comes back never really happened. That's the point, you see. That's the point. I remember a lot about yesterday, but what if I only think I remember, and it's all in my...
Now relax. We'll have breakfast in here. If you remember, you remember.
Yeah, but do I? I recall leaving the hospital and going to a hotel. Then I went to an all-night restaurant, and I remember leaving a bar at daybreak. Oh, sit down, Miss Haydock, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember all that clearly. But an hour later, I'm in England, and that's impossible.
Well, you might have wandered aboard a channel steamer.
Use your head. It's a 2 or 3 hour trip by boat.
Well, an airplane, then.
Excuse me, I thought perhaps you'd like your coffee now while waiting for breakfast.
Yeah, miss, is there an airfield nearby?
Oh, yes, sir, but it's not an object of interest for tourists today. Our churches is very nice, though.
How far away is it, the airfield?
Oh, you won't see no planes coming or going, sir. The BBC broadcast said no air traffic in or out of Dover for the 6th straight day. Oh, good morning, Mr. Smith-Travers.
Breakfast, Rosie?
Oh, yes, sir. Anything else for the present, sir?
No.
No air traffic 6 days in a row. You'd think that would teach them, but will it?
I beg your pardon?
I leave it to you. Is there any reason for maintaining this undependable method of transportation? A method absolutely at the mercy of the elements, when there's a cheaper, better, less bothersome, simpler, and always certain way of crossing the channel.
You mean the boat?
No, of course not. The tunnel, tunnel.
Tunnel?
Yes, of course. Rosie, I want coffee now.
Right, Mr. Smith-Travers.
The Channel Tunnel. 20 miles through solid, impermeable chalk. In at Dover, out at Calais.
Less than an hour's drive. No fuss.
I never heard of it. Is it something recent?
Recent? Oh, you're strangers here. Tourists, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, well, you've heard of Napoleon Bonaparte?
Oh, yeah.
He had it dug by the 6th Corps of the Engineers of the Imperial Army. Took them 3 years. All done in secret, of course, for a surprise attack on England.
You mean to say there's actually a tunnel beneath the English Channel in use?
Certainly it's in use. I've been through it scores of times. Business, you know. Import-export. Just drove back from Calais a few hours ago. Morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Smith Travers.
Just advising them to go by way of the tunnel if they want to get to Calais.
Yes, of course. Much the best way.
Did it in 23 minutes this morning. New carburetor, you know. Well, good morning to you, sir. Miss.
I must have seemed like a lunatic, Doctor, not knowing I was in England. You see, I was in Calais, and an hour later I was in England, and I didn't understand how that was possible. I didn't know about the tunnel beneath the channel.
Try not to excite yourself, my boy. Everything will soon be all right.
What?
I've brought someone with me. Constable.
This poor fellow?
Poor fellow? You mean... Oh, you do think... But I told you... I didn't know about the tunnel. I must have gone through the tunnel.
He didn't know until Mr. Smith Travers told him.
Yes, I heard. But Mr. Smith Travers is also of the firm conviction that we British are descended from the 10 lost tribes of Israel, that Shakespeare never existed, and that after a bit more research we'll be able to transmute base metals into gold. We know him and like him and humor his eccentricities. Come along, Mr. Parker. I think it in the public interest that you not be on the public streets.
Yeah, come along,
No. Listen. I was in Calais at sunrise. I can prove it. I just remembered the name of the hotel. The Hotel de la Mar. Phoned them, and they'll tell you that there's a David Parker registered there. They have my passport at the desk. Let me go.
You're hurting him, you big bully.
I was in Calais. I was. 2 and 2 make 4. 2 and 2 make 4. 2 and 2 make 4.
You are listening to 2 and 2 Make 4, tonight's presentation of Escape. Keep listening for the climax in tonight's exciting story on Escape. And listen tomorrow for CBS Radio's exciting World Music Festivals concert. 3 excerpts from Alban Berg's tragic opera, Wojciech, will highlight the program. That's tomorrow, daytime, on most of these stations. And now back to Escape and the second act of 2 and 2 Make 4.
They took us to a room in the town hall. Dr. Putney, it turned out, was not only a physician, he was the local magistrate as well. For more than 3 hours, he questioned Miss Haydock and me in turn. He made us repeat our stories endlessly, where she met me, how I behaved, what I said, what she said, and all the rest of it. It was almost noon before he was finished. And watching the clock on the wall, my ship coming nearer to Calais with every tick, I was almost beside myself with anxiety.
You need care, my boy. Rest and help. Now, we've a fine institution in Folkestone near here which can give you that care. A few weeks, possibly days.
Institution?
Look, I've got to get to Calais.
Miss Haydock, will you try to convince him it's for the best?
There's nothing wrong with me.
I'll try once more to show you reality, Mr. Parker. You say you were in France at sunrise.
I do. I was.
And you insist you were in England an hour later.
Look, please, call the Hotel de la Mer in Calais. I checked in there. There's bound to be a record of it. That will prove I'm telling the truth.
And if the call is made and it doesn't prove you're telling the truth, will you take my advice about the institution?
Yes.
Constable, put through a call to the Hotel de la Mer in Calais.
Yeah, very good.
If the hotel bears out Mr. Parker's story, you'll let him go?
Miss Haydock, if it turns out that Mr. Parker is right, but how could he be?
2 and 2 make 4. 2
me.
What's that?
I have the hotel, sir.
Use the constable's phone, Mr. Parker. I'll listen in on my extension.
Hello, desk clerk.
Hello.
Hello. Is there a Mr. Parker registered there? David Parker?
Parker? David Parker. Oh, oui, there was, but he has checked out since 2 hours ago.
But I mean, he couldn't have. You're mistaken.
Oh, no, sir, I am not. Not if you mean that Monsieur Parker is an American seaman. I returned his passport personally when he paid his bill. I have the...
I'm not even who I thought I was. All right, Dr. Putney, I'll go with you.
No, wait. Before you do, let me speak to you in private. Please.
May we, Doctor? Would it be all right?
I'll give you 2 minutes. Constable, we can arrange for an ambulance to Folkestone.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker.
No, that's not my name.
2 and 2 make 4.
Yeah.
2 and 2 make 4.
Uh-huh.
You must have faith in yourself. If you're convinced you were in France one moment and in England an hour later, then that's the way it was.
But it's a physical impossibility.
No, it's not. You could have come through the tunnel.
There is no tunnel.
If a tunnel is the only explanation for what happened to you, then there is a tunnel. 2 and 2 make 4.
Yeah. You really believe my story?
I believe you.
All right, then. All right. What do I do now?
You tell me. Come on, you know the answer.
I find the man in the restaurant, the man who said there was a tunnel, Smith Travers.
Right. Open the window.
All right. I'll go first and I'll help you down. Now, come on.
Here's my knapsack.
Got it. Now you.
Time's up, I'm afraid. Miss Haydock. Come back here. Miss Haydock. Mr. X, whatever your name is. Constable, stop them.
I'll do my best, sir.
Fog hit us before we'd run 20 feet. We dodged around corners, then stopped at a garage and looked up Mr. Smith Travers' address in a directory. It proved to be a little villa like a dozen others I'd seen that day. There was no answer when we knocked at the door, so we waited. And before very long, Mr. Smith Travers drove up in a light truck.
Look. The valise I left at the hotel in Calais. He's got it.
Good afternoon. I'll take that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, my passport, too, please.
Yes.
I see you've concluded the tunnel does exist.
That's right.
At last, you're the first to ever have. It's a bit of bad luck. For me, that is. If I hadn't hit a flat tire halfway through, the passport and valise would be in ashes by now. You, phoned the hotel in Calais?
Yes.
Yes. I thought you might. I heard you shouting at the inn about the hotel, so I drove over and... Didn't it make you doubt your senses when they told you checked out?
Oh, you have no idea.
Yes, I was counting on that.
Yeah, it rocked me, but only for a minute.
How the devil did you get in my machine in the first place?
Well, the way I figure, I was knocked on the head by some thug and robbed this morning in Calais. Whoever did it may have thrown me in your truck to get me out of sight.
I was never so surprised in my life. I mean to say, I skidded near Dover, sideswiped a tree, and heard the back door bang open. When I stopped and went back, there you were, lying with a bolt of my silk in your arms. Took my breath away. When you started to groan and sit up, I was beside myself.
What's the matter?
It just occurred to me, you're not English. Bad thing to have someone not in the government and a foreigner to boot to know about the tunnel. Security, you know.
Do you mean the British government knows of the tunnel?
No, it doesn't. No, I've sent letters to every prime minister since MacDonald, telling them about it. Charts, diagrams, descriptions. Useless. They think I'm a crank. I can't blame them. What would Mr. Eisenhower say if you told him there's a tunnel between London and New York? See what I mean? Got acknowledgement just once. A CID man came around and blabbed the whole story to everyone. Told him to keep an eye on me as a dangerous lunatic. The only way to protect the secret after that was to ride it like a mania, so I told everyone, too. Best security measure ever devised. Now, however, there are 3 of us who really know about the tunnel. It's awkward. I don't know what to do.
Oh, I can tell you exactly. You're going to take me back to Calais and now, otherwise I'll beat you to a pulp. I ought to anyway, making me doubt myself as you did.
Taking you into the tunnel. That might be the best way.
We'd never tell anyone, I swear it.
Yes. I don't want you to see the entrance and exit, though. You will have to wear blindfolds.
Agreed.
Now, let's get going, then. Yes, taking you into the tunnel is the best way.
Say, how much longer before we're in the tunnel?
You can take off the blindfolds now. We're in it.
How wonderful.
The tunnel? Yes, they did a fine job, the Sixth Corps. That's what they got for it. Boney flung them in the Russian campaign when they'd finished, and sort of it, they all died. That's a way of keeping a secret, eh?
How did you learn of it?
Reading in the British Museum. I was broke and unemployed. I found an old diary by one of the engineers. Investigated and found it was true. I wrote to the government, told them about that. Well, it was too good to let it waste, so I set up a small import-export business. Cheaper transportation gives me an edge on my competitors.
Are we in Calais?
Well, no, but it's as far as you go. I've got to kill you. I can't let you live. It's too dangerous now that you know. The shotgun failed me twice today. Perhaps the revolver. Get out of the truck, please. Unless you want your blood all over the young lady, please get out.
All right.
Now, perhaps... Well, I won't think you cowardly if you turn your back.
Listen.
Oh, come now. No temporizing. Just take it. Yeah! Oh, dash it all.
Emily?
I think I'm going to faint.
Help me get him back into the truck, huh?
Just let me sit here for a moment.
Yeah.
David?
Huh?
We'll tell the authorities the truth. About the tunnel and all.
Uh-huh.
Everyone ought to know.
Yeah.
It's too good a thing and makes travel and trade and communication so simple. We've no right to keep it a secret.
Check. We'll tell the authorities. We came to the end of the tunnel at exactly 2 o'clock by Miss Haydock's watch. Time and to spare in order to board my ship. We left Mr. Smith Travers in the truck and made our way into what was apparently a small warehouse. And from there, through a door, we found ourselves on the corner of a street, much like any other street in Calais. A fog had rolled in since sunrise as thick as the one we'd left in England. Oh, one moment. I want to make a note of this street or we'll never find the tunnel again. Hey, you got a pencil?
Mm-mm.
Oh, never mind. I have one.
There's no street sign.
Oh, up there on the side of the building. They don't put them on lampposts like we do in the States. All right, I've got it. Say, when do you get back to the States?
September 1st. School term starts on the 10th. I teach kindergarten in Baltimore.
Oh, we're supposed to put in at Baltimore Christmas week.
Well, that's marvelous. We could have Christmas Eve together.
Yeah, New Year's too, maybe. Oh, I'll look forward to that.
You'll write. Meanwhile, won't you?
Oh, of course. You know, I'll never be able to thank you enough for what you did. What made you believe in me so strongly?
Oh, I don't know. You see, What's the matter?
I'm not sure. We're walking toward the harbor. That's the trouble with a foreign city. You turn a corner and you're lost. And this dirty fog is so... Well, let's try this way.
Would that be a policeman in the doorway?
Where? Oh, yes, it is. Parlez anglais.
A little.
Which way is the harbor?
Turn at the next corner, to the left, and walk 4 streets.
Well, thank you. How do you pronounce the name of the street I've written here?
Street?
Yeah.
There's no street.
A street? What does it say?
In English, this way to the air raid shelter. We have put them on almost every building in Calais.
Air raid shelter? Then we'll never be able to find our way back to the tunnel.
Gendarme, are you sure?
But of course. As sure as I am that 2 and 2 make 4.
Escape, produced and directed by David Friedkin and Morton Fine, has brought you 2 and 2 Make 4, a story by Walter Newman. Featured in the cast were Shep Menken, Joyce McCluskey, Tudor Owen, and Richard Peel. Also heard were Betty Harford, Dick Ryan, Melitza Milo, and James Barrett. Your announcer, Bill Anders. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You're on a catch sailing the coral seas, snaking your way through the tricky channel toward an island of black pearls. While on the shore, waiting for you to land, is the man who has sworn your death, and from whom there is no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Robert Tallman's story, The King of Oanatu. Stay tuned now for Night Watch, which follows immediately over most of these stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Of the everyday grind. Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You're on a catch sailing the coral seas, snaking your way through the tricky channel toward an island of black pearls. While on the shore, waiting for you to land, is the man who has sworn your death, and from whom there is no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Robert Tallman's story, The King of Oanatu.
The island we were looking for was roughly 15 degrees north by 145 west. We sailed around it 3 times before we spotted the break in the reef. Hacker rode us in on a tricky swell and snaked through the channel before the surf could hit back.
There we are, all installed and ready for
for business. What's eating you, Remington?
I don't know. I get a funny feeling about this place.
Like what?
Coming through that reef, you notice anything special?
It was a cinch, like easing a barge through a canal lock, only a little faster, a little rougher.
Too easy.
I don't follow you, Skipper.
I mean, it's not a natural channel. It's been scooped out of the rock.
What makes you think so?
You could see where the coral was chipped smooth on the sides.
This I want to see for myself. Skipper!
Yeah?
Skipper, come here.
All right. What's up, Mac?
The break in the reef, the channel we just came through, it's not there anymore. It's disappeared. Look.
Yeah.
Couldn't be, Skipper. It just couldn't.
Couldn't, but it is. Solid wall. Break in the reef is closed.
But how?
You said it was like easing a barge through a canal lock, didn't you?
You mean somebody, they got some kind of an underwater floodgate or something?
Or something. Maybe...
Hey, someone on the beach.
Ahoy! The boat!
Looks like we'll get some answers pretty soon.
Ahoy, the beach! What island is this? Get aboard. I'm coming out.
He's a white man, all right.
Yeah, looks like he lives here, too.
Those natives look like Marquesans.
They don't belong to these islands. Neither does that outrigger.
I'm going below and break out the rifle.
Don't be stupid, Hacker. They're obviously not armed.
What do you say we should do?
Wait. Wait till we find out what it's all about. Let him do the talking. Whatever you do, don't mention the pearl. The story is we're lost. We put in for water and supplies.
What if he asked to see the ship's papers?
We showed him.
If he asked what happened to the owner?
He decided to take a plane back from Tahiti. We're returning the boat to San Francisco for him.
Sounds good enough.
Yeah, just take it easy, Hacker. And use your head. As the outrigger approached our boat, I tried to size up our host. He was a big man, solidly built, but with a sharp, aquiline face that didn't go with the build. He wore a beard, closely trimmed, and a white linen jacket over a dark shirt, open at the neck. When the canoe came alongside, he was on his feet and up our ladder in just 3 seconds flat.
Are you the captain of this vessel?
I'm the skipper. Remington is my name. This is my mate, Mr. Hacker.
And your crew?
We're it.
Excuse me, my name is Jerome. I am resident of this island. Welcome to Onatu, gentlemen.
Thank you. You say that you're the resident?
Not in the usual governmental sense, Mr. Remington. But as I am the only person living here, I and my household, that is, I believe I can lay fair claim to the title.
Have you lived here long, Mr. Jerome?
Oh, no. Let us observe protocol, Mr. Remington. As resident, I ask the first question. This craft must have set you back a pretty penny, eh, Mr. Remington?
It did the owner. I'm only sailing a home for him.
And home is?
San Francisco.
Magnificent city, I know it well. May I ask your employer's name?
Cates. Gerald Cates.
Cates, yes, I've heard the name. And, what was the name of this vessel before you changed it, Mr. Remington?
The Argo. Cates decided it was a bad luck name, so he changed it to the Luana.
And bad luck for you to get off course and wind up in this particular group of islands.
Well, I don't know. What group is this, Mr. Jones?
Tuamotu. The old seafarers used to call it the dangerous archipelago. But you're here, and a happy circumstance it is. I'm seldom blessed with visitors, as you may well imagine. I trust you gentlemen will do me the honor of dining with me this evening.
Oh, thanks. We'll be glad to.
And if there's anything I could do to make your stay here more comfortable...
You might explain about that reef, Mr. Jerome.
The reef? Oh, the floodgate in the channel. This island was a pirate base back in the days of the Spanish Main.
You trying to tell us that's been here a couple of 100 years and still in working order?
Oh, heavens, no. I've had it restored, of course. And a very expensive undertaking it was, but I find it an amusing toy. Now I must leave to make preparations for our feast tonight. Dinner is at 7 sharp. Till 7 then. Au revoir, gentlemen. More brandy, gentlemen?
No, thanks.
I trust my humble board was worth coming ashore for.
What's the point, Mr. Jerome? Fattening us up for the kill?
Oh, dear, no, Mr. Hacker. I dare say some of my natives have tasted long pig in their time, but I've expressly forbidden it here.
How did you come to this island, Mr. Jerome?
I was looking for a refuge, Mr. Remington. A place where I could escape forever the insanities of this so-called civilized world.
Well, I notice that you haven't deprived yourself of any of the civilized comforts, Mr. Jerome.
True. Mr. Hacker, you seem uncommonly silent. Oh, perhaps another dram of brandy will loosen your tongue.
I think I'll go for a walk, if you don't mind. Coming along, Skipper?
I'll finish my brandy.
Suit yourself. See you aboard.
You sure you don't feel the urge to go a-roaming, Mr. Remington?
Later, maybe.
Yes, you'll have plenty of time to explore the island. Plenty. Are you ready for coffee now?
Why not?
Oh, you like our coffee? And an extra special surprise comes with it. Something I've been saving to the very last.
Oh, really, Mr. Jerome?
Not a dessert, Mr. Remington. A different sort of tidbit. Timo.
Yes, Mr. Jerome.
Tell Missy Michaela to fetch our coffee.
Yes, Mr. Jerome. Missy Michaela, Mr. Jerome say you bring coffee now.
All right, Timo. You needn't shout the house down.
Ah, dear girl. Prompt and obedient as always. Oh, set the tray chair out for me. Ah, pray be seated, my dear, and join us.
Yes, Father.
Now, what do you think of him, Michaela? Yes. And you, sir? Of course, so you wouldn't stare so. Michaela was not born on the island. Her mother died in childbirth, and I brought her here a babe in arms. She has no memory of the outside world. For a while, I toyed with the idea of sending her back to Europe to be educated, but I couldn't bear to be parted from her.
Nor I from him, Mr. Remington.
And then there is always the danger of war. She is safe here. Safe.
My father is always so concerned with my safety, Mr. Remington. Sometimes I wish there were a volcano on the island. I would climb right up to the crater and spit in it, just to give him something to really worry about. How did you find us, Mr. Remington?
Maybe I'm psychic, Miss Jerome. Maybe I just smell that perfume you're wearing.
Oh, is it too much?
No. It's like you. It's fresh, at the same time mysterious.
That sounds like my cue to totter off to bed. No, please don't get up. Take good care of our guest, Michaela, but don't keep him up too late. He's had a very strenuous voyage.
I promise to stay till she pitches me out, sir.
That's the spirit I like in a man. Good night, Remington. Good night, my dear.
Good night, Father. Now, Mr. Remington, tell me why I'm so mysterious. We shall start with names. You may call me Michaela. What shall I call you?
My first name is Charles.
That's no good. The natives will call you Missy Charlie.
At least that's better than Chuck.
Is that what they call you at home?
Home? I never had one.
You have one now.
I have?
Yes. Right here.
I'd love to believe that.
Well, you may be quite certain of it, Charles.
Why, Michaela?
Because Father will never let you leave the island. He never lets anyone leave.
You are listening to The King of Oanatu, tonight's presentation of Escape. Tomorrow night, the coast is clear for comedy with My Little Margie on CBS Radio. She's all set to put on a benefit show for a boys' club, but has to resort to humorous deception to win the cooperation of her father. All so it ends well, and My Little Margie does very well tomorrow night on most of these stations. And now, back to Escape and the second act of The King of Oanatu.
I'd come to the island looking for pearls. I'd found something else. And where I stood, it looked a lot better than pearls. When I said goodnight to Michaela, the sun was up. Hacker still hadn't come aboard. I guessed that he was sleeping off the effects of the moonlight and the native coconut wine. I stretched out on the deck, and the next thing I knew, the sun was straight overhead, and Hacker was prodding me with his foot.
Wake up, Skipper. I got news for you.
News? No. Who needs it?
Maybe these will make you sit up and take notice.
Hey, what?
You're not dreaming, Skipper. Those are pearls. Black ones. The kids in the compound play marbles with them.
Pearls. Black pearls.
I thought that'd snap your attention.
Just thinking what a string of these would look like around the neck of a certain girl.
Where did you go last night?
Stayed right there on the veranda, and Jerome served her with the coffee.
How come?
His daughter.
Boy, he's even more worried about us than I thought.
What's that supposed to mean?
Skipper, I had a talk with Jerome's head man last night, the Kanaka chief.
All right, so?
Well, in the first place, Jerome was practically fanatical about that daughter of his. As I watched night and day.
Exception. He left her alone with me last night.
Don't be too sure of that.
Why should he ever watch?
Some of the natives are homesick for their own island. They're being kept here against their will.
All right. What's that got to do with Michaela?
Jerome's afraid they might grab her and hold her as a hostage for their freedom.
They know their way around these waters.
Yeah, they're good swimmers, too. But I doubt if they could make it to the Marquesas.
They could make it in a native boat.
He wouldn't let them build one. They tried to do it secretly, but they were always found out.
What's his power over them?
Guns. Jerome has got an arsenal.
Why didn't they break in and take over?
They tried that, too. Once.
What happened?
The lucky ones were shot dead on the spot.
The lucky ones?
Yeah. The others were tortured, hung up over a fire, and slowly toasted from the toes up.
Why? Why? Why would any man go to such extremes to hold on to a few native workers that could easily be replaced?
You're the one with a college education. You tell me.
Said something last night. His daughter, I mean. She said he never lets anybody leave the island.
She should know.
Thought she was kidding.
Some kidder, that dog.
She's okay, Hacker.
You got it bad.
Yeah.
Wonder how she'll feel after we've knocked off her daddy.
What are you talking about?
About getting off this island. One thing I'm sure of. We'll never make it as long as Jerome is alive.
Well, there's one sure way to find out.
How's that?
Ask him, Hacker, my boy. Ask him.
Mr. Remington, you're just in time for tiffin. Will you join me in a drink first?
Look, let's skip the tiffin talk, Mr. Jerome. It's time we got down to a few essentials.
Indeed. Essentials such as you did not leave Mr. Cates in Tahiti. You were never in Tahiti. Neither a schooner named Diago nor a ketch named Luana ever anchored there. Your last port of call was in the Marquesas. You were quarantined there because the owner of your vessel had fallen ill. You abandoned your crew on the beach and sailed off in the dead of night. Nothing further was seen or heard of you till you arrived here yesterday afternoon. So you see, I'm not wholly without contact with the outside world.
Yeah, obviously.
I only want to know one thing. Did Mr. Cates die of natural causes, or did you and your friend help him along?
He was dead when we left Nukahiva.
So, you buried him on a beach somewhere and made off with the schooner.
Well, why not? He had no use for it.
Don't dissemble with me, sir. I know that your shipmate has been snooping about the island, making inquiries about the pearl beds. Somehow you heard about the pearls on this island, and you came here hoping to help yourself to a fortune. Now, isn't that true?
We took a chance. We can do it again.
No, you can, but you won't.
Why not?
Because the moment you sail out of my lagoon, I shall radio every police, constabulary, and Coast Guard station from Australia to San Francisco, and you'll be hanged as murderers and mutineers.
All right, why? Why are you doing this to us?
Quite simply, I don't want you to leave the island.
Oh, why not? Why are you so determined to keep us here?
Many reasons, Mr. Remington. My daughter likes you. You're a man of courage and imagination, a man fit to carry on my line. I have no worries about you. Basically, you feel as I do.
Well, maybe so.
But what about Hacker? He's a stupid, greedy man.
All right. Let him clean out the pearls and go.
I was tempted to that for a moment, but no. The pearls are too valuable, too unusual. Questions would be asked. Sooner or later, Hacker's tongue would be loosened, whether by whiskey or by force. I should be overrun with unwelcome visitors, bringing disease and dissension, the twin banners of civilization.
Jerome, what will happen to him if he tries to leave?
If he tries it, Mr. Remington, he will find out. But I wouldn't advise it, which also goes for you. And now, Tiffin, Mr. Remington.
Who's there? Me, Skipper. Throw over the ladder.
Look, where you been all day?
Exploring.
You find anything?
Come in the cabin. I drew a rough sketch map of Jerome's setup.
All right, come on, let me see.
Turn up the lamp there, will you? Here. Here's the lagoon where we're anchored. Out on the point here is the radio shed. Here's where the guns are kept.
What about the floodgate?
It's operated electrically, with switches in Jerome's room right by his bed.
Well, what happens when you're working? Any noise?
No, but lights go on all over the place.
Michaela might do it first.
She in this with us?
I'll let you.
What makes you think you can trust her?
I've got to.
What if she plays it on Daddy's team?
I told you. I'm not leaving here without her, no matter what.
That makes me patsy, doesn't it?
Look, the boat's all yours if you want to go it alone.
Oh, thanks.
All right. I'll help you just the same.
You don't act like you're too anxious to get away.
What makes you say that?
Panic me out of here and stick around to pick up the pearls for yourself. That's your idea, Skipper?
Oh, come on. How do I get out with the pearls if you take the boat?
Don't give me that. You know Jerome's got a boat anchored on the other side of the island.
It's the first I heard of it.
How do you think they keep their supplies here? By helicopter?
Jerome told me he'd send it to Tahiti to pick up some breadfruit trees.
Uh-huh.
Look, where's the anchorage on that shore?
There's a blind inlet there. Never spot it unless you know just where to look.
Why not take his boat? Save fiddling with the floodgate.
It's an old steam yacht. Smoke could give us away if we fired the boilers by daylight. By night, that inlet is too tricky to navigate.
All right. You just answered your own question.
With Jerome dead, there'd be no problem.
Look, there'll be no killing, Hacker. You mention it again, it's all off between us.
Okay, Skipper, we'll try it your way. If it doesn't work...
Hold it.
Somebody aboard.
Who's there?
Oh, it's I, Charles.
Kelly, you shouldn't have come here.
Don't you want to see me?
Of course I do. It's just
Well,
that...
Father doesn't know I'm here. He's been locked in his study for hours, talking with the head man.
What about? Did you hear what they were saying?
Well, I couldn't hear much, but Father was very angry with him.
Look, do you know what about, Michaela? It's very important that we know.
He said that someone has seen him, the head man, that is, diving for pearls in the inlet.
You know anything about that, Hacker?
What if I did?
You agreed we had to make a choice between a clean getaway and the pearls. That Jerome has the slightest suspicion.
Okay, Skipper, it still goes.
You're sure of that?
You're the skipper, Skipper.
Okay. Break out a rifle. Get into that dinghy and row ashore. Grab that head man when he leaves Jerome and bring him aboard.
What for?
I want to know how much he's told Jerome.
Okay. But I won't need a rifle.
You've got a lot of trust in that Kanaka.
We got a lot in common. He wants to get away from this island, too.
Okay. Get moving.
See you, Skipper.
Charles, what's it all about? What does it mean?
Listen to me, please, Michaela. Look, I'm leaving the island.
I thought you loved me.
Will you let me finish? I want to take you with me.
Leave the island? Leave my father?
That's right.
You don't love me. If you loved me, you wouldn't ask that of me.
But that's why I want to take you away from here, because I do love you.
You want me to be killed with bombs and die of diseases?
Look, I wouldn't ask you to go with me if I did.
Charles, kiss me.
Michaela. Now do you believe me?
Oh, yes. Yes, I believe
All
you.
right, then it's settled.
But what about Father? What if he tries to stop me?
It's a chance we've got to take.
I'm afraid, Charles. It's funny. All my life he's talked about keeping me safe, and all I've ever really been afraid of is him.
Look, Michaela, you trust me, don't you? You're not afraid of me.
Oh, no. With you, I could never be afraid, even if bombs were falling all around us.
Then you'll help me. You'll help us get away.
Yes. Oh, yes, Charles.
Our getaway was planned for the following night. We'd chosen it because the natives were celebrating one of their feast days, which meant that most of Jerome's police force would be AWOL or drunk. Jerome himself was over in the native compound, making like a white king among the savages. He was wearing a lei over his dinner jacket and enjoying the drummers.
Ah, Remington. You're just in time for the shark dance.
That's a bit of luck.
I suppose Mr. Hacker has gone to look for my headman.
I wouldn't know.
He'll be disappointed, I fear. Kauna is in the warrior's hut making ready for the shark dance.
I didn't know your headman was a dancer.
Oh, they're all dancers, dear boy, but Kauna is something special. In this, he dances both the part of the shark and that of the fisherman who spears him.
You don't say.
Yes, I'm sorry Michaela had to miss it. She had a headache, poor girl, and had to remain in the bungalow.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Just as a precaution, however, I disconnected the wires to the power switch that controls the floodgates. Oh, what's the matter, dear boy? You look quite pale.
Okay, Jerome. Okay, you won this round. But you must know you can't keep us here forever.
We shall see about that. Ah, here comes Kauna now. Now we shall see some dancing, my boy.
The only difference between the shark dance and the others I'd seen was the wicked-looking fish spear that Kauna kept brandishing as he went through his paces. Jerome's attention was riveted on the dancers. And someone touched my sleeve. It was Michaela.
Charles, the most terrible thing has happened. The floodgate.
I know. Your father just told me.
Well, how did he find out? Who told him?
Hacker. Who else?
Yes, but...
I should have known when we heard that headman had been diving for pearls.
I don't understand.
Look over there to the north.
It's smoke.
Hacker's getting up steam for a getaway in the yacht. He spilled our plan to your father to divert his attention to our boat in the lagoon. Kauna's probably in it with him for his getaway plus a cut of the pearls.
Well, where's Kauna now?
Out there with the dancers, making like a shark.
What are you going to do?
Hacker can't get that yacht out without help, so well, we may as well watch the dancing for a while.
That's strange.
What?
That isn't the shark dance he's doing.
What is it?
I don't know. It's Charles.
What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, Father, watch out! That spear! He's going to... Oh, Father! Charles, the spear's in his
Look,
chest.
you stay here. You stay right here. He's dead, Michaela. I'm sorry. Look, you go back to the house. Wait for me. I won't be long.
Where are you going?
I'm going to tell Mr. Hacker that his sailing will be postponed indefinitely. I could have saved myself a hike across the island. Hacker didn't have a prayer of navigating that inlet without the headman's help. And Kauna never made it to the North Shore. A couple of Jerome's gendarmes cut him down just outside the compound, just like they did the Hacker on the boat. I found the pearls in the galley, cans labeled coffee, sugar, and flour. I picked out enough for a matching string for Michaela, and I dumped the rest back into the water. It was a crazy thing to do, but as I look back on it, maybe it wasn't so crazy after all. In a way, Jerome was right. It was a nice island. And the way things are going in the world, I might want to go back and settle down there myself someday. So, why spoil it?
Escape, produced and directed by David Friedkin and Morton Fine, has brought you The King of Oanatu, a story by Robert Tallman. Featured in the cast were Anthony Barrett, Clayton Post, and Joseph Kearns. Also heard were Sammy Hill and Jack Harrell. Your announcer, Bill Anders. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are somewhere in the Pacific, out of Leyte in the Philippines. charting a course of south by southeast. When out of the deep of the sea, a new volcano is born, and your ship is caught in the middle of it, from which there is no escape.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Vincent McHugh's story, The Boiling Sea. Stay tuned now for Night Watch, which follows immediately on most of these stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.